they're going to be slowing down this aggression. Be nothing but pedal to the metal on the defensive side here. Very much bullying RRQ, who continue to just play this slow pacing on attack.
Well, they tried fast as well, and the fast didn't work out for them either, I'm afraid. So, slow or quick, EDG's had their number. And Kankan as well, starting to get away with this multiple times in a row. See the respect. Let's smoke immediately onto Cat. Checking over towards mid as well. But they've left behind Sign here, who's been performing pretty well so far, and he has the potential time his way into mid. And Null Command has been popped pretty quick here from Jenny.
Sign peppering away towards tiles. There's the opener that they were looking for. Jemkin finally winning an opening duel. And on to Kangkang. That's going to be big impact for RRQ as they look to try to open up the map. But EDG mobilizing here in the mid-round.
Not confused about that Null Command. It's gone now. Nobody is aware of utility being spent over in mid in Pizza. Now confirming that with the fact that Xferro had to shoot the dart as they see each other as well. As time starts to run on out, he'll TP back over towards B main, and now for the execute. See if they can make it through this one. Smoke will cut off EDG for the time being, and the wall as well into spawn. So this is going to be one of the first few plants that EDG will manage, or rather RRQ will manage to have.
Yeah, that's the clean execution that they were looking for on the B execute, quite honestly. Going to take EDG a while to be able to actually maneuver themselves into the front side.
RRQ RRQ को dominate कर रही है.
Xferro's hanging around in B main, could be a thorn in their side late as they come on in. Hunter's Fury is going to start to make them uncomfortable. Jemkin taking advantage of that. Here's Xferro inside a B main, not dealt with yet. Chichu still under pressure, getting scanned down from the players out on site, and this is perfection for RRQ. 4K for Jemkin, opens up the round and closes it out as well.
Late in the day, but a flawless is exactly what RRQ need to bring back some momentum for their own mentality, for the sake of the economy as well. And as you mentioned, perfect execution. Start off with an early kill, burn away the Null Command in the middle of that round as well. Xferro then TP back over towards mid, and then they execute smoke out in towards Pizza. Wall up for CT. Easy plan, easy money.
Gonna need more where that came from RRQ though. Has been a strugglesome half for them outside of rounds 3 and 4. Finally breaking through in 10 after a big streak of EDGs. Got the shock dart initially. Very spread around the map is RRQ. Not many movements in middle. Odin's out for nobody, and of course for Kangkang, you buy yourself another operator. It's been worth its weight in gold here.
He's got the money to play through. Odin online for nobody as well. This is what you can do with this level of cash. Another slow one from RRQ.
It's the first move here. Drone comes out, cancelled immediately by the KO knife. So all of that pressure they were looking to create with that Sova on his lonesome on the A side of the map won't really be going the way they wanted it to. Out comes the drone for nobody, only sees the singular player outside of B main, which is Xferro, which is not really going to give you too much information as EDG.
You have Chichu pushed up fairly hard in mid as well. He's going to get smoked out for the time being, but looking to see if he can hear something. It's all soft movements from RQ as they transfer over towards Cat mid to A. Straight into the sight lines of Jenny. First contact, you'll see a head momentarily. You can see multiple heads actually calling the troops now. Close the door. Get the rest of EDG out here. He's been scanned out as well. Paranoid to assist. It's the minimum that you can expect for the rest of the team. Kangkang now has a lot of work to do. Nearly had a collateral there, but Jenny's got himself two as well. And this looks like a pretty damn good defense. Jenny falling back to the generator.
One suppressed.
And the last player for Xferro caught out by the KO knife, and so little he can do here up against 3.
10 seconds, he's cooked. Quite honestly, playing for exits.
10 seconds left.
Maybe a few more points towards his ultimate here, but with only 5 seconds, no time to plant. Jenny, battered and bruised on the backside of Chen, is probably the only player he's going to be able to take here with him here. And the plant, looking to just bait out an additional peak, but maybe not what he bargained for. Kangkang will take the weapon out of his hands, and EDG, yet another beautiful round off the back of just defending RRQ before they can even get into the post.
I mean, Jenny saw everything. He saw multiple players in the cross, instantly pops his fragment, and then walks on out of there, has support from the rest of the players. I thought Kangkang was going to hit a collat there, but Jenny does absolutely nothing. Then the final kill on Xferro, just to keep the economy of RRQ a little honest here. Let's see how honest it looks. Looks there's some ultimates in there, so a full buy, which is nice.
Yep. Sage Rez is probably the one that you keep an eye on. Might want to try to throw a body at this round early on and see if you can potentially just trade out off the back of that. Nishigutiel opening this one up, and pressure will be on Sign playing from Wine.
Getting close by though, but not close enough to really do anything about it for the time being.
You can't drone from the same spot again, honestly, after seeing the fragment.
Oh, it's a big swing. And now, a lot of work to do here to get the rest of the players in. Nobody hasn't been flashed out. That's a good flash on the opposite side, though. Just rips apart 2 plays, but one will get raised back in. Keeping numbers good for RRQ. 4 versus 2 here. Kung still with the operator. Has to slowly clear his way through. Dash up and ready to go, but he just wants to play, and he can't. Sand takes him down. Now Chichu might just have a little bit too much here. 8-4 RRQ. You'll say that this is a reasonable minded comeback in the first half, as we do, in fact, end this first half.
Yeah, Jemkin, couple of multi-frags on the Jet. That is the difference maker here for RRQ, who's a little bit too quiet, a little bit too average against 100 Thieves. Not a poor performance, but it never is for Jemkin. You know, his bad game is probably just going dead even. But you saw what level of impact he can bring on that attacking side in that half alone. A 3K and a 4K in 2 rounds that were picked up by RRQ. He's been good for at least half of them there on their attacking side.
A strong showing from EDG as we expected, and importantly as well, just because I know he will be the player that many will look at in terms of his own personal performance, but when you are the sub coming in, when you are the coach sub as well,
Hello Rushali.
eyes will be on you if the team
क्या हाल
performs
है?
poorly, but honestly his stat line and
आज
his
ऑफिस
impact
से
in this
जल्दी
game
फ्री
is
हो गई?
honestly quite high for side.
I've been telling everybody, like, you know, most people who have an assistant coach coming in, you'd be really asking some questions. Like, honestly, this guy's not going to do anything. But Signed has plenty of playing experience. I've seen him play very well against some of the best teams in the world in scrims over at boot camps and things like that.
Actual scrim god.
Yeah, bit of a scrim god sometimes. So, you know, I know mechanically he can hang with the best. It's just really a case of whether he's able to do that at the highest level of competition in an official. And I think
Pilly told me Signed made PRX cry in scrims.
I will not confirm that. He has played pretty good. And I'm a big believer in Signed. I think he's been a pretty solid player for quite a while. And clearly EDG have seen some value, at least in his read on the game. But even in the server, not doing too well for himself. I mean, Smoggy is, of course, irreplaceable. But I think, you know, just chucking Signed in there and seeing what he can get done. I don't think he's underwhelmed for EDG. Yep. Even in their loss, he wasn't necessarily the poorest performer. And he's had to play a bunch of different roles. They've been chucking him on the bloody Phoenix like he's not a duelist player.
Yeah. He flexed a little bit for me when he was on Dire Walls. He's
mostly been an info init player and then flexing into like a bit of Viper, you know, a bit of controller. So he is that patented flex player.
Here he needs to just flex to allow the rest of EDG to play what they're comfortable on, what they're going to be good on. When speaking of that, Kung has certainly shown that 9 and 5, plenty of operator kills as well, completely dominating on that weapon as we have the swap sides here. EDG on the attack side, RRQ
बढ़िया छुट्टी है अच्छा हाँ तो तेरी छुट्टी है ना सैटरडे है
to close the gap.
Nice.
Double cloud burst and some armor here. Kung definitely wants to be the player to be able to create space on the entry for EDG. Crazy guy on the line, spotting out this push. The wall is a little late. Kung's in front of it. And that's a nice entry for EDG. Xfero now under pressure, pushed out by the dart. That is a nightmare scenario for RRQ.
Just 2 for nothing there. You
क्या हाल है रुशाली तो कैसे चल रहा है भाई
and now the plant comes on
तेरा मॉनिटर तो आके चला गया
already made
वापस
his way in towards heaven. RRQ honestly have no idea, and as nobody falls, the information
लेके
goes
तो
over.
नहीं
It's
है
gonna be
ले
tricky.
जाएगा मतलब
They've at least got the single scan here, which is going to be interesting, but Kung with a massive backstab. Not ready for that one.
Jepkin, and he'll be cleaned up by Kung as well. Yeah, another 4K from the highlight machine straight out of China. And I'd love to make some excuses for RRQ guys being from Pacific. I really would. But I watched Crazy Guy have someone in the 100 Thieves game contact up Cat when he was holding the wall out and try to shoot him on an and that's happened exactly the same way here in the very next game. At some point, you have to hold your hands up and start to scratch your head a little bit and go, that's not ideal. We really need to tighten that up a bit.
Cushy likes to get his drones deleted by the KO knives as well, so we've been there, done that for RRQ, unfortunately. Do be crazy out there for Crazy Guy. Kung is already working his way up to a nice and early Blade Storm. Would love to find a pick here, and he's got it. Xfero, goodbye.
Drone into B main to follow up. Slow orb in reply here for Crazy Guy, who swings out, trying to, you know, bark as loud as he can. Down he goes to Kung, who continues to get closer and closer to his knives, and I imagine they'll probably even just give him the plant here.
Allow him to enter. If he dies, there'll be knives. No one hiding behind boxes. No one in boats either.
Straight through.
He's going to go straight in towards spawn again, just playing in the location that RRQ are not going to be ready for.
Not much to do here for RRQ. Got to once again try to dig themselves out of a poor situation. They've had really, really rough starts in both of these games here at EWC. And there's the Spectres running havoc. Off angle for Jemkin, will be backed here by Zan, but I don't even know if they're going to get a single kill. A couple of armors broken, but a flawless anti-eco for EDG.
पानी भर के आया था मॉनिटर में उसको
but not going to be the case. Here we are.
You cannot pick a set into two teams at an international and get rolled both times. Like, it just can't.
I think for
it's just not going to
RRQ,
go well for you.
they saw EDG lose a set.
जैसे
They
मैगी
kind
को
of feel like
सॉस में
maybe
डुबाते
we
हैं
did
ना
better in our ascent game than they did, and also
वैसे ही
EDG
मॉनिटर को कल से पानी में
we
डुबा
don't play
के
this
दे
map that
देता
often in terms of their bans. Well, they figured out that EDG just needed to make a bit of an adjustment to their lineup here. Suddenly we're off to the races. As someone once said, it's Kong Kong's world and we're just living in it. RRQ is certainly feeling the results of that.
First gun round for them, though, and it's not a particularly threatening-looking bonus on the side of EDG. I guess the Blade Storm is probably something you're concerned about. The single rifle on side. Here's the wall inside of B main. Nobody knows that crazy guy may be playing on top of that, but EDG starting to chip away now.
Door closed.
यार कोई बात नहीं
But she's feeling the pressure here.
नया आ जाएगा 2-4 दिन में नया आ
Quick
जाएगा
TP available for Xfera as well to get onto that side of the map.
नया ऑर्डर कर दिया है वो
That
तो
side being B is
रिफंड में चला गया
where this is likely to end with the shift over of the spike. Look how far back Kushi is
तो
playing. as well.
रिफंड में जा
Let's
चुका है
retake. He's holding his dart and his drone to try to
लगभग
spam them as they come on in. We've seen
10-12
this
तारीख
heavy
को या
play
13
style for
तारीख तक
RRQ against 100
रिफंड हो
Thieves not
जाएगा
go well for them. Jemkin's been dropped off on wine. Rotations
वेट
coming
नहीं
across
किया
from
मैं
Crazy
दूसरा
Guy,
ऑर्डर
but
कर दिया
really they're just trying to look to pick the numbers here
इस
of
बार
EDG
अगर
as they
लेकिन
make
को
their way
भी
up
हाथ
middle and
क्या
the
आया
chokehold is activated.
Okay, well that's going to be the first little bit of information here, but like you said, they're just going to play for the retake most likely. Smoked out is going to be CT, which means no further impact here. Nobody on site, no issues for EDG in the last moments to try and get this platinum, which they will do. And even through the smoke here, these
RRQ
guys just going
स्मोक
to
के
fall
थ्रू
off.
स्पैम हो रहा था
Trying to get that spam kill off the back of the drone. Chichu, where are you off to, mate? I cannot believe that he's picked up that pick onto Xfero. Jemkin and Nobody going 1-for-1 in the meantime. It's a
मेरा
two-man
आवाज बहुत
advantage
धीरे आ रहा है क्या
for
रोशाली तेरे को
EDG, who is looking to run away with the bonus and
अगर
the rest of
धीरे आ
the
रहा तो
set with
बताना
it.
मेरे को
Once this round is done, you feel like RRQ's run on this map is also going to be done. Kushi dropping off on 9 HP. They just have to save the weapons here. It's their first gun round of the half. Got to do what they can to maintain some available economy. But for EDG, just too easy. They walked into essentially a free site.
सुस्त आवाज आ रही नहीं
And
सुस्त
Chichu
नहीं
with the
नहीं हल्की सी है
The insane
Dizziness
confidence
है
and ego to just walk into market. He gets a kill as well.
Jemkin looking for some exits, but I don't think he's going to be given any. Remember, guys, EDG walk into this bonus round with 1 rifle, and they walk out with 4. The amount of
अबे
economy
ठीक
that
नहीं
they're
लग
going to
रहा
have on this attacking side
एक
when
तो
they're
मेरे
up
को ये
11-4
बारिश
is
वाला
going
जो
to be
मौसम होता है ना
ridiculous. A timeout.
इसमें वो जो
I'm being told from EDG.
नमी
I'm
टाइप
not
का
sure
वो
they
आ जाता है
necessarily
भाई
need
वो
it, to be
मौसम
honest.
ना
I
मेरे को
wouldn't be
बिल्कुल नहीं
surprised
पसंद है
if it was from RRQ, but maybe EDG are looking to just make sure that they can align themselves on how to
I am
stop
cold
RRQ a
person.
little bit
मेरे को
harder and
ठंडी
make
बहुत
sure this is
पसंद है
100% going to be a 13-4 here, Avril.
Yeah, just the last few rounds here, and obviously a somewhat broken economy in the sense that 3 players from RQ will come in with pistols, 2 with the saved rifles. Dismantling that one will be part of the conversation here for EDG to lock in the rest of this half. And once those guns are gone, I'm struggling to see where RQ can even find rounds here.
I couldn't tell you, mate. I know Jemkin has a
ठंडी मस्त
vandal, and
लगता है
that's
मेरे को
usually good
मस्त
for a round or two.
मेरे को ऐसा रहता है अगर
Honestly,
मैं
a hero
मतलब
vandal,
अब मैं
one
मोटा
of
तो हूँ
Pacific's
ही
very best duelists, could be a recipe for success. The
अगर मैं
problem is,
पतला
I
हो
feel
गया ना
like
वेट कम
everybody
कर
on
लिया
EDG
लॉस
is
कर लिया
playing
अभी जैसे
just
कर
as good
रहा
as
हूँ तो
Jemkin right now, and Jemkin
तो
does not have as
मैं
much
तेरे
health.
को बता रहा हूँ इतनी हुडियाँ खरीदूंगा ना मेरे को हुडीज का इतना शौक है मेरे को हर साल कम से कम 2 या 3 हुडी खरीदना है कम से कम मेरे पास 25 से 30 हुडी होंगे ज्यादा ही होगा
This half flawless. They've already got the first 3.
मतलब 25-30 तो वर्किंग है
That will be a
जिसको मैं पहन सकता हूँ 25 दिन अलग अलग
13-4 victory. If this goes the way we think it might just.
मेरे को ना पता नहीं क्यों हुडीज का ना बहुत शौक है क्रेज है मेरे को
They'll go all in on this round. They want to make sure EDG are kept well and far away from that 12 as long as possible.
I mean, they just have to get some rounds at the end of the day. KO Knife will scan the fact that Sage is over towards B main. They know the Sovas at market. Is she well aware that this is a slower looking default from EDG so far? Double setup on Catwalk. This is where RRQ really want to contest
और वो
EDG, but they can't
sweatshirt ये
overcook
सब का
this one.
भयंकर
Kang is
पसंद
primed.
है मेरे को.
Backed up by Jenny.
तेरी मम्मी चिढ़ जाती है मेरे पे
still in top mid.
इस बात को लेके.
Trying to make his way down Cat. Looking like mid to A for the time being, but they'll eventually be walking to this double
तेरे को
setup
हर बार
here.
लेना है,
Jim
पैसे
can up
waste
first.
करने
Jenny always be
हैं.
good with the hero rifle. Well, he's got a little bit of help with Xferro on the sidelines. He'll be able to make his way out of there, but still flashed up. Jenny doesn't know where he is though. Jenny goes down here. Chichu and nobody still sharp there on site as well.
भाई RRQ बिल्कुल नहीं खेल पा रही है, वो पूरा डोमिनेट कर जा रही है EDG.
I mean, that's the perfect setup for RRQ, quite honestly. And that's exactly how you would want that round to go. Jimkin takes first contact. Xferro has it covered. Then you get what is essentially a bit of a mess. Jenny bursting through. They know it's the KO on Catwalk there. No one's really playing anti-flash well enough with the cloud burst down. You should not be getting caught that hard by an underarm. And EDG, the rest of the players splitting through A main on a really nice timing. It's map point for them now, and it's looking like RRQ are about to get blown out on their map pick 2 times in a row here. Most likely on their way out of EWC.
They don't have a lot of maps to play through to survive in EWC. That's certainly going to be the case. Tell you what, RRQ at least got 10 rounds on this map against 100 Thieves. But up against EDG, it's looking a lot less than that. At least the first opening shot from Crazy Guy that's guarding onto Kung is pretty damn nice. What else can be delivered here? Is it's going to be a bit of a slowdown. EDG still want to walk on in, and here we go. Jimkin over from Market alongside Crazy Guy in lane. That's what you want to see. Okay, it's not over yet.
You can't force your way through a literal brick wall. You know, figuratively sometimes, but the Sage wall is down there. And Jemkin, I mean, he's built like one. Let's be honest. Big 3K for him on the jet. And, yeah. Every time that EDG has gone into the arms of Jemkin, he's at least had some impact, if not 1 rounds. I think, well, RRQ's got 5 rounds. No, 3 of those are Jemkin. Multi-frags on the attacking side, and a multi-frag between him and Crazy Guy there to shut down the B plate.
Looked competitive in the first 4 rounds, but RRQ slowly trying to find a little something here, build back some confidence in this map. As mentioned though, likely to still move over with a 1 map loss. Jemkin wants to walk up and just through. The shot's found by nobody. He disappears.
The Sage is on the other side of the map. You can't get the res going, but Xferro trading things nicely. Neural Theft did come out just before Chichu went down there. Very tentative here. Kung waiting for an opportunity. TP away from Xferro. Hold on, Kung might have found a gap here, and Zan's gone down to the Hunter's Fury. A is completely open. RRQ looking for the res, but Kung's already on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, Zan he gets scanned by the Neural Theft, obviously, and he stays there, gets killed by the Hunter's Fury, and now Sign just traveling his way through into spawn. Kung still catching stragglers on their way out from B. At least Crazy Guy and Cushy are going to keep things competitive numbers. 2 versus 2. Pretty split as well. If you look at the minimap, everyone's in separate locations. Could be a couple of different isolated 1v1s here, and that one is going to be found by nobody into Cushy.
Well, onto Crazy Guy. Has to put together a heroic 1-on-2 open plan for EDG. Complete 180 crossfire between Heaven and A main. Even for the Beast of the East, I don't think that this is going to be good enough. Out comes the dart, scanned out. Gianni beats on the perfect timing, and it's a stomp from EDG to open up this series.
और उशाली लंच कर ली क्या?
Round at the end there for RRQ to keep things interesting, but otherwise we're back to scheduled business here. Back to scheduled programming for EDG. High expectations for this team, and they meet it on map 1.
Couldn't agree with you more. Honestly, I'm just waiting for Bucket to get involved in the conversation. He's my favorite guy.
Yeah.
And
no time for the reload. He's eaten that flash. He thought he was avoiding it a pixel too close. And with that smoke down, spamming with 4 shots isn't exactly viable. He needs to be quick. He needs to be clean. And it looks damn near impossible, proving to be a pistol for 100 Thieves. Well, that should close the gap.
I felt like fair play to him for realizing they weren't initially defusing, but yeah, other than that, pretty much all went the way of 100 Thieves. That's the second pistol round now taken.
ड्रमस्टिक को तुम लोग हिंदी में क्या बोलते हो?
But a good opportunity for them to build up.
अबे
into
हम
this
तो
round
बोलते
now.
हैं उन
I
लोग क्या
expect to
बोलते
see
हैं?
maybe a
रुशाली लोग
pistol
गुजराती
or
में.
two coming in for the side of BBL, or they could go for a full investment because of that plant, but I don't think it's really worth the risk. A chance to potentially do a little bit of damage, get some orbs farmed up, and with LaRock already with 3 under his belt, even if they can pick one up and he gets a kill and dies, he's going to be 2 away from a showstopper.
Yeah, that is without a doubt a problem. And the BBL side looking to immediately pick up the pace towards this C site. The smoke put just to allow them around that initial corner of
हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में उसको मुनगा बोलते हैं.
But pushing into the site's a different story. Those thorns are going to cause problems for direct to site plays. But the double TP taken by Loida, matching the performance from Bang earlier, but it's only 1 found. And with a round like this, you need so much more pistols for BBL. The Spectre left on the floor. Nice shot by Kreven. The question of damage, I think, is where we're at. But a few more kills, and this could spiral out of control for 100 Thieves. Luckily, they seem to have a handle on it. But
pretty good.
As far as the question of damage, I would say that is a success.
Yeah, no, 3 players going down.
अबे गुटका नहीं बे.
See it with
मुनगा.
like you talked about.
Vice utility is
How devastating the utility is normally on that side of the map. They didn't make it look like it was, and even some of those fights being quite isolated because they got sectioned off by the wall. So not a bad round at all. Of course, the main thing is getting that conversion, keeping things even.
गुटका तो कुछ और होता है बे.
But you can see
वो मेरा दुनिया गंदा गुरुआ वे दुनिया.
it is a Spectre and it is
बड़ा जुबा कैसे?
This looks more like if you lost the pistol and tried to go for a force buy in the second round.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams will even invest more into this to give them a little bit of a chance. Just in terms of the 2.8K, the 2.4s on Asuna. Of course, Timotino can save up that cash for an operator. But with Bandits in the current state, remember, this was a weapon that was used in a very big way over in London. And now it's been buffed. So it's no surprise to see it have such a prevalent face here. The buff making it way easier to handle as well. So like it essentially functions more.
ये एकदम सही लिखी तू. ड्रमस्टिक को यही बोलते हैं.
Being more accurate in between, having a slower reset time.
Correct जवाब.
It handles much better for sure. But you got to get close to use it. And on the defense, it's easy if they push your site, but they've gone into the C site, which is gonna have to be retaken, right? They're here quite early, but surely they're not just going for it. They've already found one. The utility's being thrown. They're through the smokes. Yes, they're going for it. 100 Thieves picking up the pace. I thought they'd play the retake. I thought they'd try to punish aggression. But the first kill spurred them on. And now Cryo's left to find them all.
Got 1 bullet left, but
Blank's coming.
smoke makes it very awkward. I was about to say a single bullet in that bandit would have been problematic, but he's waiting to see how aggressive are the opponents going to be in this case. Not aggressive enough.
Clean.
I like that Kreven after that is
बच गया 140 मार ही दिया था उसको.
I don't think many people would be doing that, but you know, these guys are having fun.
I mean, he's a good teammate. That's what you'll see from
रुशाली यार तू गुजराती है.
Felt bad for Rose earlier on, the couple shots that were missed, and he said, "Look, I'll make him feel a bit better. I won't let a guy kill me, but I'll let him hit me and go, oh, look, see, it can happen to any of us. Any of us, bro. You, me, probably not LaRock, but
He's
you
like,
know.
you, me, but you.
But mostly you.
Mostly
A lot
you, but like
on
me,
this map.
me, look, me too, but
Especially on this map, you
for the
keep
rest of
doing
the
it.
game, probably you.
I actually think Rose is like a 50% hit rate on people looking the opposite way, only on this map. I don't know why.
Aggressive start out from the defensive side. This is their full investment.
ले भाई दो को मार दिया.
Timotino and Bang.
सही में पहले गुटका सुनाई दिया था. नहीं गुटका तो कुछ और होता है ना.
BBL at their own game and
गलत जुबा कैसी.
aggressive positioning. They are not shying away from a fight.
बोबो का फेवरेट है वो. है ना
You
बोबो?
start to worry a little bit that maybe they're going to fall back into passive positions, allow BBL that space, but that is not the case whatsoever. Arsenal is expected in this corner. Okay, that's awkward, and that's the spike, but I don't think it's going to matter for long. Everybody falls, and everybody stands on the side of 100 Thieves. They have leveled things up once again, Now we look towards BBL to see what they have on that attack side, and if this is now going to be an extension, just as we saw in the last half.
Well, considering, yeah, how things have gone, a streak of rounds doesn't really mean anything. For 100 Thieves, they build up this defensive side. They're 3 out of 4 so far. Likely to be another with such weaknesses here. The BBL were slow to start, but they found their footing eventually. Here on the attack side, I don't think they have those same excuses, though. The start of this round, much more direct towards C site.
They were trying to bait the wall, but they're not there.
Immediately halted as well. Deeper utility in play this time. They don't hear the thorns as they step in. They're up top instead, but Aston is going to be caught. Cryo does well, but that ultimate has traded
2 मार दिया भाई उसने, अल्ट खाया लेकिन 2 मार दिए उसने.
That was Rocks on an adventure. The spike has been left alone. And now there's a flank on the flank. He waits for the timing. Oh, it's going to be the push through towards the spawn. This is brilliant from Lovers Rock. He's looking to try and get both, and they never expected him to be here. The run through immediately was so aggressive from Lovers Rock. But that was perfection. Leaves Bang to try and clutch. With 2 now back together. Well, to an extent. The Rock falling further behind, but just look at the time that's already gone. He's having to clear every single angle methodically because of how aggressive his opponent was just moments ago. A nice shot, though. I don't know if he had time for this one. No, he doesn't. That's unfortunate. A nice attempt from Bang and a costly round for BBL. But honestly, I think they'll take the round.
A win is a win, that's for sure. Yeah, BBL taking the lead with a thrifty buy. They came in
मार दिया भाई.
with stingers for the most part.
गाइस जो भी देख रहा है लाइक कर दो यार. और कौन-कौन देख रहा है? थोड़ा बात करो ना यार. यार विशाली थोड़ा बात करना, 5-6 लोग देख रहे हैं. बात कर यार इन लोगों से.
They realize the setup has changed, that there's a danger lurking there. The danger dealt with so quickly, but this cerebral play from Lovers Rock is what gives them that clean exit. Even though Bang's able to find those 2 kills, which fair play to him for that, but time was his biggest enemy and not one he stood a chance of defeating. A timeout now called by 100 Thieves. They will freeze the clock for a moment and have a chat.
गाइस लाइक कर दो. कौन-कौन देख रहा है? हाय हेलो कर दो. थोड़ा तो बात कर लो.
Now in a dangerous
एनर्जी नहीं आ रही, थोड़ी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है मौसम की वजह से.
Because obviously you've got Americas versus EMEA. But when it comes to the coaching staff, it's EMEA versus EMEA. MBS, a previous champions winner. The first to ever do it. Of course, his assistant coach was a Masters Copenhagen winner. So
Masters Copenhagen.
Very good people behind the scenes.
अरे रुशाली चैट में है क्या तू? थोड़ा कुछ पूछना था तेरे से.
He has been noted with the rise of this BBL roster through the tier 2 to Ascension winners to making it to a Masters. Making it here.
You know, the real shame, MBS, there's a lot of things he doesn't get as much credit for as he should, but
पता नहीं यार कौन है, बात ही नहीं कर रहे हैं.
Don't worry, it's not a
5 लोग देख रहे हैं.
It's his shirts, man. His shirt game needs a lot more credit. The guy, he did it, and he did it in style, and that's what I appreciate. We're back into the game in BBL. Looking again to take the pace up towards that C site, met by utility, met by a wall, and they don't want to go through it. Instead, they'll send it back in the other direction. A big risk at this stage. You can see the ping going down. They know A main no control over B. Swinging the door, sure, will give you a glance, but they could be behind the boxes. They could already be up. The Prowler will at least give you a bit of security. That hasn't taken place. About A main. However, I think BBL want 100 Thieves to have pushed up. They know that if someone's here, they're probably on their own at this stage.
कौन है भाइयों और रुशाली की बहनों?
We can overwhelm them. Let's see if that is the case.
Seen this one before. That Prowler didn't land. Before there were stuns thrown into position, and while that's Loiter gone for it. There is a trade back, but
face your fear.
A lot of HP damage. Lovers Rock's gone in with ult while incredibly low on HP. That's an easy kill for Vora, but this was all a ruse. They're trying to split back in the other.
अरे nice shot रे Cryo.
A quick flick from either side. And that's them level.
अरे मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ, ये देख ये जो था मेरे forehead पे ये black वाला, ये भी कम दिख रहा है क्या तेरे को?
They dominated the first one, 100 Thieves. Then they go, okay, well they're not going to do that again, and they did. So then after a pause they go, They're going to do it again, aren't they? I have a feeling. Because a lot of teams would go, well, they're not just going to keep going C, so they stack up. There's 3 players on the C
40
side.
सेकंड
They had
पीछे
all
ही
the
ये स्ट्रीम
utility
आप
there, they
पूछ
have
लो
the
मैं
power
बोल रहा हूँ
line.
ये जो
BBL
ब्लैक
have to
वाला
go the
था
other way. And that's where they have the
स्ट्रीम पे
aggressive
बहुत
positioning
ज्यादा
from
दिखता था
Timatino,
अब
the off
कम
angle
हुआ
from
है क्या
Bora,
थोड़ा
and then the rotations. That's
What
just
do
a
you
good
say?
read coming out from 100 Thieves.
क्या विचार तेरे
And now, Viper's Pit immediately put down on the C site. So if you want to come see another time, it's going to be even more difficult than before. BBL should be looking elsewhere. You go towards A, Timatino's there to be dealt with.
है ना
In this round, he is as deadly as can be. One shot to the body will be more than enough before it goes for 4. The Rock down and out right away.
स्किन ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है
And
ना
in
अभी
these rounds, like in these pistol
सब
rounds,
फर्जी
okay,
डॉक्टर
I'll
थे
give Lover's Rock on a neon with a judge. I'm terrified of him. But LaRock is really the shining light. If someone's going to come out of these with like 4 quick share of headshots, it's, well, it's normally that guy. It's certainly not that guy now.
I got spike.
The worrying thing is, you
है ना
say
थोड़ा
most
लाइट हुआ है ना
likely, but it's like I feel like there's
ट्रीटमेंट चल
only
रहा है
like
ना
a 1%
अभी लगाऊंगा
less
दवाई
chance
ये
that
ट्यूब
Loiter
पकड़ के ही
with
बैठा
Revan
हूँ
is exactly the same thing.
पूरा सुबह से रूटीन है
Revan
उसका
with pistols, man. Like sometimes he does
वो
stuff
रूटीन
like
फॉलो
shite
करना
that
जरूरी
makes
है
no
मेरे लिए
sense. But no, I think especially with the Viper's Pit in play, with a Vice Wall in position to help out Cryo, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to get into this position. And they even have it covered with Asana on the other side. It's a nice little hold. It's one that I think they desperately wanted to make sure this goes through. And while there's one of those pistol headshots,
ये बोबो फोन उठा
Loiter heard you, I think.
They're going to get a plant out of this. How in the world has this worked? This strategy started by Lover's Rock realizing there's a Viper in a pit and a Vice here. I'm going to run in through it. And somehow they're in a 3 versus 4. Still a lot of work to be done. They've not got the weaponry to make this work. Kreven does have a good position and okay, at least a decent shot, but now they know one player offside.
हम लोग स्ट्रीम में स्ट्रीम खेल रहे हैं बोबो दोनों जन
Bait out that fight. That man's already dealt with, and with a classic in hand.
हेलो
most
बोबो
didn't stand a chance. I think even getting a plant out of that, honestly, was a silver lining for BBL.
बात ही नहीं
But
करता
the
है यार
lead for
वो
100 Thieves and double
बदतमीज
ticket
आदमी
secured.
है
Yeah, you can see after
नहीं
the
करता हूँ?
pause.
बात
they-
क्यों
they
नहीं करता है
managed
तू
to
मेरे से
find that little bit of extra semblance. I don't mind
तो
the
तू
ult being
फोन
invested
मतलब
into this
व्हाट्सएप
round
पर
as
लगा के
well.
बैठा मैं
It's
क्या
like you
करूं
know that there's good
इंसेप्शन
likelihood
खेल रहा
that
था
they're
ना
gonna
मैं
do something hyper aggressive, like I don't know.
लेकिन कम हुआ है ना पहले से
Through with the judge. So you put the Viper's pin in to make that player more vulnerable, and it almost baits them into thinking that maybe there isn't a second player there.
पेपर एक्स का
even
गेम
though the
लगाओ
And then
The
Asana.
thorns. They threw the thorns like 3
चालू
seconds
नहीं हुआ
before
इसका
that.
game.
So you knew.
कौन साले में
that-
होगा
They didn't, right? And then they said, let's go. Okay, we're going to go in 5 seconds. Thorns came in,
Hmm?
and most people go, oh,
2 से 3 2
actually,
से
let's go
3
anywhere else.
में वो वाला
And
गेम
Lover's
चालू हो
Rock was
जाएगा
like, no, I've already been let off the leash. You let go of it,
उसके
I'm
बाद
gone.
He's like, yeah, he's literally
वो
like,
चालू हो गया
उसी
होगा
की
holding
दोस्त
जगह
your
आएगा
pet and
नहीं
you're
आई
like
थिंक
holding
स्ट्रीम
on and you go like,
स्ट्रीम ए
you
पे
wouldn't
आएगा
just
ना
run off if I
I'll
let
let
go.
go
यही
of
तो
this
चल
one.
रहा है अभी
This
यही
thing
तो
I'm
देख रहे हैं
doing
हम
now,
लोग
he's
बैठ
gone.
के अभी ये
Like,
He's just
100
gone.
थीव्स
into
वाला
the woods. You never see him again.
हाँ
If there's any player that has absolutely no fear, well, I was going to say in this tournament, but Levin does give him a run for his money. Between the two of them,
आ
though,
रही है जा रही
a
है
lot of
आ रही है
aggression that
जा
can
रही
come
है आ
through.
रही है जा रही है
And now
आ
the
रही है
pause.
जा
on
आवे
the
जो
other
आवे
side.
चू
Now,
चू
bear
चू
in
चू
mind,
चू
last
ची
time
ची चू
we
चू
saw
चू
a pause from BBL, they went from 4-0 down to winning the half 7-5, and I believe they won 5 rounds in a row. So we'll see what Key has on offer. Of course, it gives the same opportunity for MBS and Doomburrows have the conversation with their side. A close back and forth map, and honestly one where
एसटीसी
I
यानी
feel
क्या
like
है
both teams are playing well. I feel like we've seen some closer games so far where I'm looking at a lot of the mistakes rather
मोबाइल
than
कंपनी है
just solid game
वो
plan.
एचटीसी है साले
Speaking of game plan, immediate usage
झूठ बोलता है
of that convergence path, denying them the A control, but it hasn't caught anyone.
Well, we've been going C at the start of every
झूठ
round.
क्यों
So this
बोलता है
time,
यार
let's
बोबा
go
तू
A at the start and then rush into C. And hopefully, we won't be running into Vice and Viper.
वाइस
again.
हल्ट कर दो यार आसुना वाला
Running into Vice and Viper again, but those players won't have weapons if they stick around. Steel Garden.
घुस
going
जाओ
through,
बंदर
catching
अब
one
तुम्हारा है
at least.
माल
He's gonna have to wait, but he has one of his own to pop right through, and I think. it
ओ
might be
बिल्ले
worth
भाई यो
closing back in the distance for. The
He
wall,
went
the
down to
thorns
3
have
health.
bought time, and BBL canceled the play, looking elsewhere. And in fact, I think this is a learning from last round where they put a lot of pressure on the C side, even with the 2 Sentinels there, even with the, well, quasi-Sentinel Viper, even with the pit, they left the A side open.
बोबो इन लोग
So this
मेरे
time
को
they
क्यों
try to
नहीं
put
कर
that
रहे
pressure on again, but look at 100 Thieves reacting.
Oh.
Vor is the second man. and there's a third coming. Bang. Oh,
he
he
was
might have
seen.
went under the radar.
Like in
They
करते हैं मेरी
spotted
screen.
him. Still, he gets one and gets out.
Great work. 30 seconds left, but then they double back again. It's the A, the C, the A, the B.
अबे आ गया फिर से B A B C D
Bang is
W
trying to
D
retake
फिर भी
a
जा
site
रहे
that might not even be hit. In fact, he's doubling back around, but Kreven is still waiting on the angle.
इतना
Again,
बेचारा
starting
गोल
these
गोल
rounds
घुमा
looked
रहे हैं कि खुद ही
incredible.
कंफ्यूज
The
होगा
two players
जाए तो
finding
जाए
kills in
कहाँ
B-side
आए तो
puts the
आए कहाँ
pressure onto Cryo to get anything done here. He
है
was
बोलो
waiting for the planter to make a move.
क्या
Instead,
बदतमीजी है
they're getting aggressive onto him. And although it's a hell of a lot of damage, 2 players onto 5 HP, the problem is Bang is also low. A bullet to him or either of the other two. Eddie's going to try and bait them in. The first one comes easy. Next two, though, might be slightly more difficult. Rose wrapping around from above, and he doesn't even know that there's no one else around that corner anymore. 10 to 10, a strike back from BBL, and a back and forth all the way through the round.
That's one of those rounds you'd really like to still have one pause left to use. On the side of 100 Thieves, I don't know how you're supposed to track what BBL are doing when they go A to C to A to B. The pacing there as well, like they're still putting pressure on the A site when that flank comes through. It's a small oversight in those rotations, but you can understand why they got their eye on the prize a little too much.
20 seconds left. Loiter is spamming a box, and while he's doing that, 2 teammates enter into the B site. Like, it's difficult to spot everything they're doing because it feels like there's a lot of game plans going on. That's a shot connected initially by Timotino, but a kill not garnered, and a pacey hit looking to come up on the other side, but as soon as done well, at least at the start.
ले
Oh, that flash.
भाई वो रेस को पीटे हैं भाई इन लोगों ने तो गलत
allowed Vora to come through with the kill. Now Cryo's there to back him up. The site's been taken, kind of. A plant could be secure, but Rose, he wants to battle deep. A 2v5, not worth it. A 2v4, still not good enough, but now Kreven's all alone. And he won't be going
आजा
for
वो
this.
मेरे घर आजा तू एक
29
महीने के लिए
HP. 100 Thieves finding 11 rounds,
वो
and the danger here is that this isn't even close.
जब मन करेगा
4
तेरा तू
players
जा
left
सकता है
alive.
भुर्री के
A
पास
huge boost to the economy for 100 Thieves, meaning that now BBL are
2
basically
घंटे में
just
तो
up
पहुंच
against
जाएगा
full buys for the rest of the half.
Crunch round, there's no doubt about it. There's not too many occasions where you
अब बढ़िया दोनों जन आजू बाजू कंप्यूटर लगाएंगे
saving his gun, but
दोनों
when he's
बैठा
got
करेंगे
3,000 credits, when LaRock has enough to buy and the other teammates don't, you're going to have to basically put yourself in a position to make sure something can be purchased into the next round, because you do not want to allow 100 Thieves up to 12. So that may be a likely scenario. And again, I feel like Asuna has been playing incredibly well as those site anchors, be it covering on the C site to help out Cryo, or be it now on the other side of the map on A, basically finding that opener, having the flash to set up his teammate while he's being chased down. They knew, because they knew on the BBL side,
हम
they
लोग
clear him.
अभी जैसे अभी स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं है ना वो तो इन लोग को देख देख के अभी जोश आ जाते हैं अपन कि वह लोग खेलना है ऐसा मारेंगे ये करेंगे वो करेंगे लेकिन जब स्ट्रीम खत्म होती है उस समय से लगता है ना भाई अब वैलोरेंट देखने का भी मन नहीं है हम लोग है ना नहीं मतलब ये मेरी भी
बैठे बैठे
हेलो मुन्नी भाई बड़ा आदमी है भाई मुन्नी भाई क्या हाल है हाल चाल मुन्नी भाई आज तो मुन्नी तेरा छुट्टी होगा ऑफिस नहीं होगा सैटरडे है
One away from the nightfall farming, that could be good, but Timotino, he's going aggressive. It's a risky play. And up against the eco, I think he's going to regret that. The op now recovered. That's another rifle. And indeed, with Lover's Rock having that in his hands.
मुन्नी का चुन्नी का छुट्टी है चुन्नी का टुन्नी का नन्नी
I will say,
Oh, he's left at the door.
Yeah.
Oh, he has.
That's annoying me a little bit, but, you know.
That's very rude.
Rose has now been dropped as well. Still nobody able to get that.
Does anyone want the Guardian?
But then again, it's Kreven and Loiter. They might even be better with the Sheriffs, with how they've been playing so far. Push up all the way through C. Luna has them locked in.
आदि तेरे हिसाब से कौन जीतना चाहिए इसमें?
It doesn't seem like there's any world in which they go back from this stage.
100 Thieves को जीतना तो चाहिए.
That smoke's going to fade soon for Cryo. He has to get a move on, a risk, having to stand his ground against many men. Blinded up.
भाई ये क्या क्रेव मार रहा है भाई?
Versus 2 for 100 Thieves is their reward.
अबे वाली
Even with
स्ट्रीम
those
चालू हो
recovered
गई।
weapons, that op is
हाँ
going to be
पता है
left
ना,
on the floor for now.
राउंड
Despite
खत्म करके जाऊंगा,
trying to move
RRQ
towards the
versus
B side, it seems.
राउंड
with that
खत्म
door
करके
open, but
जाऊंगा,
Kraven's
उससे
been
पहले
caught
नहीं।
now. The TP is going to have to be used. Lloyd is going to back himself in this.
भाई
one,
उसको
certainly
पता ही नहीं है
can't
कि
blame
सी
him
में
for
एक
it.
बंदा
He's
बैठा
heard
है।
the door. He knows that as soon as here, there's a chance to isolate that fight if given. Gotta be careful. Lloyd might not have had the best of games so far, but this is a man that will win rounds like this if given the opportunity.
Thorns. Asuna put him in a position where he couldn't move forward for the moment, but then he does it a little bit later on. Paranoia utilized, and he's being wrapped on incredibly fast. I don't even think he knows,
Oh!
but it's a nice shot.
भाई क्रेजी मारा भाई, ललिता
Fast with that trade, but
मस्त मारा भाई, आदि
he
मजा आ
is
गया देख के।
12 to 10.
फ्लिक मारा भाई गार्डियन से।
Now for 100 apiece, but you have to bear in mind, that was
मुन्नी तू भी मार यार ऐसी।
saving credits. That was them.
ए मुन्नी मैं सुना तेरा रैंक गोल्ड खुला है?
Rainy day. Well, BBF
क्या ये बात
rainy day
सच है?
is right now. They're going to be investing everything into this next round.
Cryo's gotten away with murder on that. The blast pack jump out from
was
Larock
wonderful.
after the paranoia lands.
हैं मुन्नी
That was a
मुन्नी?
nice shot if he wasn't blind.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think
मुन्नी
he
बोल रहा है
saw
गोल्ड
him
का प्लेयर
blast pack.
गोल्ड ही
We still
खुलेगा
have to
ना।
predict.
Boost हुआ है
where
मतलब ये?
Less. But to hit that is nuts. 12 to 10.
अनबूस्ट किया है तेरे को?
There were a few moments where it looked shaky. The 4-0 start to the 7-5 half, but they have recovered this nicely. Robbed rounds from BBL.
ए रे स्मोक के थ्रू मार दिया रे
Do
उसको।
they know? Do they suspect a second player here? If Vora can beat a snake, okay,
they
they
do
do.
now.
The Prowlers hit
ए,
the snake.
ये भी
It's
मार।
getting
मैच
dealt
चालू हो
with.
गया,
They
उसको लगा
burn the
ले।
grass with the nightmare on anybody that's there.
लगाते ना यार, ये 10-12 चल रहा है, एक राउंड चाहिए।
He's cutting off the rest of these players.
अभी उधर इंटरेस्टिंग काम थोड़ी हो रहा है, इधर इंटरेस्टिंग हो रहा है।
Kraven's wrapping up behind. A paranoia seals the deal. 11 for BBL.
11-12 स्कोर में G3 खुला था D1 से। भाई बहुत ज्यादा नीचे नहीं खोल दिया तेरा।
Loiter is good at winning BS rounds. That was him getting 2 instant headshots through smoke. So I think you've kind of proven.
भाई तेरा अगर गोल्ड 3 खोल रहा है तो मेरा तो सिल्वर खोले
He
थी।
didn't need to prove it.
ना मैं रेगुलर खेल रहा हूँ ना कुछ है
Just
मेरा तो।
ridiculous stuff coming through and putting them in a position to take this one to overtime. Of course, the last time they played this map, it also went to overtime. 16-18 defeat
है?
versus EDG.
हेलो नूबीडूबीडू।
To try
मार के वहीं खड़ा हो
and
गया।
right the wrongs if they get there, but
फेयर है,
they
एक टीयर
haven't
गिरा
won
बस।
2 rounds in a row.
यार ऐसा नहीं है यार, मैंने
This would have to be the first.
मैंने ऐसा ऐसा भी खोला है कि मैं गोल्ड 3 हूँ और मेरा खुल रहा है क्या बोलते, सॉरी डायमंड 3 हूँ और डायमंड 1 खुल रहा है मेरा। ऐसा ऐसा रैंक भी खोला है मैंने तो।
अबे प्लैट 1 से नीचे नहीं खोलना था उसको।
वही प्लैट 1 थोड़ा
जब
Players
B1
around
था
the stairs position, but now they're delayed on the rotate back through. They're looking for Larock, but he's the one to find. Bang now down.
मेरा B2 खुला है। अबे तो तू खेलता नहीं है ना नब, तू रेगुलर ग्राइंड नहीं करता है, मिनी ग्राइंड करता है, उसका रैंक इतना नीचे खुलना इज लाइक, समझ रहा है? रैंक सिस्टम चेंज हो गया है। अच्छा कोई नहीं, देखते हैं अब हम आते तो हमारा क्या सिल्वर इल्वर खोलता है।
And a connected shot already onto Vora leaves him desperately low on HP. Kraven's flank also adds another to the body pile. Overtime seems inevitable, especially with the HP of one of those players. Cryo is currently fighting demons. He's fighting shadows in the spawn. He's not even able to leave to get towards the site. And he now has a 1v5
इधर तो 12 ऑल हो गया
HP.
स्कोर।
If you believe in that, you're mad. 12-12.
और नूबी वाला गेम कब खत्म करना है यार? वो क्या था वो जो अपन शुरू किए थे?
2 साल बाद।
ग्राइंड तो कहाँ ही प्रो ही होता है। प्रो कर और क्या मजे कर। मेरा तो मॉनिटर नहीं करके मैं तो खेलना ही छोड़ दिया, मन ही नहीं होता मेरा वैलो खेलने का।
So to them, how they're going to taper that, because we've seen moments where it's like a 5v2 and then they keep going and then they give
आधा तो लड़ाइयाँ चलते रहती हैं। इन लोग का देखता हूँ ना, रॉकी भाई खेल रहे हैं, ये स्कल आया हुआ तो वो खेलता रहता है, चलता रहता है, गाली गलोच यही सब, मजा ही नहीं आता। अरे नब वाला गेम कब खेलना है बे अपना वाला? क्या नाम था उसका? लिटिल लाइट में क्या?
The only place they're not pushing is B. But early information. Look at the push-up already from Lovers Rock. Now, he hasn't gone into the operator, which should tell you all you need to know. He's not going to stop this push. Now, there is, of course, the Vice wall behind. You can already see Arsenal's watching it.
That Vice wall's not in the same spot that it was
आज
before.
तो
Often,
आज तो मुन्नी तो सुबह से खेल रहा होगा सैटरडे छुट्टी है तो लगा होगा भैया असेंडेंट जाना है वापस असेंडेंट जाऊंगा मैं
Now they change it because they're committing. They're taking this A site no matter what. Remember, in regulation for the attack, what worked was that C site. But they expect an adaptation. The problem is with this much time gone, BBL have made the read. They've pushed C. They've taken all the space. The rotates are here. There's 4 players, now 3, standing by. Lloyd is a big pickup, and with the rock gone, this is looking a whole lot better. Kreven finding his moment to stand up, to stand tall as the hero. Rose needs to be so careful. Timotino's been making this play when they take the site almost every time if they have a man advantage, but Rose sneaks through, catches the planter, and has a chance for so much more. He's ready for that play from Timotino, but the shot doesn't land.
Tamatino
Coming through, so still plenty of time for the remainder, but a man advantage, and Timotino's gone nowhere, but he will now dropped back into a 2v2. Bora was spotted as well, but Cryo might have gone unnoticed. They bypassed his position, and because of that, he has one for free. That's going to put them in an advantageous spot, and they will close. They hold the line. They get another chance at map point.
साले तू थोड़ा नहीं खेलता तू ऐसा जूझता है तू थोड़ा तू कब खेला बे
Yeah, time to finally crack that vault door for 100 Thieves coming into this. It started out in such a solid way. It looked like it could be a mismatch, but then BBL found their identity. This time they try to lean on that same defensive side aggression. They get that early flank, they get the information, they get the rotations through, and yet the round falls. That's a different
तू
vibe
थोड़ा सा नहीं
from what we've
खेलता है
seen
भाई तू
before.
बहुत सारा
Now they've
खेलता
got
है
to recover it on the attack. A
एक
direct
बार
fight from both teams.
एक बार शुरू होता तो
Thieves want to fight for A main. They want to scrap for it, but they're going to have to give up that control. And now Bang's kind of in no man's land. He's a little stuck, but the TP gets him to safety.
Right, the early damage.
कैसे मुन्नी चुन्नी
Mostly done onto the rock.
little with soda
They are all in on this A site once again. Paranoia sent through. C's also catching a player. They should have a decent idea. But still players roam across the other side of the map. The corner taken. Timotino from behind. No!
ले भाई टमाटीनो टमाटर तोड़ दिया इनका तो
Unless Loiter has a play of equal value.
Up against the odds, surrounded, and I think we all know how that story
GG
ends.
100 Thieves जीत गई फर्स्ट बार
12. It was a bit labored, but 100 Thieves managed to
ओवरटाइम में जीती पर
Straight to the plant, no issues. Multiple 5-on-5 retakes. Jimkin's not happy about the fact that he just doesn't quite get. Okay, maybe not. He's not happy about the fact that he'll get Kang now. I was gonna say he's not getting these pre-entry type of kills. Couple of decent tags from nobody as well. Cushy falls, and it's just more falling over RRQ. Not getting anything in response here. 2 versus 4.
बताऊंगा VC आकर तो आजा VC बता दे क्या बताएगा
It's Vera with one on the way out.
VC
Traded
तो है
quickly
ही
by
खुला हुआ
Chichu, who's on the wall.
तभी भी
Jemkin doing his best to hold
मस्त
on to
मारा
the operator,
थैंक यू भाई
secures the 2-4, so we'll have one regardless of how the outcome of this peak comes through. Cheeky movements for nobody. Signed from up on high. A lot of angles to deal with here. So far, Jemkin passing the test, but that's a little bit too much for him. And nobody
EDG 4 हो गया EDG
RRQ's hands. Gonna have to burn that ultimate into the next if you want access to one.
They're gonna have to for more than that because
like कर दे
the
भाई
economy being potentially broken here. It was a big buy-up coming through RRQ. And that first kill to Kankan was basically the only moment of success coming through for RRQ's entire retake scenario.
Timeout.
ना बढ़िया मारता हूँ
Once again, it's the same story here, unfortunately. You
दो
get
बार
a
कर
back and
दिया
forth
फिर ठीक
opening
है
couple
2 बार
of
किया तो
rounds,
बिल्कुल
and
ठीक
then
है
it
फिर
really feels like the other
एक
team
बार करता तो दिक्कत
starts
होती
to
है
pick up a lot of momentum and starts winning rounds more and more effortlessly. Lot of kind of easier rounds for EDG. Constantly choosing the right sides, constantly going
2 बार मेरा कर दे 2 बार आदि का कर दे हो गया 4 बार
RRQ, and then doing a really good job disrupting them before they can actually complete those retakes. Great underarm flash in that last round from Gianni on side. He doubles up, then you have a Cove on the other side of things with the Storm Surge. both the Harbor and the KO are making RRQ's life very, very difficult trying to complete this retake. You even had a Hunter's Fury thrown in from nobody.
Yeah.
They're not just going to let you come back into the site and try to, they're just stopping you before you're even able to make it past yellow or on the B side of the map towards the broken wall.
Not
easy stuff for RRQ at all.
Talk about the fact that there's also conditioning at play here as well. EDG have gone B so many times. RRQ overcommitted there.
आप लोग पर्सनल कॉल पे बैठे हैं
retakes will be the tour round for sure.
क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी में कोई भी आ जाता है ना, वो आ गया वो बात अलग है, लेकिन कोई भी आ जाता है ना तो फिर चिक 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 चक चक शुरू हो जाता है। और क्या है यहाँ पे जैसे मैं और आदि बैठे तो हम लोग क्या गेम इसी हम लोग वॉच पार्टी की और उनके गेम की बातें करते हैं, हाँ आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट, तो फिर वो समझ में नहीं आता है चीजें, समझ रहे हो?
Shotgun kill is going to be good for Zan as well. Numbers starting to fall in favor for RRQ and EDG. Might just be falling to pieces a little bit here. Jenny walks into his depth as well. Can EDG get anything? They're not finding a single kill.
बढ़िया खेला भाई RRQ, बहुत बढ़िया।
That's rough for EDG, I'm not going to
फ्री होकर आना, हाँ ठीक है ना?
on the way on into the A site. And from there,
वो सब तो ठीक है मुन्नी।
unable to disrupt RRQ despite what should have been a freebie onto Jemkin. He hits a nasty quick scope.
बस
onto Kangkang,
स्ट्रीम
peeking
कैसे
out
चल रही
towards the double box. I think you've seen Kangkang go down in that exact same position a couple of times now. And the follow-up is even better, despite the fact
that भी बोल रहा है मेरे से मजदूरी करवा रहे हैं इन लोग।
I was thinking like, okay, we lost the Jet in an aggressive position. That happens. Now it's going to be Harbor all coming straight through, and EDG is just going to mop them, right? Not the case at all. Great retake.
और आईजी भाई
and that's exactly what they needed to get back
तीन
into
सेल से
this
कुछ
game.
लिया नहीं यार, कुछ नहीं लिया भाई। ले तो तब ना जब मॉनिटर हो, जब मॉनिटर ही नहीं है तो गेम ही नहीं खेलना है, जब गेम ही नहीं खेलना है तो फिर गेम खरीद के क्या फायदा, ये बताओ। बताओ गलत कह रहा हूँ नफशा? अरे नब वो नया वाला गेम कब खेलना है वो तो बता, तेरा जो आधा अधूरा रह गया है। हाँ थ्रो करके आ बढ़िया। गोल्ड तक रुक, मैं भी आ रहा हूँ, अपना रैंक खोलूंगा गोल्ड पे, तो दोनों भाई साथ में चलेंगे। मेरा मॉनिटर टूट गया भाई। मॉनिटर टूट गया है ना मेरा, मैं तो ये पुराने मॉनिटर पे देख रहा हूँ, 60 हर्ट्ज वाला जो मॉनिटर है मेरा। गिर गया था। मेरा क्या रैंक था मिनी लास्ट? मेरा रैंक क्या था मिनी लास्ट? उसमें डायमंड 2 था शायद, मैं डायमंड 2 पता नहीं क्या था, मेरे को तो याद ही नहीं। अरे गिर गया था यार, नया यूपीएस आया था, मैं जमा रहा था तो मॉनिटर एज पे रखा था, वो ऐसे पलट गया, अब पलटा तो उसकी स्क्रीन टूट गई पूरी।
Just get one back for RRQ, then it's straight back in the dumps again as EDG control it. Viper's pit for this round as well for the post plants. Slow one now. We've had a couple of quick rounds. This one will be a bit.
और नया गेम की बात मत करो आप, उसके पहले एक गेम खत्म कर दिया, 2 हाफ डन। अबे तो वही हाफ वाला ही पूछ रहा हूँ, उसका क्या हिसाब है?
He's going to get Hunter's Fury out of here as well.
It's a defensive
Actually, never mind, you're right. It's defensive Hunter's Fury to try and slow things down. That EDG won't just be able to walk on in. Jemkin would still like to find that opening, but the high tide cuts across the entire map. We've heard the shots come through from the operator now. And there's the Viper's fit to cover the plant itself. 4 5v5 here. You also have nobody covering the big flank, and a couple of members from RRQ might want to look in that direction.
मैं तो कितनी बार पूछ चुका हूँ आपका, आप ही नहीं आते। अब वो मॉनिटर आएगा तभी आऊँगा यार, देख। अरे वो वाला नहीं कह रहा था लिटिल लाइट में यार, यही नाम था उसका शायद।
How will we navigate this pit now? 3 flames in deep, nice and quick, and Chichu's just making it work inside the pit. The Viper strikes.
क्या गंदा आदमी भाई, झूठ बोल रहा है फिर तो।
Viper versus Viper with a little bit of help from Harbor as well. Cushy won his trade outside, in towards spawn, on the big flank. Balori's trying to do now is stay alive, and Chichu's looking for him. He'll just manage to find him for the ace as well. Cushy
Chichu मार दिया।
She will not be denied, and neither will EDG.
I think Kushi wanted to have him to have
ऐसा
the
क्यों
ace
करता है
as well.
भाई
He
मोनू
went a
तू?
good 10 bullets on someone not even looking at him.
ऐ सब नॉटी का बोलता है और लिटिल नाइटमेयर का क्वेश्चन पूछ के जा रहा है अभी.
That is what
बदतमीज
Chichi
आदमी
does
भाई
best,
तू.
though. It looks like RRQ are making serious inroads into completing this retake, and then they run into Chichu inside the pit, and the rest of the story was history, honestly. Side makes it out with an operator as well to hang
शर्म
on to
नहीं
the
आती
head of
तेरे को?
Kung.
मैं
And RRQ, money's not looking great. Overdrive there for Zan. You do
मोनू
have
किसी
a bunch of
जन्म में
rifles to work with
मेंबरशिप
as
भी
well.
खरीद ले भाई. गरीब आदमी साढ़े गुज्जू
We
भाई.
talk about the overdrive. Not going to waste any time. Zan's going to be working his way through the map. Some good damage to come on through.
Oh my god.
Sign eventually falls.
ले
Looking
भाई.
for that kill as well. Would have been a good one. So we do have players on lower HP than they would like, but however, it's EDG with less HP and less members. Nobody struggling to stay alive there. Zan doubles up.
हाँ री एनिमल.
Making it work for
भाई
themselves.
री एनिमल नहीं आ रहे थे तभी सब नॉटिका खेलना शुरू किया था उस टाइम. ये आपको पूछा था कि आज हम मॉनिटर आएंगे फिर खेलेंगे.
A little bit outrageous.
ठीक है.
At the same time though, when you're down 3-on-5,
पहले तेरा गेम खत्म करूंगा.
Probably not with a spike ideally.
तेरा गेम कैसा
He's
लग
dropped
रहा
him in
है?
no man's land, which is going to
ठीक है.
make Jenny and Chichu's life a little bit harder here. Let's see the
तेरा गेम
work
खत्म
there,
करूंगा पहले.
back over.
फिर आगे
Sphera
बढ़ूंगा.
up. I mean, there's money here for EDG, so I expect
तू
them to do
तो
something.
गया
They
मोनू.
just walk away from this one.
तेरा गेम
They're just
खत्म
trying
है
to get
अब.
some damage done, I think, honestly, at this point.
Well, they're not looking the right places, looking left and right, but Xfero was in front of you.
मैका कमिलियन ट्राई
There
किया
was one
नहीं.
correct
मॉनिटर
answer
नहीं है
out of
भाई.
3
बताया तो
possible
कैसे ट्राई
options
करूं.
there, and they both picked the wrong one, but it is what it is.
नो डाउट.
I mean, that was
अब मैका कमिलियन खेलने के लिए भाई सब लोग चाहिए. बहुत सारे लोग. बहुत सारे मतलब कम से कम 5 लोग तो होने चाहिए. कि 2 आदमी ढूंढे या 1 आदमी ढूंढे 4 आदमी छुपे. कम से कम मिनिमम 5 लोग हो तो मजा भी आए.
Protagonists lose sometimes. Act 2s usually end up pretty bad for them.
Yeah, that was a character building moment for Kung.
समझ रहे हो?
Yeah, he's coming.
5 लोग भी नहीं होंगे तो फिर मजा कैसे आएगा वो गेम.
There you go, null command and the drone to kick this one off straight in towards the B side. Xfero and Zan are hanging around in this neck of the woods.
तूने खरीद लिया मैका कमिलियन?
Takes a little bit of damage, but once again, another 5v5 retake.
Yeah, it's just going to be a slow one coming through RRQ. See what they can round up here. Plant's going to be easy.
खेलोगे तो बताना
No
भाई.
real ultimate to speak of here as well.
मेरा मॉनिटर आ जान दे 2-4 दिन 4 महीने 5 महीने में आ
Here we
जाएगा.
go, fast lane, following through the drone as well. Opportunity now, Zan leading the way. The same peak he's done before. This peak ended up winning them the pistol, and Jemkin says, let's do that one more time. Repeat that level of success, 3 versus 2. Sign will even up the numbers a little bit more, but Jemkin's on a bit of a roll now. Just nobody off sight. Double shots available, but he's gonna get the kill. Oh, he's so close. Jemkin will quadruple up and shut down nobody's opportunity.
अगर तुम 3 लोग हो तो 2 मैं और आदि हो जाएंगे. गेम खरीद लेंगे, खेल लेंगे. हमें क्या दिक्कत है.
A very committed one and done angle there for
कितने
nobody.
का है पता नहीं. 200-300 रुपए का होगा और क्या.
Could definitely be jiggling and doing all kinds of shock bolt lineups, but at the end of the day, RRQ able to scrape their way through that one. Jemkin right in the middle of the pack on the retakes, exactly where you want him to be. And
2-4 लोग और बुला लूंगा मैं.
RRQ now actually starting to show why they have
जैसे
a little bit
कि
of chops on breeze. The record is
रॉकी भाई हो
abysmal. I
जाएंगे.
cannot argue with that, but I'm telling you guys,
और
they are
कौन हो
better than
सकता
that,
है.
and I think they're starting to show it.
पुरुषाली आ
Certainly
जाएगी.
had a better run of this map than they did against 100 Thieves, and Jemkin's making sure
50-50 चांस
That's
है
gonna be the
बीवी
case.
खेलेगी. बोल रही थी जो.
you wanted him to be a
ठीक है.
hero. He's
इसकी
going to be
बीवी
their
भी खेल
hero.
लेगी.
First shot. Oh, it's going to be a whiff. Comes
और कौन है?
happy to have his life available. Zan sliding through the wall, easy one around. Jemkin as well to side.
Perfect.
This attack has fallen apart nice and quick. Spike's gone, and nobody will at least try to do something here. Chichu saw as an opportunity, but that opportunity is starting to fade quickly. He's only got a Guardian.
Yeah, freebie onto Kushi. But now RRQ well aware of where he's heading in from.
बाकी 2 का बोल नहीं सकता क्योंकि वो सिर्फ संडे फ्री होता है. हाँ तो वही ठीक है ना. 5-6 लोग होने चाहिए तभी मजा आएगा भाई. फिर तो मजा नहीं आने वाला. मिनिमम 5 लोग तो होने चाहिए कि 1 आदमी ढूंढ रहा है 4 आदमी ढूंढ छुपे हुए हैं.
pretty good half for RRQ, has to be said. Another good game, 14 and 6 on the chamber here for Jemkin, and this is now doable for RRQ. This might be the
अबे तो
first
उस टीम से ओरिजिनल गेम खरीदेंगे तो थोड़ी हैक
got to have a good attacking side to
नहीं,
back
वो
it.
6-3 was what we had.
हैक कौन करेगा भाई? अभी इस गेम में भी ट्राई हार्ड हैक कर रहा है तो भी थू है उस पे तो
run away from RRQ.
भाई मजाक नहीं, अगर इस गेम में भी आदमी हैक कर रहा है तो थू है साले पे।
Last 3 rounds possible, RRQ got all of them.
मोनू थू है तेरे पे।
Final one from EDG unfortunately was very lackluster.
मोनू आ थू है तेरे पे।
No opportunity for Chuchu to really even get
रील्स भी डाली है कि ये गेम हैक करके
chance of a clutch. Of course, you had that 1v2 as well, where nobody. I could see that one going EDG potentially with a couple of more sharp shots.
पता नहीं, मैंने ये सब तो नहीं देखे। मैंने तो
would not be denied.
PS2 के मैप पर खेला, मजा आया।
Chichu inside of that pit.
खेलेंगे वैलोरेंट का मैप भी है, लोटस मैप
The
रील
main
में
thing
देखा
that I'm
था।
focusing on the side of RRQ though is that Zan has had moments, Kushi has had moments. You're getting the well-rounded performance that you need here. You're getting significant role swaps, and some of the players.
अरे मोनू वेदांत के क्या हाल चाल है भाई? कहाँ गायब है वो आजकल?
Going to be critically important. Playing solo duelist now on the attacking side. He needs to have impact. He needs to make space for the boys.
अब पूरा ही गायब हो गया है
his team
लॉकडाउन।
and also the region on his shoulders here. As one of the Pacific teams finding themselves in the lower bracket, currently fighting for their lives, and they're certainly fighting. This is a close
I don't know,
match,
मेरी
no
भी
matter
काफी
which way
टाइम
you
से
cut it,
बात
which
नहीं
is
हुई
a
है
turnaround
उससे।
compared to what we saw on Ascent, where you have a repeat of that one, and well, RRQ
पूरा ही
just
गायब हो गया है यार
holding the tail
एकदम।
between their legs.
Prepping in this second half. RRQ back onto that attacking side. This is where you're going to need to have a good game plan. This is the third map of Breeze in the last 3 where they've played a different comp. They were on the KO Harbor before, coming into EWC against 100 Thieves. Tried that double duelist, that did not work. Now we're here with a bunch of role swaps. Jemkin back on the chamber that we saw him piloting at the start of the year.
जेमकिन कितना क्यूट है वे आदि।
And looking very, very dangerous. But he's going to have to be self-sufficiently able to find some success on this attacking side. Yes, they can set him up in some post plans, but there's definitely going to have to be some dry walking on the chamber and abusing that rendezvous if RRQ is going to go the distance here.
He's had some good op rounds. He has had some good tour rounds as well. Just that one tour round that ended up working out for them.
मैं थोड़ी यूएस तो।
That's what
I
I'm
am
talking about.
totally
Okay.
1000% भारतीय।
And testing the waters a little bit against the harbor as well.
Yeah, this is
Just
going
making
to
his
किसी का
presence
भी
known.
अपने क्या
Jemkin
करना,
will
अपन
be
तो
sneaking his
भारतीय
way
हैं।
up the doors.
No. It's going to be a complete disengage for RRQ. Back in towards spawn side, looking to clear out if anybody got on that elbow info line. Sniff it signed here.
Kung Kung's about to get the backstab though. Jemkin has to be a little bit careful about this. You could already tell that Sign has really sniffed out Jemkin. And finally, Kung Kung's just going to take with the
उसको
back
समझ
of
में
the
नहीं
head.
आया।
Zansky to roll on in, gets a double scan of those plays, but Chichu actually through the smoke is going to be the play getting the kill. Nobody was stunned as well, but it's crazy on the opposite end. That's going to be able to get the triple. Kushida followed through, and it just seems like another repeat of the opening pistol. RQ were looking like in sore spot, but a quick
EDG ने जीता वो
4K
मैप हार
puts
गई
things
था।
now on the back foot for EDG instead. A knife goes through, double information, but a double peek as well, and Jenny cannot face up against that.
Where did that come from for RRQ?
मैंने अभी सेल में 2K में 7 गेम्स ली है, बढ़िया डील्स मिली। कौन-कौन सी? कौन-कौन सी गेम ली तूने?
The spam kill through from Chichu. They lost Jemkin for free. As Kung flags him in middle, you see it there on the replay, and then Crazy Guy just has one of these rounds. Double right click. Free gun, by the way. That is illegal.
तूने कौन-कौन सी गेम ली?
Of course, on the opening pistol, on round number 1, it was Kushi that did the same thing. He got a 3K after Zan opens him up on the retake for B. So it's not just a Jemkin show for RQ, at least in the opening pistol. The scan will actually end up going through here. Watch for contact over towards A as well.
Just clearing the trademark. Waiting for the elbow walk, RRQ, but the wall will go up first before Chichu makes a little
कौन-कौन सा
bit of a
गेम
move.
लिया? Nubidubidu.
Looks straight through it for a moment. Doesn't want to push the issue. I mean, a lot of teams just play a really slow attacking anti-eco here, so EDG not wanting to just feed any kills in the opener.
Jetty certainly swapped his HP out for clearing the utility over onto A shops. He's got teammates now to work with. Kanka with the second time is going to take that Very aggressive angle over towards mid, but it's the activation now for RRQ. Sign tucked away into that first corner as well. They'll be sure to clear it, but that's a decent util coming through from Jenny. Does it do enough damage? Doesn't look like it. Kankan Chichu, the last one's there. Kankan's got a double up here, but he's still got more work
भाई Kankan बहुत crazy player है भाई.
Good so far. Chichu manages to get Crazy Guy, and now suddenly Jemkin 4K.
Every time RRQ gets pushed, Jemkin has been stepping up.
मैं गेम क्या क्या लिया बता रहे मुन्नू.
It was necessary for him to multifrag on the Marshall.
Dead Space 1-2, Pale Stay, Innocence, Outer Wilds.
From EDG in that round, really, has to be said. Kankan got down middle on a pretty deep info line. He had Chichu hanging around in elbow, which allows them to 3-stack A and set up some of those flash plays. So even on the pistol, very dangerous. And that severely weakens this bonus of RRQ. It's really just Jemkin, 18-7 with the hero rifle here.
Full gun buyers coming through from EDG now. Again, the scan will come on through. Sova versus Sova over towards A. Movement from RRQ. Heading towards elbow right now. And also have Chichu.
One suppressed.
Neon spotted. Good information for EDG. They can hear all of these footsteps. Orb is up. Snake bite at the ready. Jemkin will be pushed away. The fast lane. Where are you going, San? That is not what you were looking for on the entry.
He just walked through, ran through, I should say, the snake bite into the loving arms of Jenny. That's a freebie, one for absolutely nothing. Kankan up next, and he delivers. Yeah. No problems there. 5v3. Feeling the roughness of this round now for RRQ. At least Xfero will respond with one.
Yeah, it's a decent pick. Crazy Guy still in spawn with naught but a classic. Signed. Next up to bat. It's a good peak. Xfero was already a little bit low on HP, so that's an easy little cleanup over there. Crazy Guy may want to get his hands on that Guardian, but even if he does,
चली तो कांग को तो मारा उसने.
Already there.
अबे तो उसमें भी तो स्पैम करके मारा है. कौन सा उसने एक शॉट में मार दिया.
Just a sheriff upgrade for now.
उससे अच्छा वही ले लेता.
Spotted by the knife as well. Yeah.
अबे वो eco round का गन है उसका.
Damage can be found. And RRQ, if anything at all.
हाँ तो ठीक है ना. Bulldog भी ले सकता है.
Suffocated out of this particular round. And
वो बताएगा भाई हम कैसे बताएं.
Can't even fire a shot.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds for Crazy Guy to get any more damage done here for RRQ. Peg a dart through the top side, but on the off angle, even if he puts 2 shots into nobody, it's still not enough. Very nice. Anti-bonus there for EDG, made a lot easier by the damage they did in the round previous.
तो body पे spam किया उसने. क्या फायदा?
They were all as expected here, obviously. Equipment was RRQ going to that round, and that opening Zan run-through was a bit of a question mark. Really set the tone for the rest of this round with everyone just getting picked out one by one, and a very slow last couple of stragglers from RRQ to be picked apart here. Operate in the hands of Jemkin, though. That's what we want to see.
Yeah. Still plenty of legs left in this game.
If you like my stream,
even if it was a bit of a disappointing bonus for RRQ. Jemkin going to be doing exactly what
I was
talking
like
about.
The stream,
walk with the rendezvous.
You will get wiped.
To attempt this in the pistol and didn't find much success. Drone creates even more pressure. It's a lot of pressure in the middle of the map as EDG tried to hold on the extremities.
अरे भयंकर बारिश हो रहा है भाई, एकदम घंघोर वर्षा हो रही है मेरे यहाँ.
Jemkin eagerly awaiting his first target. It seems like it won't be found, not just yet. Is aware that nobody is hanging out around the shop, so I think nobody's life may be forfeit. Indeed, it is. And Sign can't respond either. Quick rendezvous from Jemkin now sets the stage for this execute. 5 players, all good and ready for go. And RRQ start walking on in. Kankan, nice angle to Zan, called utility out. Now the Cloudburst will start to cause some issues here, but not for Xfero. It's going to get flashed out, but otherwise still fine. Signed, trying to just spray his way through a bunch of these smokes. 3 versus 3.
घंघोर वर्षा हो रही है भाई मेरे यहाँ तो.
Double doors as well, and a shot missed. Jemkin, you can't be doing that.
Might go now. Down for Pushy. Jenny, no more utility here, waiting for his KO knife, and out it comes. Will at least suppress Crazy Guy on the side. Nice pick for Jemkin on the cross there. Man advantage now for RRQ, but Chichu is walking close, covered well by Crazy Guy. 1-on-2 for Signed, but RRQ jiggling, and surely it'll be the double swing. It's actually not needed. The Viper wall will at least zone side the way. Crazy Guy playing for the post flare, but it's a great
भाई इतनी ज़्यादा बारिश हो रही है कि क्या बताओ भाई, घंघोर वर्षा हो जा रही है इधर. गुजरात में तो बाढ़ आ जा रहा है मैं सुना. ऐसा हो रहा है क्या? मोनू एक ऊंट खरीद ले।
one missed shot, unfortunately, but otherwise sets the team up for
ऊंट
success.
में बैठ के घूमना तो
Very early pick.
डूबेगा ही नहीं।
Despite the amount of responses that EDG tried to show up with their, I mean, even
भाई
the
ऊंट
final
खरीद ले
kill
ऊंट।
of, trying to remember the player that tried to flush out Jemkin towards the end there that just got shot on the side of the head, but in either case, RRQ still maintaining the lead slightly.
It's a big reset round onto EDG. Crazy Guy does not have a primary weapon here, though. Maybe trying to min-max the money. Zan v Kung inside of elbow, pushed away by the dart. Xfero hot on his heels as Jemkin is waiting for a rotation
मोनू
off that
ऊंट
B
खरीद ले
side.
ऊंट।
How many blades has Kung got here? Down to 3. Gonna have to be precise, and of course he is. B comes through from Zan, but cleaned up by Chichu. That's a great start for EDG.
Good assistance there. Chichu as well is going to get extra. Crazy Guy wanted to pick up a weapon, and he'll just find his death, unfortunately. Instead, it's Jemkin 1v4, their operator in hand. He's only got 1,300 in the bank, so question mark of what he can even do here, if anything. This is going to be a pretty successful half by eco-ish round for EDG.
I mean, this could be a death blow for RRQ, quite honestly. Their money's at least decent, but they're we're really looking for a clean anti-eco here to try to cruise along the rest of their attacking side and move up to double digits.
Has dropped off his
है मोनू?
Yeah, he did. You don't want Kung to get that.
Yeah, so
अबे तो राजस्थान में तो क्या हुआ तेरे यहाँ बारिश हो रही है तो क्या ऊंट ऊपर से निकल जाएगा कितना भी पानी हो। 4x4 लगा देना उसका और क्या सीधा पार। क्यों भाई आदि?
From getting their hands on as many guns as possible, will catch nobody with a dart in
ऊंट का
hand.
4x4 लगाएगा तो बढ़िया निकल जाएगा
No
किधर से
spike
भी।
in hand. There's really not much Jemkin can do.
Face potentially coming on through. Don't walk out one by one, EDG. That would be very poor for you. But as Jemkin tries
समझ ही
to
नहीं पा रहा है यार मोनू तू कैसे गुंडा बनेगा तू ऐसे करेगा तू।
have the opportunity to shoot down any players, otherwise that could have been a very interesting finish for RRQ.
Yeah.
और मोनू तेरी बाबू कैसी है वे? जिसके लिए तू अरे वो कौन सी वाली उसको भी पता है मेरे को भी पता है। वो बिना नाम के हम बोल सकते हैं।
Just what you have to do on Breeze.
Yeah.
You cannot let the defense have all of that mid control just because they put a big green wall on your screen.
तू बम्बू पे क्यों चलेगा बे? बम्बू अरे कैसा बावला आदमी है भाई।
We've seen a decent tour de force round come through with Jemkin before. He'll have to do that again, but into the Viper's pit might not be what
ऊंट पे जाएगा तो नदी नाला ओशियन सब पार कर जाएगा। बम्बू पे जाएगा तो बम्बू का तंबू उखड़ जाएगा।
Science taking some space on the other side of things. This is a really, really nice info push here, and he throws out a cove as well, looking to clear out the trademark.
First blood, and it goes to Sign.
वो बाहर निकल के मार रहे डीजी वाले।
Walks out of that 130 HP. Crazy Guy and the rest of the squad.
टीचू हो गया है इसका तो।
First whole shot went out as well. Jenny up first on the double doors. Know that trouble is coming his way. Has to just start dropping in some utility because players are making their way onto site. He's got a couple of good shots though. 2 players down. Kung with his own operator. He bought his own money. But a Jemkin's still alive. 3 shots on the tour. 3 players left alive. Multi-angle approach. Sign down first. Position nice and revealed. Is it sniper versus sniper? Kung is not looking at the right side of yellow.
Nobody creeping up on double doors. Spike still on.
Oh,
that's a really nice angle. Nobody now in a 1v1. Jemkin swinging around. That is massive for
भाई ये कितना गंद प्लेयर है भाई। भाई मेरे को एक बात बता, एक बात पूछूं? सच्ची बताना, ठीक है? जब जेमकिन ने हार्बर को मारा तो उसका पोजीशन रिवील हो गया कि वो येलो पे बैठा है, तो वो जेट मेन पे क्या देख रहा था मेरे को वो बताओ।
Unbelievable clutch as well coming on through to keep RRQ in this one. We talked about the fact that at the end of the previous round before the one we just saw, it might be a back-breaking round loss for RRQ, but
भाई इतना गधा तो मैं भी नहीं खेलता हूँ भाई। मतलब मैं इनसे तो लोअर ही रैंक हूँ।
नहीं दोनों जिस हिसाब से रोटेशन ले रहे थे ना
already silencing him. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. Is it out of range? It's not. Zan in the time, mid-time. It's taken down a pick in middle.
भाई ये लोग स्मोक से कितना स्पैम करते हैं, बुलेट्स ही नहीं बचती है एंड में। अबे तो इन लोग को मारने के लिए एक ही बुलेट काफी होती है, इन लोग सीधा हेड वेड मारते हैं, अपने टाइप नहीं।
Right behind the wall.
He's crept in here.
Losing Jemkin that early is certainly going to hurt, and now you're going to lost Crazy Guy as well, and no chance to recover that op. So instantly, EDG bite back 4 versus 2, with players looking for weapon upgrades as well.
Crazy Guy side पे गिरा
Low
क्या
HP on Xan and Xfero.
Talent है हमारा.
Off angle here, looking pretty good for Chichu, but it's a little bit quicker for Xan. Opens up the middle of the map. Fast lane, applying a little bit of pressure, as well as the dark cover to follow up. Xfero though, low on HP, ready for the push.
Okay, EDG.
जाके मरे जा रहे हैं
Exactly what you're used to seeing here for Xfero. Spike in hand, signed on the off angle.
Selling this one a little bit here. EDG had the player advantage. They don't anymore. They have no eyes on where Xfero went. Sign just hoping to at least even up on terms of the weaponry. Jenny's got himself a rifle, but on the wrong side of the map, Plant is definitely going to come on through. It's going to be a 2v2 full retake and confusion on the faces of EDG here.
Yeah, Plant for yellow. Xan is going to hang around on spawn side. The Harbor could be really, really key at trying to clear out all of this. You've got a KO knife as well.
KO सबसे अच्छी position पे जा रहा है.
Positioning here of RRQ. Xan on a big wraparound.
Incredibly important round for both
Midi आ
teams
गया वो भी.
to set the momentum here. But like you said, Reckoning has to be the first port to call.
There's the knife.
That's going to be the spot. Again, low HP at first up. Xan
गया.
doesn't land anything, Jenny.
ये भी मरा. ये मर गया, मर गया.
He's just been ulted down. And the reckoning comes for RRQ. EDG keep it within 1 round.
That is exactly what you wanted to see there on that retake for EDG. That is a very difficult 2v2 to dissect. They're completely out of position, but the KO knife gives them the information that they need, and the Harbor ult is perfect. It is Xan who had to hit his shot on the cross. That is a whiff that is illegal, unfortunately. He needed to be able to find that impact, especially with how sharp he just was. That was a crazy shot up through tunnel.
Yeah. Can't hit them all, unfortunately. And to be honest, that round started to really fall back into RQ's favor when multiple members of EDG were just kind of caught walking through the map. And now suddenly, Jemkin and the rest of his squad out of cash. Overdrive, though, is going to be maybe solving that solution slightly. It's going to get
Imagine कर
util from side.
इंडिया में VCT के games होंगे,
Not to be
बिजली ही कट जाएगा.
Just throw caution to the wind, and as that's happening, Kong and nobody ripping them apart for the time being. Just a single member and Crazy's got to deal some damage, and not enough damage done, I'm afraid. 10 and 10.
The overdrive just takes a little bit too long to get involved. As soon as Xan finally picks someone, his overdrive runs out. He just has to classic him. That is brutal. EDG though, that's a pretty nice.
कौन कुछ लोग हैं वो नाम है, नाम लेके बताएं.
RRQ under the press now as we head up to 10 apiece. A very decent amount.
भोज्यम भाई.
Coming out here for EDG. Same can be said on the side of RRQ. Very much anyone's game here.
Double up, Chishu still on the Bulldog.
मत बोल भाई, मोनू के भाई लोग हैं हम लोग सब.
Speak of here, a slow start for RRQ. Waiting to see what EDG want to move into first.
मोनू जाके बता देगा कि आप लोग के बारे में बोल रहे थे वहाँ पे.
How patient is Kang on
फिर
this?
भोज्यम भाई हमारे पीछे लग जाएगा.
Decide the round as the wall goes up.
Drone also came through on the B side as well defensively. Now Kang wants to walk forward, and here we go, opportunity. Jemkin wants none of that one, just instantly TPs out. Kushi's already trying to make his way up the side, but Kang eventually finds Jemkin anyway. Just 2 members left now for the side of RRQ. Both of them on site, and they want to go for the plant. That's at least going to give money. No, do anything with that. Plant has been a fail. And so is with the rest of the round for RRQ.
That's a big round for EDG. Money is completely kaput for RRQ. Have to take a save, and that was a series point. If EDG can just complete that anti-eco cleanly enough, that was a very, very nice round indeed. Viper Wall makes all the difference. It's kind of unsettling. Jemkin over in mid, who was looking for trying to kind of cut the map in half for RRQ as they apply that pressure to B. They are looking for mistakes for the rotators, and unfortunately, those never come.
The rest of the map.
मत रखो इसको साला पनौती आदमी मेरा 2000 का चालान कटवा दिया.
Down 2 versus 4. Probably wouldn't have expected much, even if the plant did come on through. Might just be looking at the victory path now for EDG. I mean, they're not ahead by so much.
दिया था मेरे को एक दिन ये.
RQ can't make a comeback, but it's the economy problem that we have to start talking about.
Have to be another heroic round with the half
आप
buy
चला
or
रहे थे
a
गाड़ी,
winning
आदि
OT
बाबा
at
के
this
साथ
point.
तीन
EDG,
पत्ती
that
मत
was really
खेलना,
one of the
पहले ही
final
बता
nails in
देंगे
the
किसके
coffin
पास 3 1 हैं। हाँ, ये बिल्कुल सही है
here.
भाई,
In a very uncomfortable position.
सब पहले ही पता है
They've got to
इसको।
take attack
तभी
time
तो
out.
हमने
This
नाम
is
में
really
बाबा
good
लगाया है,
control
आदि
some
बाबा।
magic on this half buy.
बाबा जी सब
When you
पता
have
है
a
हमारे
bit-
गुरुदेव।
It is doable though. You just need to get yourself into a messy situation where you could get a couple of entries, throw
भाई
down the
मेसी
pit,
का
and
नाम
then
ले
a
रहा है
post
भाई
plant
ये।
is winnable. And that upset with a couple of guns picked up could be exactly what RRQ
रोनाल्डो का
need
लेवे,
to get
मेसी
this
का
game
मत ले।
done.
अपन रोनाल्डो फैन है।
Gotta say as well, how far away is
भाई
Jemkin from
खासकर
getting his
मेसी
next
का
tour,
fan
because
मैं
that
क्या
might be able to bail them out. Unfortunately, too far away, and now Crazy Guy will make this round opportunity a little bit further away for RQ as well. The rest of his attackers
कहाँ
will
दे रहा
make their
है
way
पूरा?
through onto A.
कहाँ
And now nobody on the rest of EDG to receive. That's a good shot from Zan though. Chishu, despite being stunned, will respond instantly. It's going to get paranoid out, but slowly everyone's starting to make their way in. This is looking like a little rough one of Xfero. Last one up, doesn't even get a shot with the stinger. He's got the bandit in hand, and this bandit's going
ऐसे
straight
थ्रो
to jail.
करते राउंड समझे तुम?
Great defense for EDG. Second round in a
बाबा
row
जी
where
की
4
बूटी।
players survive. Kang finds his pick on his side of the map. They easily
आज
stack
आदि डांस दिखाएगा ये
towards
गाने
A
में,
and
बाबा जी
shut
की
down any offense
बूटी।
from
कोई
RRQ.
बाहर हो गया।
Not that they had much to work with in that round. The tap timeout will mostly have been discussing this gun round here. What has RRQ come up with?
देखना,
Extreme back against
आज
the wall.
बेचारे ये RRQ
The
बाहर
same
हो
was
रही
a
है
good
ना,
showing on the final map of Breeze. If it ends
इनको
up being
बोलेगा कौन जी, भाई तुम
EDG.
अकेले दुखी मत हो, हम भी आ रहे हैं
like
पीछे
the
पीछे।
favored team. One last operator duel perhaps here. Jemkin versus
कल बताएगी ना
Kung
जी।
once again. And they're walking straight into Kung's sightlines, who doesn't quite land his opening shot. And secondarily as well, just tags Cushy. Now Xfero punishes. That's the 5v4 that we've been looking for a
भाई
while.
दो लोगों को तो
They're
1
waiting
HP
for these
छोड़
peaks
दिया
in
है
middle.
पूरा।
Jemkin spots out the push. 3 players on RRQ. A singular focus as the dart comes out. Perfect pick from Chichu.
चलो
They
GG
are
हो गया।
just mopping up
GG
all
हो गया
the
बोबो,
RRQ
GG हो गया बोबो।
Extremely
बोबो GG हो गया।
sidearm pulled
हो
out
गया भाई,
and
हो गया
punished
भाई,
heavily
हो गया।
as it's a
मैं तो
4-on-2
बोल
for the
रहा हूँ,
game for
कब का बोल
EDG.
दिया भाई।
This is it. Crazy Guy and Jemkin, the last two
मानता ही
alive
नहीं
here.
तो मेरी बात।
Despite how long it took Chichu to get that last kill, he still manages to find
Ill.
it. Crazy Guy will start evening out the numbers ever so slightly. But will it be
Nobody
enough here?
को-
Headhunter in hand.
Nobody everybody।
High tied up as well. EDG smell blood in the water, and they're looking to pounce. They're looking to strike. They're looking to finalize this last round here.
पूरा टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
Patience being shown.
लास्ट के 10 सेकंड में भाग जाएंगे, देखना छोड़ के।
Scanner's going to be good on towards Chichu. Last 30 seconds, got to make a move here, RQ. They're going to walk into the crossfire. Plenty of members here. After the Cove comes down to cause some big problems. Chichu spamming through the boxes. Jemkin up to Dwan. How has it happened? They've
अरे यार क्या कर रहे हो EDG भाई?
They've just wiped the floor with
ये
EDG's
तो EDG
crossfire
ने
setup.
throw किया
I
भाई।
think it's honestly
मैंने
just a
कुछ
case
नहीं
of poor timing there for EDG. The Viper Wall was up. We heard the KO flash in our ears. I
EDG
think
ना
as
बहुत
soon
जम हो
as
गया
EDG
भाई।
went for that push to try to disrupt whatever was happening for RRQ, that's the point where they peak together.
भाई 2v3
Gianni
हार
walks
गए।
up, you hear the flash
ले
there.
बताओ।
And RRQ, that's the perfect timing. And the reason why it works is because they've created so much pressure cutting sound that they could be walking up through elbow and EDG is forced to push.
जम्मू भैया तो मतलब
Well, suddenly, game is
high
alive
speed
again.
पे
Pit
बैठे
going down
जम्मू
over
भैया।
towards A. It's going to force RQ.
मारूंगा तो
They're
अकेले
already on B.
पकड़ गया, ऐसा वाला है उनका।
A little bit of a safety drone being thrown out there by nobody as well, just to make sure they have full control. And now Kung on the elbow,
map चला
on the
जाएगा।
Bang,
angle.
bang.
जिस हिसाब से EDG
Ready with the
throw कर
operator shot. He won't miss this time. Zan falls instantly.
In the meantime, RRQ applying pressure to B. Nobody's picked up his Hunter's Fury on the other side of the map.
ये मरा
Could
Viper।
go down here as well, but that's when the dash is elapsed.
वो
for
Viper ने
Kung.
मार दिया।
Overcooking it a little bit, back
मैं
into
बोल रहा
a
हूँ ना,
4-on-4
EDG
now, but
बिल्कुल throw कर
RRQ have
रही है।
got no space on the map.
उनका कहना है ओवर टाइम खेलेंगे।
Opportunity for Kung there. Would have loved to have doubled up. RQ keeping this one going. Where are we going to TP to? Right back over towards spawn, it looks like. A little confusing for the side of EDG.
Yeah, forces nobody to have to go and clear out spawn. Gianni also watching spawn side here as RRQ takes some space in middle.
Mid to B is looking like at the moment. Jemkin will hold doors. Signed on the hunt. He's moving around.
कांग और कॉन्फिडेंट हो गया है, रेकलेस पीक ले रहा है
Not
भाई।
looking over towards mid just
वो
yet.
तो सच बात है।
Starting to run out of time here. Crazy Guy. Completely unknown kill on the Jenny. and nobody can't respond here. Going for the plant now. They've completely dodged away from the Viper's pit, but Chichu still has an angle to work through. And now suddenly a 3-angle approach. EDG can work their way in as a final opportunity to plant is about to elapse. Hunter's Fury could be really deadly here. You need to plant now.
There's no time.
प्लांट ही नहीं हो सकता, प्लांट ही नहीं हो सकता भाई।
भाई थोड़ा सा पीछे छुप के प्लान नहीं कर सकता था वो।
इन लोग ने तो अपनी हार खुद ही लिख दी RRQ ने, जीता हुआ गेम का राउंड।
But with that, a fat finger to end the entire map, to end the entire series. Again, you'll call this one a close map.
देखो भाई, कांग कितना भी ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो, जब RRQ ने ठान लिया हम खुद ही हार जाएंगे तो फिर कोई कुछ नहीं हो सकता, कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं है। RRQ पहली टीम बन गई जो एग्जिट हो गई है।
हारा हुआ मैच देख रहा है भाई, 100 Thieves का मैच देख भाई, देख मैं देख रहा हूँ।
मैं तो वही देख रहा था, तुझे ही देखना था, जबरदस्ती लिया है मुझे इधर।
भाई मैं तो कब से
तू ही है, तू ही है,
8-3
तू ही है।
गंदा आदमी भाई, मेरे को
भाई
पहला टीम में 100 Thieves जीत गई।
हाँ
Oh, showstopper Timothy.
ले
He had the wall
ले
close the distance quicker, but Lovers Rock
और उड़ेगा।
out the kills. 2 under his belt.
बबली मार दिया भाई, बबली
Try desperately to recover. They push
ले, चलो हो गया था।
Again and again.
वाह
A flawless
क्या
from
तो
BBL.
अबे वो देख, तू 100 Thieves के मैप में ही बबली पेल रहा है।
Round belongs to BBL at least in the first half.
I think I'd be scratching my head.
100 Thieves सर खजा रहा है।
कमबैक करेंगे ना, बबली से कमबैक करेंगे इन लोग।
I think we can watch that they go into a map that's their map choice, lose it close in OT, and I don't have to sit there and go, do you think they're going to be mentally boomed? Like they've gone 3-0 down after losing that.
हाँ BBL है तो हम लोग उसका नाम बबली रख लिए हैं। यार क्या है, देखो समझो बात को कि प्यार से हम हर किसी को बुलाते ही है ना। जैसे मेरे घर में मेरा नाम प्यार से हैप्पी बोलते हैं, तेरा नाम मोनू है, आदि का आदित्य नाम इसका घर का नाम आदि है, तो सबको प्यार से बुलाते ही है ना कुछ ना कुछ। जैसे समीशी को जंबो बुलाते हैं। वैसे भाई BBL को प्यार से बबली। नहीं BBL का फुल फॉर्म तो नहीं पता क्या है। ब्राजीलियन बट लिफ्ट है। नहीं
AGL को हम लोग अगल-बगल बुलाते हैं।
और क्या। अरे क्या हाल है श्रीनिक भाई, श्रीनिक आया भाई, बड़ा आदमी आया है भाई।
अरे बड़ा आदमी आ गया भैया, गाजियाबाद का डॉन आ गया, डॉन।
They just can't match what he's putting down right now. As well as I will say, some moments like
Gazia-
were like they get hella lucky.
जिला गाजियाबाद।
3 HP, that would have been a 2v2 with a rifle recovered, and instead they narrowly miss out. That first burst of the shorty decided the round.
ना भाई ऐसा कुछ नहीं बोलते, BBL अपनी कोई टीम है, कुछ भी मत बोल साले। ये क्या बोल रहा है देख श्रीनिक, मैं कहाँ बड़ा आदमी तो तू क्या बड़ी औरत है। बड़ा आदमी नहीं तो बड़ी औरत है क्या। अबे BBL भाई, तू भाई मोनू रहन दे भाई, तेरा लेम घटिया जोक तेरा रहन दे भाई, माफ कर तू।
Lovers Rock, and hey, let's just say at this point, every single member of their team having highlight moments time and time again. I'm now looking at you to.
हाँ पता है, BBL का फुल फॉर्म है बिबली गेमिंग है, वो पता है। बिली 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 बिबली लिली।
अरे बिली बिली गेमिंग अलग है, ये टर्किश है टीम, ये अलग है।
नहीं वही है,
इसका नाम BBL Esports है।
अरे नहीं यही है, वही है, ये चाइनीज टीम है ये।
टर्किश टीम है ये।
अरे वही है। आप लोग बड़े लोग तो को स्ट्रीमर, अरे हम तो मजदूर है भाई। गाजियाबाद में हमारा थोड़ी घर है।
विला गाजियाबाद
also falling. The nade. They have to be desperately careful with Bang being on 9 HP.
जनरल पे बैठा हूँ क्या अभी हेल्प चाहिए बताओ ना बाबा बोलो तो मैं कर दूंगा ऐसी हेल्प मैं कॉल पे हूँ
क्या है यार श्रीनिक
with how far he's got. Yeah, they're going to go all the way back around the spawn. The only thing will be if Rose overplays his hand. But I think he's playing it perfectly. Into that spawn position. Cryo.
झूठ बोल रहा है भाई आदि ने बताया बोला मतलब है तो है
The defining factor of this round. He gets the kill onto Rose and maybe it turns but no why would he? And Rose isn't just going to go for one. He's making sure there's nobody else. The remaining players towards the heavens though make things interesting. A nice shot that drops the spike. LaRock has to go back and get that, and if he could deny it, maybe that'll be enough to win the round instead. Does he know the second player is there? He does, and while falling gets the kill. A 1v3, left all on to bang, but it's LaRock again. This man does not
बबली बदमाश क्या बोलते मार रही है भाई
Oh yeah, look, when it comes to that late round scrapping, I don't think there's a chance that LaRock's dropping the ball. You have got to be quick on the trigger, or he is taking you out. And it was
भाई इसका पेपर एक्स का मैच है भाइयों पेपर एक्स आएगा फिर
for BBL that round win it's fairly damning. 100 Thieves should have next to no chance of coming back into this one. Like winning the pistol, it's a long road ahead of you, but now double digits for BBL, a team that thrives off of momentum, and they've now won 10 rounds in a row. This is going to be one hell of a task, even just to slow these youngsters down.
I think everything is there to build momentum. They've got the players.
अरे श्रीनिक तू घर कब आ रहा है?
Completely irrelevant. A long-range shotgun.
ए श्रीनिक को बुला के मेगा कमिलियन खेलेंगे आदि.
Time for LaRock, one away from Showstopper.
Gonna get it one way or another, it seems, and it's gonna plant towards the end of the round. Squeaky clean, only one player lost. The Marshal immediately retrieved, and as I said, it's a good map for 100 Thieves, but unless they've got one hell of a streak, this one is looking like we're going to a third.
And again, you saw at the end, as you said, Tom, that late round plank coming through. So we're one away from a showstopper coming into the next round.
मैं तो घर पर ही हूँ आजकल कॉलेज खत्म बस फिर एक दिन मेका कमिलियन खेलते हैं बताओ YouTube पे सर्च कर मेका कमिलियन मस्त गेम है दोस्तों के साथ खेलने के लिए चिल गेम
It's something 100 Thieves will be fearful of. Yeah, and often you talk about it as sort of the ability to bridge the gap of the lighter buy. Well, BBL don't have a lighter buy. There's one stinger, and other than that, everyone's got everything that they need.
Missed shot to start with. That's not what you want to be seeing, and of course.
हाँ देखा हूँ मजेदार है वही खेलेंगे एक दिन.
Missing right now is LaRock. He might have just ended the round already.
सब लोग को बुला लेंगे मोनू जितने हैं.
They're being pushed, but they brought it back at least a little bit.
मोनू समीशी के भी लैपटॉप में चल जाएगा वो गेम.
This is a plant and a man down at this scoreline. You got to go for it.
सब लोग मिलके खेलेंगे मजा आएगा. सब मित्र लोग अपने.
There is no saving, yeah. Maybe we can win 9 in a row. Not often going to work for LaRock. He's securing the round. He's making sure even there will be no opportunity to carry those weapons through to the next round. The time surely already too far gone. Certainly with two players having access to heaven, with the plant being that open, smoke goes down. It's going to be an attempt to just stick it. No, they need to stick it. Surely there. Finally, the stick's coming through, but it should be too little too late. The time already too far gone for Asuna. They let go of it.
He had to.
Indeed. Forced into it, and now BBL in with an opportunity to close this out
in
extremely dominant fashion.
Yeah, well, it turns out if you get a lot of rounds in the first half, you then win the pistol in second round, and then you win the bonus. By the way, in the last 3 times they played, this will be the most attack rounds they've actually managed to achieve, and they've only played 3 of them. So yeah, I think a squad that has hit their stride at the perfect moment, 100 Thieves on their own map choice, have gone completely missing. But you know what, Mitch? A fantastic time to take a pause. 9 rounds down.
I always say that, you know, let the opponent hit 12, call your pause.
तो दूसरा हम लगा दिए वो भी अच्छा नहीं लग रहा हो तो.
Gamers have proved to me that even if you're facing against that point, you need to win, was it 7 rounds in a row? Sometimes you take a pause and you win 6. Or maybe in this time, they'll take a pause and now win 9. The music got me a little bit excited.
I can see that. You started to believe in your own BS. I love that. Yeah. I love when that happens. It was a stun from Lovers Rock that really got them into that site. The relay bolt that hit, Vora was completely caught by it. And the beautiful thing is, Lover's Rock doesn't even care. He ran past him and said, LaRock, didn't you need an orb, bro? Grab it. Showstopper activated, up into heaven. Like, it looked so clean. That looked like SEAL Team 6 action from BBL. And this is a team that has looked very disjointed at times because they play aggressive. They love to play aggressive. And like we said, sometimes that's their downfall. But in this situation, not so much. 12-3, a 9-round gap to recover for 100 Thieves. And what we said in the last one, they stole the map. This would be highway robbery if they were to get anywhere close.
Oh, if LaRock gets 1 kill
6 HP बचा है भाई.
before Lover's Rock, he has double the kills of the second highest player in the server. That's all you really need to know about how this game is going. We saw this yesterday, that LaRock just hit a different gear to everybody else. There was a reason why, even when they were the Ascension champions, that teams came looking to see if they could steal this youngster away. He has the potential to be one of the best players in the world. And right now, you are witnessing exactly that. Even still, though, Rose going walkabouts will be lost. I think for 100 Thieves, even just not losing 13 rounds in a row would probably help out the mental a little bit. They've taken that pause. They've got some inspiring, or I hope inspiring, words.
I don't think they get the music, Tom. So,
you know,
it'll have to be, the speech will have to be a little bit better without that backing track. Nade forcing him into the open. Asuno's dead. Vora ain't gonna last long either. It's LaRock again. I said it, bro. I feel like we need to check his drivers. Something's been installed. He is playing in a way I've not seen in a long time. Word.exe's got the whole PowerPoint loaded in. And for 100 Thieves, look, okay, at least Timotino's here. He's holding the cross. Will he deal with LaRock? Of course he won't! This guy is on a tear all day long. We saw it 5 rounds into the last map. He was hitting shots that we don't see.
चलो भाई GG हो गया ये मैप
And a good game turns to a great one. As BBL, they rely on LaRock. I thought the game was over, and of course it is! 4 for LaRock, 13-3, and decimation on map number 2. BBL battled and brawled on the first map, but the second was a straight execution.
Well, yeah, you have to wonder now, would this have been a 13-0 if they won the pistol round? That is 13 rounds in a row for BBL. A squad that, again, lost their own map choice in OT for the second time. Come into the second map as if absolutely nothing happened. By the way, that was picked by 100 Thieves. You lost 13 rounds in a row on your own map choice. I don't know what I've just witnessed. And LaRock is making statement plays after statement plays. Maybe the best player in the tournament right now. We'll have to see, because there is going to be a
आधी blue वाला hair करवा ले तू भी.
Going to be taken by 100 Thieves just to try and completely reset, because that was just bullying.
Absolutely. And one man that I love to bully is Degon. Take it away, baby.
Any attention from you, Mitch, is always great. Great call so far in the 1-1 as BBL come storming back in emphatic fashion. There is not a single doubt that they belong, and whoever wins this qualifier match into the playoffs is a force to be reckoned with. Welcome back here, Degon, alongside Bea, and of course, big time. I'm sorry, I went with Bea instead of.
You can call me Bea. It is indeed my name, Daniel.
Oh, that's true. That's also my name, and that's Morgan.
This is Morgan.
Pure professional,
you
guys.
You might know him as Tyler as well.
He also could be Tyler.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, true.
BBL came and did not care whose name was on the other side. LaRock popped off here.
I mean, they got LaRocked. It's that simple. Yep. That was an insane performance from him. Absolutely unbelievable. He ends 29-8 in a 13-3. That's phenomenal. You don't see numbers like that. For them to do it on 100 Thieves map choice as well. Coming into this, we said, this is going to be tough for them. Wow, it's going to be a difficult mountain to climb. 100 Thieves been so good. BBL went so bad here. But it doesn't even matter when they play like this.
They didn't stand a chance, did they?
Oh,
I think that first half, how easy things were being for Lover's Rock with the operator, how seamless it was for LaRock, for Loita, for Rose, for all of them to push and eat that terrain. And I was sitting next to you being like, I knew that the defense was not going to be a problem. I didn't expect the 9 rounds in a row. And then when we swapped onto the other, the fact that BBL was able to carry that performance onto the second half and close it with those 13 rounds in a row. Do not get me wrong. Like, you forget that pistol, this was a 13-0. In my eyes, this is a 13-0.
Exactly. It just can't get more dominant than this. Realistically, I love how they approach this defender side. It is so aggressive. They're always shutting the map down down for 100 Thieves. They're pushing, they're flanking, they're making things difficult. 100 Thieves tried to have that slower, more of a controlled style to their comps, but it couldn't work here on Split.
And there's something also that is very important. Do you remember that on map 1 we were speaking about the Viper and walking around the Viper wall and what that gives you? You can really tell that in EMEA we still run a lot of the Viper here on Split, because in many of those occasions you could see BBL using 100 Thieves Viper wall against them and taking advantage of what it was bringing out for them. And you know, brilliant performance. I wonder though how the mental state is for 100 Thieves going on to Haven, because as Tom was saying, this was their map pick. They decided to go to Split. They thought that this is where they could have an easier time against BBL.
And we're absolutely blown out. No question about it here.
What is that?
The aggression.
What is that? LaRock is hitting every shot, and you just open the wall. One by one. He stopped shooting now.
This team is just so fun to watch when they play like this. It's spectacular looking Valorant. LaRock just lit up this server, and it's so hard when there's an absolute Goliath on the other side. It just feels like you can't play. You feel so restricted. Even when they're in these good situations, these advantages, BBL always found a way to swing it in their favor.
It is almost insulting. Like at that point, it's like LaRock had plot armor, had triple plot armor in so many of those situations. The margin is so tiny, so it's like the spike going off. They know there's only one. Like turning around the man disadvantage is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, 21 plus 21 in the 29 and 8 there for LaRock.
That's more than years he has.
Kind of
years old he is.
Yeah, again, right? It just shows how good that performance was. And 100 Thieves on the opposite side, they've got to go ahead and bounce back. I think it's just tough when you have a performance like that. Asuna and the boys got to figure it out here, because they were the ones that did not opt for that double duelist that BBL did. And you're thinking, okay, you know, we should be fine with it. Okay, we lose some rounds. We got 3 at the start. Maybe once we're on defense, never got it going. Ever got it going. Those 13 in a row will be a nice feather in the cap for BBL as they head on over to map number 3. Haven coming up next. Winner qualifies the playoffs here for EWC 2026. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that final map after this short break.
Hello everybody and welcome. We have got Rose and Loita here for a little game. We are going to let them choose from a bunch of 10 sprays in their hands to respond to a bunch of prompts. If they both choose the same spray, they get a point and their synergy goes up. All right, boys, are you ready?
Yes. Yep.
Fantastic. Let's get the first one done. How would you react if I told you you've got to be up tomorrow at 5 a.m.?
Okay, wait. Let me think.
And now look at each other's.
I was thinking maybe I should choose this one.
These are the 2 perfect answers for it.
Yeah.
You get to the venue. You're ready to start scrims. But hold on. One of the other players is missing. They overslept. They're still in bed.
Oh, okay.
Igniter.
Okay, mine is
Igniter.
Okay.
Mine is ready too.
Yours is ready too. All right, boys. Please show the camera what you've chosen. And now let's take a look at each other's. There's a first point on the board.
First point.
Yeah. How would you feel if you got here? You arrived to Paris, you're waiting at the luggage belt, and your bag never arrives.
Just think basic, Loita.
Oh, it's a very similar vibe. Take a look. It's a similar vibe.
Like, guys, I don't wanna use bug for this game. I don't wanna choose this one every time, you know?
Yeah,
Loita, stop it.
Okay.
How did you feel when you first found out that Neon was going to be nerfed?
I found it. Yeah, me too.
Show the camera how you felt. And now take a look at each other. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, finally, Riot, finally. Oh.
How would you react if you asked somebody to drop you in a buy round? You want a Vandal, but they give you a Sheriff. Oh, take a look.
NT.
Sage comes in and revives you, but you're in the sight lines of 2 enemies. Lock it in, boys. Show the camera what you've chosen. And now show each other. Another on the board.
Brimstone is like me. This thing.
Yeah. You make it to a grand final of an international event, and you see your opponent is PRX.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Oh no!
Oh,
Rose just had that. He just won it back.
No way.
All right, you're about to go into an official match, and then Riot drops a patch, a big patch, the night before your official game.
I think this one is obvious again. Of course, it's that.
Ooh, take a look.
Come on,
Rose.
bro. Come on,
I knew
no
Rose
way.
wasn't gonna like that. All right, boys, for the next one, you're in scrims.
Yes.
There's a quiet moment. Just outside your headset, you hear that one of your teammates just farted. How do you react?
You should know that, man.
Loita's picking the crying one again. And now show each other.
Yes,
Let's
will be
go.
fine.
You were doubting yourself.
Yes.
You're on the finish line. You're going to turn back, bro. How do you feel when you find out that next up, you've got a content piece with Janiro?
I'm ready.
Okay?
I'm ready too.
Boys, please show the camera.
This one.
And show each other. Well done.
Yes, half an hour, as I said.
Welcome back to EWC 2026. Here in our first qualifier match of Group A, we're going the distance all the way to Haven between BBL and 100 Thieves. Degon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And first one, a little tight, went to overtime. Second one, stomped by BBL 13 rounds in a row after dropping the first 3. I feel like it's so hard to try and predict what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I think for BBL, they'll be feeling so good. Obviously, when you come off a huge momentum win like that, it feels amazing. It's also because it's so reminiscent of their previous series against EDG, of they lose that Lotus, then they steal their opponent's map pick, and we saw them win that map 3. They know that they've been there, done that, so I think they'll be on Cloud9 right now.
I still want to see what is it that BBL is going to do with Haven, because back in EMEA, we had the situation, right?
Yeah.
We kind of like all agreed the breach was not going to be played. All of us, but BBL, right? And then LaRock was playing the breach there on that map. It worked for a couple of times just because LaRock is just so incredibly good, and also because it allowed Lovers Rock to just play Jet the way that he wanted to. But they know, I think, and they've gotten to the conclusion that things need to change, they need to evolve, they need to move forward, most importantly. So really looking forward to see what is in this Haven. Again, the preparation for what is remaining of the year is the most important thing for all of the teams.
Look, for me, if I see LaRock after that performance go pick breach, I will unplug his PC myself. That's unacceptable for this. I want to see him on the duelist. I want to see him be aggressive. I want to see him use his momentum, not stand there holding a stun. That's no good for anybody.
And also, what is happening on the other side? I know that they're in the qualifier, they were using a different composition. I saw that Cryo was playing with the chamber. I'd be very down for that.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be having some very good chambers.
As you brought up earlier, this is their first loss across EWC qualifiers and now here at the main event. So kind of wonder, are you glass cannon where you do great when things are going great? How do you deal with adversity? How do you deal when you drop a game? Because this is a team that is full of potential, hasn't fully realized it to the level that you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But I will say, yes, they've been on a very good run throughout EWC, but 100 Thieves are not unfamiliar with the concept of losing. They've been known to lose in the past, and they've been able to bounce back. So it's not the end of the road for them by any means.
I don't know if that was Pacific U or EMEA U, but that was definitely not America's U. They're big time.
That doesn't exist. That does not exist.
Not at all.
Where's that? I want to see China big time, but we'll get there eventually. Maybe on another series. For the side of 100 Thieves, I still think that it is way better to lose 13-3, as in, like, listen, they destroyed us. To we were battling for an hour. We tried everything. Swing rounds went one way or another. No, listen, okay, the map just happened. We only need to focus on Haven. Think about that Lotus. Think about the way that you were controlling the map. 3 sites just on this map as well. You need to treat it the same way. But the question is, are the tools going to be the same? What are you going to be facing up against?
Yeah, I mean, for me, for 100 Thieves, I really want to see Cryo run this chain Chamber, man. He's been so good at this agent for a long time. A real signature for him. And bringing it out on Haven is a real nice fit.
And something that worked very, very well against RRQ, who, by the way, is already on their way home.
Yep.
Was the Phoenix with Asuna,
Yeah.
and he should be playing, if they keep going with that composition that they were playing throughout the qualifiers. Asuna would also be on that Phoenix. Still, the bigger question stands, are BBL just going to run what they were running in the qualifier, that was Jet Phoenix with LaRock playing the Phoenix, and just run it like that?
Yeah, there we
It
go.
looks like it is.
Got it coming in. This is much better. I'm happy to see LaRock on a Phoenix and not a breach. I would have punched the monitor. But over on the side of 100 Thieves, still waiting for the final picks to come in
No,
here.
Cryo, come on. I understand that you kind of think of this team and you think of a stopping power, seriously, any stopping power, maybe a way to gather that information. 3 out of 3 maps. BBL starting on the defense, and it's been looking so good for them. Definitely the favorite side for them so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand if they want to swap Cryo to this Cypher, it makes sense. It's good against that Neon and the Phoenix. No verticality there, and it's also good for helping to contain and get information on those defender side pushes that BBL are so known for. But it does mean you're losing out on that firepower. His chamber is electric, and I can't help but feel like 100 Thieves need a hero to get that momentum for them after a disappointing map 2.
I mean, all that I'm looking for here is the middle brawls. That's what I want to see round after round, to see who comes out on top.
Mirror match in terms of composition. Asuna moving away, played that Sage on the last map, specific to split. Now back onto the Phoenix. He and the rest of 100 Thieves try to continue their successful ways against BBL, who have been on fire. So easy on the eyes to watch with their gameplay. Let's see how they do it with 3 different sides to attacks on Haven. For the call on our final map here, let's send it back on over to Tom and Mitch.
Easy on the eyes, Tom. Funny, that's how I describe Degon, but it's time to get into this matchup. Map number 3, after a dominant bounce back from BBL with the backbreaker on split, now there's an opportunity for this to be the saving grace of this series after a shaky start on their first map where BBL, they were 4-0 down, they bounced back, and it was resurgence after resurgence, only for it to end in 100 Thieves' hands in overtime. But after a dominant map win, the question now that you said you never ask of BBL, can they bounce back from a loss like that? We now ask of 100 Thieves. That was their choice, and they lost 13 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I think most of what we will have seen in the break is not going to be about strategy coming into this map, or like the plan that you have overall, or what you could do to beat BBL. It's mostly going to be about making sure that the team are reset and ready and raring to go, because to go 3-0 up and lose 13-3, that's not an easy way to bounce back. A lot of damage done early, but the first pick did go the way of 100 Thieves. But look at the HP. It's going to be at least Arsenal are able to heal himself up a little bit, but they're walking into an aggressive position from Kreven. Feel like he needs maybe slightly more than one, but he's played it so well. He's walked past. He looks the player a little bit deeper. The next one should be for free, though. Now the smokes are gone. Players already in position. And this pistol round looking a little risky. Speaking of risky, Rose has just jumped out the window.
There can only be one.
That I couldn't believe when I saw him stood on the edge of the ledge. I thought there's no way.
I thought he was going to wait for his teammate, not just jump.
The thing was, the timing could not have been better. The second that he dropped, his opponent turned away. Look, Asuna, the literal second that player emerges from the smoke, Asuna has just turned to look at the spawn. And so Rose gets a double for free. 3 in the pistol for the IGL. And, well, we had our conversations about slow starts from Rose. Anything but that. Lights out in the pistol. And that's 14 rounds in a row for BBL now, when you think about that last map. For 100 Thieves, this probably isn't where they have that road to recovery well paved. They are coming in with just pistols, a very light buy, and even two kills is now getting... Oh, this is getting spooky.
And they've made it interesting, that's for sure. Lovers Rock's position has gone completely under the radar. And, well, eventually, he is going to be dealt with. An incredibly costly round, but now it even gets to a point of an opportunity. Never mind. Kreven there to save the day, make sure that that one doesn't get too far out of control. And although it's incredibly costly and a good round, it's still a round for BBL. And I kind of want to give you a little bit of information. You know what's good about being in the venue, being around the players? is sometimes you bump into them, maybe on your way to the bathroom. And one of them, who was running, as he does in-game as well, was Lovers Rock. And as he ran past me, he went, how was that, watching the best player in the world? Talking about his teammate LaRock, obviously.
Yes.
And my response was, are you sure he's not cheating? Because that performance, I think he ended up on like 470-something ACS, 29 kills. I don't think he's had to do anything yet. That was the hero op.
That's the op in this buy. I just don't know what I'm watching sometimes.
He's got the best player in the world in this team.
They go from being such a well-oiled machine, 13 rounds in a row with, yes, some shakier performances, but a lot of aggression was tempered on Split. We talked about how different Split and Lotus aggression is because there's less space.
PRX चालू हुआ क्या?
अभी चालू होगा स्ट्रीम बी पे.
ये तो एनआरजी का गेम चल रहा है इधर. वाइटैलिटी के साथ बी पे.
Thank God he's gone, right?
Plug in your controllers, your mics, your keyboards, your headsets. Everything's charged these days. But our AA batteries are charged for this one. And there's going to change.
नहीं बी पे चलते हैं. एनआरजी वर्सेस वाइटैलिटी चालू हो गया. गेम चालू.
Very different looking.
It should have been. The good thing
100 thieves वाला खत्म होगा तब आएगा वो.
The streak of 15 has come to an end.
Oh yeah, that's the silver lining.
क्या यार?
I'm pretty sure they entered the beginning
शेड्यूल
of the
देखा हो
round.
ना, शेड्यूल के अंदर ना जहाँ पे तू PRX वर्सेस कारमाइन कॉर्प पर क्लिक करेगा ना तो वो स्ट्रीम बी पे ही लेके जा रहा है.
And then this guy, it's like he toggled, just starts wall banging players with a sheriff, like the individual aim. But yeah, I genuinely, it does feel like it's
किसका भेजा है भाई तू? अबे वो ये किसका भेजा है तू स्क्रीनशॉट? कहाँ है ये?
vulnerabilities on the other side, but they actually don't need the operator
स्ट्रीम
in this
स्विच
round.
कर रहा था, स्क्रॉल
Because of
किया
the
तो
fact
ये
that
आ
so
गया
many
भाई
players
राइट
died,
साइड में नीचे वो
there's
नहीं
now
आता
light
चैट
shields
के
on
जस्ट
4 of the
नीचे में.
5.
इसको डिलीट कर भाई. ये चैट में मतलब गलती से हम चैट खोल देते हैं. इसको डिलीट कर भाई, मेरे फोन से हो नहीं रहा है. गड़बड़ हो जाएगी भाई.
देख लेंगे.
अबे नहीं, मेरी सिंगल स्ट्रीम है ना, मैं गलती से डीसी ओपन कर देता हूँ.
He was about to take that fight on short, but realizes he has to group with his team, but they have no safe haven to fight from. Down below in hell, they've got trouble for Timotino. He's able to at least get one, but stuck in the backside, surrounded. How he's still getting out with more. That's a huge round from Timotino. Right when they need it.
टमाटिनो हो गया तो टमाटिनो.
All sides, but he fights back on every front.
Yeah, he's jumping up, celebrating as well. He's getting loud.
He should be
ये
for that.
थर्ड
I think
राउंड
they need
थर्ड
to.
मैप जो है ना
That's one of those ones where it felt like it was slipping away from
25
them.
के ओवरटाइम
The
तक
fact
जाए
that
मजा आ
again,
जाए.
Loiter, he actually catches
सो जाऊंगा भाई.
Asuna as
क्यों
he
कर
is
रहा है?
coming back from his ultimate.
इतना लंबा खींचता है ना, मजा नहीं आता पता है. एक पॉइंट के बाद
Timotino clutches it out.
अब खींचे ठीक है, इतना लंबा ना खींच जाएगी. क्या बोलते हैं?
For BBL in this scenario,
आज वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बना दे इन लोग.
you always have to be careful versus those pistols. We saw it. The way they started that streak was with the pistols.
कैसा ट्रिप लगाया है? कोई भी कूद के आ जाएगा इसके ट्रिप पे तो.
अबे नहीं, वो वेट कर रहा है कि कोई टच हो, दू दनादन उसको कूदेगा भी तो आवाज होगा ना, तभी तो इतना क्लोज खड़ा था वो. अब टूट गया देख वो ट्रिप. नहीं है.
Playing the default, it's not somewhere I'm anticipating a lot of impact. Interestingly though, the cage up close with a trap down below.
देख अब मारेंगे निकल के उन लोग.
But it doesn't get the reveal off in time, so no punish, and now the reveal in the corner leaves Kraven isolated and dealt with. Loida dove on in the backside. As we said, not a whole lot to work with.
भाई हाईएस्ट जो ओवरटाइम गया ना बे इग्नाइटर, वो गया 25-23 का. और उसमें भी कौन सी टीम थी पता है तेरे को? BBL वर्सेस फुट. FUT.
5 HP. Lovers Rock gets a chance to make this a little more costly on the exits if he wants. I do think though as this round goes on, 100 Thieves are just going to leave.
उसमें भी 25 राउंड BBL
they're not going to be baited into going down to the spike or anything like that. So in terms of actually getting damage, it will be difficult. That's a good start. No one else one shot though. Unless it's a headshot, of course.
2025 के VCT में ग्रुप स्टेज में
die to the spike, but
28
You know that 100 Thieves want those orbs. Arsenal in particular. It's a little bit close for comfort, but he is going to get that extra orb towards the Phoenix Ult.
2 घंटे चला था, 2 घंटे, 3
Looking like
मिनट या 4
already
मिनट.
they're back. 3 rounds in a row. Seeming a lot more comfortable on Haven. And again, another map where we have seen some struggles for the side of BBL. I would say that going into this map point, it is intriguing that both Split and Haven were in there. They've already proved us in one avenue that Split, clearly they put some work in. And also if The Rock, I think, hits the highest ACS of the tournament so far, which is actually pretty close, because I think Starzo had 450, but that only lasted a day.
Oh, nice early aggression from the defensive side. This is what we were waiting to see in previous maps. It took them a while to pull it out, and now a full-on blitz of mid has left 100 Thieves scratching their heads. They looked a little bit overwhelmed by what just came their way. And you'd think after 2 maps of facing BBL, you'd get used to it.
It's crazy that you can win 3 rounds in a row and then lose a round in 10 seconds. That is what it's like playing against BBL. They use a Hunter's Fury, and then they just run at them. And even though they lose the opening pick, I don't even think there was a split second in any of the players' minds like, should I fall back? No, it's like we have committed to whatever the play is. I think it makes Rose's job as an IGL easier in circumstances like that. Not easier overall, because sometimes his players just decide to swing everyone, but in a round where you plan to push, everybody is on the same page. Yep. Early fake being sold by the attack inside. But with the trips not being hit, that ruse, well, it is going to give them Rose. Rose goes looking, and there was a rotation coming back from other players. In fact, the question will be, will Lovers Rock be there in time? No, the Molotov will deny.
All crucial time and in a post plant with a Hunter's Fury online, and a Sova sitting towards long with his back protected as well. This becomes a very difficult round for BBL. Dealing with the first players on site will be one thing. As long as Vora isn't peak, because he is peaking right now. He's giving a chance, and Lovers Rock does not need too many chances to walk away with the kills. Now the trap down already. Flank will be a concern, but everyone's coming straight from the spawn. A heads-up duel with LaRock now on the flank around. Timotino had no idea there was a player behind him. They've managed to section this down to just one. The Hunter's Fury practically useless at this point. Caught in the corner. He's brought it to a 1v1, but that flash saved the day. With LaRock having just enough time here to take this one across the line. It will be 4-3 in favor of BBL. The lead just about maintained.
Yeah, real nice try from Vor in that late round scenario, right? Using the Hunter's Fury there would have almost definitely been his demise, being stuck in the corner, and he would have basically needed to kill both of them with it within a second. But especially considering how this started, like the swing back in gave them that additional little bit of space. I think Lovers Rock does well in this round, but again, it's the response found by BBL. Lead extended, the 3-round gap or blip. Look at what's left in the hands of the attacking side. And the thing is, Lovers Rock knows it. His sniper is in hand for that exact reason, although he has missed one of the players, but there is a drone. Is the drone... That could be a problem.
Looks like they're going to commit to that fight. Molly from LaRock cancels drone out. Other side, Rose is the one to take Timotino down. The man who has been so reliable in those fights. But for 100 Thieves, a good chance in Garage, but the setup, the cage immediately activated. Well, the flash catching that's neither here nor there. This has pretty much sealed the deal of the round. They've connected a W already, and another flash should guarantee it. Look at Bang, he couldn't see a damn thing.
The thing is,
Bubbly to chad ke maar raha hai bhai.
He missed both of his shots. I was like, he's going to run it with a shorty. What I didn't realize was LaRock was going to do exactly the same thing out of the door. So left him with nowhere to go.
अब अपने को ना ऐसा करना पड़ेगा बोबो कि
some more rounds going the other way. It's time for 100 Thieves to take a timeout. I think they've already witnessed how quickly the game can get out of control. It really does feel that sometimes, like, you want to have those pauses called just to try and break the momentum of BBL. They start getting cocky, confident, taking space away from you that they definitely shouldn't be able to get consistently. But then I also feel that there's the other side of the coin, that the second you take the pause, BBL go, we got him.
कि कैमरा का अच्छा सेटअप करे कि बिस्तर में लेट के देख रहे हैं आराम से.
That they are feeling the pressure. And if
कैसे बोलूं?
anything, I almost feel like the next round's going to be even more aggressive.
Well, it has worked. It has worked every time on every map. The aggressive plays, sometimes it's a little bit too much for BBL, but it is feast or famine for these guys, and all the table is plentifully filled. At this point, there's no reason to change it up. And look at the minimap. 4 players towards the C site at the start of the round. Now, you will not see this very often. This will be an immediate push down. And what we can see is that 100 Thieves have 2 players outside the C site, one of which has the spike. If BBL are pacey on this, they could already set themselves up for success in the round. In fact, they're waiting. They're waiting for a signal to send utility through. That's the player's gone, and the spike down, but the trap from Bang is sprung. The TP was stuck into the backside, and no one was paying attention. He's flown under the radar. He's emerged from the shadows and become a nightmare for BBL as he's found 3 already. That means that Lloyd is completely isolated. Trapped on long. Yes, he has the spike, but he's got some hungry mouths looking to take a bite out of him. Lloyd down. This round has crumbled. It looked like they had the right read, the right play. But in the end, their own trap sprung on them. Unless Kraven can make this work, he needs to get out of here alive. And okay, a 1v2.
Managed to deny the plant for the moment. But it will go down for Bang. This has been his round. That TP stuck was a gamble, but it was a gamble that saved them from certain demise. And now for Kraven. Utility. All on the other side of the map. Nothing to play with, and they will peek him together to make sure that that didn't go any further. A nice attempt, but it is 100 Thieves, and more importantly, Bang, that takes them home around.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of the pacing of 100 Thieves. A lot of the time, the utility from Bang has been absolutely perfect. But this was something else entirely. Just so pigeonholed in on that one position. They go towards C long, C players there. They've got utility ready and lined up, and they're throwing in hot hands. But all 4 of these players are only worried about the front, and it is that one small, tiny little detail of the Omen TP that takes them a second too long to piece together. But still big from Bang to hit those shots as well. Hunter's Fury searching for Loida. Run it back used by Asuna. Kraven might be tagged a little bit, trading out the run it backs, but they will indeed keep Asuna away from the big punish. And Kraven still hasn't been detected in the corner. The snake in the grass striking. This time the Venom sinks deep, but they respond convincingly.
Yeah, I think Timotino is actually quick enough to get his teammate while he's hiding in that corner. And then the Molotov just forces an awkward fight for Kraven. Looking like a much tighter map than what we saw in the last. The back and forth, leaving us level once again, and the trade outs of those run it backs mean that there's not going to be a massive amount to play with going into the next round. I was very worried that for 100 Thieves, this might just be the mental break, but instead, after that back and forth continues, going to be a pause now taken for BBL. Of course, both teams desperate to go into that second half with the advantage, not wanting the pistol to potentially be a defining factor in this map. And for BBL, after having a good streak of rounds, you can understand why, after a couple of blips, their coach wants to get involved.
Well, yeah, I think especially that one. Like I said, it's one of those moments where your attention is elsewhere. Your full focus is on those 2 players swinging. He was on the spike that just fell to the floor. And, you know, at that point, you probably imagine there's 2 or 3 more guys about to come swinging around that corner, getting ready for it, pushing down to take the space, and you miss a small detail. In moments like this, that can cost you a map, and it can cost you a series. And a game as close as this very well might. Maybe I'll take that timeout with 2 rounds left to play for in this half. For 100 Thieves, certainly coming in better armed. But in terms of ultimates, miles away from the important ones. I think there's a good chance we don't even get to see Asuna's run it back online by the time the half ends. But the same can be said for Larocque. Them both burning those up in the last round has taken them out of the equation. And a crucial swing part of the map. I do think, though, if I remove the ultimates and we still see that aggression from BBL, I think they'll go back to winning ways. Because the disruption from 100 Thieves in that round, the only thing that saved them was that from the shadows. If Bang even just gets one there, the round's over.
Yeah.
छोटा सा आराम कर लिए, मजा आ गया.
Although the next round, a little bit more chaotic, and I think the thing that I liked from the last round was there was a lot of chaos. There was players missing corners. There was bits that you could look at as mistakes, but then you go, okay, 100 Thieves come out of it alive. And I think that was where you look back to the last map where the second chaos ensued. That was where it seemed like BBL just ran away with it. So the fact they're able to weather the storm a little bit more in this map at least fills me with some confidence. I think that TP is a great example of it. That is Bang adapting to the chaos that has been this BBL side. And that is why we've maybe seen BBL put on the back foot a little bit here. That, okay, we're not just going to allow you to go in swinging and decimate us. And also, Larocque, for his standards, is now having a quieter map. The last one, he was untouchable, unstoppable. And now I think he's being matched.
Well, indeed, for 100 Thieves, that previous map, it was definitely a blow. 13 rounds in a row and going 2-0 down in this one. I did start to wonder, is this team crumbling? With it being their map pick previously as well, it's rare to see the blowout like that. Oh, look at that. Come prepared. Still their half back home. Well, it's been an interesting series so far. I think the one thing, though, for me, looking at BBL, is the aggression, is how it gets tempered over time. Because this is a young roster, and you can get away with this. We've seen it in the old days with like your G2 roster back in 2021, where they used to play an insanely aggressive style. They played loose with much less structure than we have nowadays. But nobody punished them. For like a year, they got away with it. They would take fights they shouldn't. They would push when they had advantages. And every time they'd find success. But we always said one day people will figure this out. One day teams will just have the fundamentals, the structure there to then make the adaptations to punish every mistake you're making. And when that day comes, you'll fade into irrelevance. Most of those players don't play anymore. So it kind of shows you where we're at in that world. And I view it as a similarity with BBL right now, in that you can play like this, that all-out aggression. But Turkey themselves had to adapt. They used to be that. They used to be your, not even G2 clone. They were a more aggressive version of that old G2 roster. They played so aggressive in every single fight. It was a 5v1, they'll push you one by one because every single player on that roster believes that not only can he beat you, that he will beat you 9 out of 10 times. If not, I think they believe 10 out of 10 times. And then they go, oh, I guess it was lag, latency, something like that. The mouse let me down. So for BBL, yeah, it works for now. But if 100 Thieves can crack that code here today, and it's going to be one day, someone's going to figure it out. Someone's going to have that response, and we'll need to see that extra layer too. Oh, that one doesn't want to play.
I like that. I like the fact that Larocque is trying to play with anybody that he can. He's clearly not feeling the pressure whatsoever. Oh, he's now playing with Mitch. Oh.
He got me.
He got you.
He got me.
You've taken...
Damn it!
Taken a massive L.
Over in London, I was doing well. I was slaying people with it. I did my scissors rock method. It always works.
Against the best in the world?
I shouldn't say that. Now people know my method.
Against the best in the world.
No, we're not against the best. And that's it. He's proven it there in the States.
You need to train.
He's got the dub already.
He can beat you in aim. He could beat you in the rock, paper, scissors as well, but ultimately, there's a slightly bigger game at hand. And I am looking forward to the conclusion, because of course it is the talk of the town of who's going to be making into that playoff stage first. Of course, we know, I believe now at this point, we know that it's going to be a EDG on that bounce back after defeating RRQ in the elimination game earlier on over on the B stream. So ultimately, this team, one of them goes through, gets to go straight into the playoffs. The other has to go back and play EDG, which, yeah, I don't know if that's something anybody would really want.
For 100 Thieves, you come up against EDG there. You know, I believe they've got a chance, for sure. Could be definitely be a fun game to watch. But facing EDG in the lower bracket, That's not somewhere I want to be. And then for BBL facing EDG in the lower bracket in a rematch, that's definitely not putting a nice taste in my mouth. I don't think anyone wants to be down there, and I think for most people, maybe with full roster, EDG should be running through that upper bracket run. So for 100 Thieves, for BBL, this matchup, yeah, we've got a second chance, but that second chance is a chance to outswim a shark. Now it looks like we're getting fist bumps down on the stage. Folks, we might be ready to roll pretty soon. And indeed, we are already underway. 1:35 on the clock, and aggression from Lovers Rock. He's been caught this time, but he's got backup. Rose, the second layer to him. They're suspecting it. The Molly's caught him. He's dead to rights. He's taken full health bar from the hot hands. Oh, that's a devastating way to kick this one off. They're in a 5v2.
Yeah, a little bit of karma, maybe. You've given the game away with how aggressive you're going to be, that your opponents are starting to just throw utility into smokes.
I have the spike.
But either way, looking like they might continue in towards the remaining setup. Kreven and Loiter, this would have to be an impressive hold. The drone already going through, likely to give the game away, and already Kreven distracted, leaves Loiter alone. They could just leave and go back the other way, but they want to send this man into the dirt, and he's having none of it. Running out of the site, the round all but concluded, and 100 Thieves will take back the lead.
Well, disgraceful you don't believe in the Loiter 1v5 Ninja Defuse.
I do not.
He was just getting the weapon for the Ninja Defuse. Now he thought it was planted on C. It's a little mistake. He'll figure it out. But obviously saving this weapon through to the next with the state of the economy is very important. But hold on, there's a player very close. Now he's whiffed on him. This should be it. Lloyd is going to run for the hills, and he has no chance of escape. Asuna right behind him for the flawless round in 100 Thieves camp. That's got to feel good. What a bounce back.
Yeah, and it has been a constant back and forth throughout this map so far. Of course, the pistol taken home by the IGL. But this is the fact that you could see that throughout this game, 100 Thieves have had to be more prepared for the opponents just taking these risks through the smoke and shutting down both Lovers Rock and Rose within the first few seconds of the round. Felt like a domino effect. The buy that's coming up here is maybe not the greatest, but it is still going to be rifles across the board. And again, 100 Thieves are in the right place at the right time, watching for those players into middle. An early shutdown, but LaRock has quickly found a kill back. He's denied the ultimate and is still going. Finally, they managed to deal with him, but it is just back and forths all over the shop.
The TP taken to the A side, steps close as Rose is already at the gates. He's closing the distance. He's right on the site. He slipped past. They have no idea. The paranoia does nothing. And now out goes the drone to see the last, to mark him. Marked for death is Cryo. Rose single-handedly solving the problem that was that 2v2 and putting us neck and neck at the halftime.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. That is him winning the first round and the last round of the half.
3K in the first, yeah.
And then doing not a lot in between. He finished 7-7, so that's 5 kills.
Oh, it was a 3K and a 2K.
Rounds, and then for the rest of the entirety of the half. But hey, if you could win your team 2 rounds as an IGL, I don't think that's too bad. And of course, will leave us level. I think ultimately you're going to look at this and go, you win the pistol and it ends up 6-6. It's not the greatest of halves for BBL. I think a good recovery from 100 Thieves, especially when you see that 3-round streak coming in. You might start to get a little bit nervous, but I think they've done well where they utilize their pauses. Both sides keeping this one close. And of course, you go back to map number 1 and OT defeat on their own map choice for BBL. Very easily could have taken this one in 2, and I unfortunately won't be saying the same for 100 Thieves, who really struggled on their own map choice. But I'm glad to see that that hasn't boomed them. That they are back in this map and back in this matchup, and as said, the victory will take them through to the playoffs, which when you think back to last year, BBL with a completely different squad did make it. 100 Thieves in the group of death failed. It would be new heights for them at EWC.
Yeah, I think the main one in BBL's camp, just the fact that this is a roster that after those changes come out to the Yoru, we see them fade a little bit, right? They have to take time to adapt, but they don't have time going from an international to a regional event. The meta shifts multiple times, and playing keep up, playing catch up is more so the issue. They can prove that they're still a team that can make those deep international runs with just one map here. It'd already be solidifying themselves amongst the upper echelon for what wouldn't be the first time this year. That's when you call it proof as opposed to circumstance. We certainly know they're capable, but after that second map, gotta be honest, I thought it was a definite. I thought they were a shoo-in to take this across the line, but 100 Thieves have dug deep. Timotino's been very impressive as well today. I think especially on Lotus, like his raise there was fantastic, or sorry, the Waylay was fantastic there. Raise on the previous, and now here on the Neon, finding that impact again. But Kraven last two maps for BBL has stepped up. He's been such an important sentinel in terms of staying alive, but now putting up that impact as well. As Sheriff is starting to sing, although here, he has got the Bandit for the pistol.
Slower. Patient start from the side of BBL. Maybe expecting some aggression on the other side as well. Of course, you do have that double duelist in tow, but it's Timotino's gone walking out. But that's more of the bait. There's a second player up close, but he's been caught by the cam. Good spot. But they're not done fighting this just yet. Continuing that brawl towards the A site. Maybe trying to force them back into the utility.
Yeah, this is all just a ruse towards that A site, right? Sending the drone out towards long. The cam's been checking the entire time. They want to take any early information, any silent alarms that could start ringing out of the hands of 100 Thieves, so they don't know that there's no one on A long. They don't know there's no one close on A short. And as a result, they don't rotate to the other side of the map, which means that all alone is going to be Cryo. Although, actually, support coming through. Bangs on the quick rotation. Run through the smoke so quickly, and Bangs found two. A shock dart kills come in, and all of a sudden, Lloyd is the last man standing. It looked like BBL had managed to strike with a surprise, but 100 Thieves, and especially Bang, looked more than ready for that play.
Oh, for Loiter. It then becomes an impossible clutch. Not enough time to do anything, and another high-impact round from Bang. A triple kill over on that C site, and honestly, it's looking like his site at the moment after the TP play we saw earlier, and now holding on that side of the map. But even just the way he danced around his own utility, had that additional support as well, and an important victory to grant them the lead.
And I think for Bang, what's important to highlight is like this guy's been in a position where he's had a lot of impact so far, down from the utility, from the survivability and keeping the smokes online, but mainly those paranoias have been on fire. They got 100 Thieves. I think 2 of the 3 rounds that they found on Split were because of entries that came off the back of that paranoia, perfectly timed, perfectly positioned. But now he's starting to have big individual rounds as well, top of the scoreboard for 100 Thieves at the moment. And that's a dangerous prospect. The From the Shadows success, no doubt, giving him a little bit more confidence, peppering those players from behind. It looks like we might have another small break in the action. Hopefully nothing to keep you too long. We'll see if I can get a rematch. I'm confident this time, to be honest. I think the strategy is to start with paper. He started scissors last time, so he'll change. Always.
Right.
Very embarrassing if I'm wrong, but hey, no time for that.
It was already embarrassing.
I'll get the game in off camera, off stage, so I can say I won no matter what.
But you could have done that anyway, but you know.
That's true, actually. They didn't
just
see
no
it,
one would have believed you.
Yeah. He was asking me what I picked as well, so I could have just lied. Like, be like, oh yeah, I picked scissors, mate. Unlucky.
Yeah, but that would have kept you up at night.
It would have. Yeah. I need to win fair and square, and I will one day. I'll figure him out. Well, let's see if 100 Thieves can figure them out. As right now the lead is already found and a chance to extend it even further up against the Pistols. But this is where BBL do some of their finest, and by that I mean stress-inducing work. With the Pistols, it's only 2 bandits to work with. Majority classics. And Loida has ripped Asina's head off. I believe he was blind also.
Oh. Giving them an opener.
And a weapon.
A few spam shots going through. 3 players will be on this A side of the map, but it seems like BBL want absolutely nothing to do with it, and a lot of this is just being covered off by utility.
Go, go.
Already spamming a couple of bullets towards the dart, trying to hold players to that side of the map, and it has done exactly that, but now they need to get running. They need to get moving. As Cryo's here completely alone. Bear in mind that Spectre has been put into the Neon's hand. A good trip will get one, but it's an immediate trade back. Solid work from Larocque. The plant being baited to try and get somebody to try and swing if they were close. Instead, though, the shock dart will come through. Do quite a lot of damage, in fact, to Larocque, but he still stands.
Plan found for Larocque as well, 2 away from a run it back, and this is an all-out aggression from the attacking side. They're going straight into the spawn, but the stun back in return is at least bought a moment of reprieve for this squad. It doesn't last long. Lover's Rock. Some of the kill feed says Bang killed him after he died, which is, it must have been instantaneous. But what a play from BBL to come into that round having as little as they did, 2 bandits find the opening. And again, I'm pretty sure Larocque was flashed when he found that opening. Or was it Loida? Loida, yeah, I'm pretty sure he was blind. That's crazy. Eats the flash and just pops the headshot. Anyways, fair enough.
And that Spectre's what ends up closing the round as well. So that is a bitter defeat for 100 Thieves. They get the start they were looking for, but it really does feel like nothing is separating these two teams. Well, now you get that massive injection of cash. You look at the investment into rifles for the side of BBL. Of course, the only freebie is Lover's Rock. There's going to have the Outlaw, which, to be honest, would have been his weapon of choice. I like this push-up, though, from Matino, but unfortunately the trip is going to be in his way. No sneaky play to be had. Hoping maybe there was a way under it, but he's definitely too tall for that.
Another for Loida. That walk out of the smoke almost got a lot for Asuna. Damage, but nothing to convert into kills. The problem with having the pistols, of course. And the rest of the squad now just going to sit back and wait. Let the spike explode and avoid giving any orbs away. When you look at the orb play for BBL already, the ultimate economy, the main man who would want those already has them. Larocque would run it back for the next round, the full buy of 100 Thieves. And especially on the attack side, like, well, obviously on the defense, in terms of playing the retake, it's going to have a lot of value. So for Asuna coming into the next round, if they can find an orb, if he finds a pick, that's going to be huge. But Larocque can get them in. And the problem is, Larocque could probably just run it aside anyways, and I'll give him a pretty good chance of taking it. If he's has the opportunity to go at it twice, it's a different story altogether.
But that's what he was doing on the last map, on the Rays. He was just dropping down off high angles, and then while landing, having enough time to correct and insta-headshot people. Like, his performance in the last map was phenomenal. And yeah, he's been a little bit quieter in this one, but with Loiter stepping up, Kreven up there as well, they are now in the lead. Now, the investment into the Odin is a new piece for them to deal with. But it seems like they found their gap. They found the place where they want to put the pressure on, and that is the seaside.
The response from 100 Thieves is mid-control. The Odin spam is just to break that window wall and maybe do a little bit of damage, but nobody's there. BBL are playing a very direct game straight into this seaside, but already the rotates are there. 100 Thieves have the read, and that Hot Hands hasn't reached fully into backside. Run it back now, online. Larocque already tagged down to 46. The flash, though, might get him an opening. Never mind. Bang and Vora. With Rose and Lover's Rock down, they might think about leaving this site, running for the hills, and that's exactly the port of call. Problem is, the cam saw them, and Loida gets spammed to death, leaving Larocque to do it all. A 1v5. Hey, listen, I said second lease alive. This guy would be dangerous, but not against these odds.
Yeah, fantastic hold. The initial delay, the catch of the flank immediately, and then just the pace of which we saw that rotation come in from 100 Thieves. Even though they left one man alone on that site, they felt incredibly ready to make that move back in. Look at the time they actually pushed the backside. There's already about 4 players ready and waiting for BBL to try and make that move. Even still, it's another investment, but really does feel like this is going to go all the way. Neither team really able to find a steady footing just yet.
There they are.
Oh, Timotino has taken a lot of space and hearing a lot of steps. The rotations are already coming towards this A site. from 100 Thieves. It's Timotino. They
PRX
shouldn't
का
expect him
bro
this early to be tucked in
भाई
that corner, but
PRX
they've
का
seen him.
मैच
Rose
इसके जस्ट बाद है
spotted the
ये
edge
जब
of it,
खत्म होगा
but
PRX
Hello,
का
भोपड़ो।
मैच हो जाएगा।
couldn't land the shot.
हाँ
क्या कर रहा है?
BBL now, having lost all that space in
कुछ
mid,
नहीं भाई
you
मैच
can't
देख
really
रहा
just
हूँ
commit to the
एक
A site.
राउंड
You
वो
know the
जीत रहे एक
rotates
राउंड
are
ये
ये
जीत
बस
रहे
यही तो
have
चल
to
रहा है
kind
कब
of
से।
clear that mid space so they don't have an
यही तो चल रहा है कब से। सन 1971 से यही कर रहे हैं दोनों जन।
BBL are playing this round blind because of how this round
समझ नहीं
started.
पा रहा हूँ मैं जीतेगा कौन।
मैं
Still, how they've been spotted.
सुनना
Seen around that middle area.
कैमरा चालू करना भाई थोड़ा सा।
100 Thieves are playing into the retake this time. You
इसमें
have the
DC
running
है?
back available
हाँ
to
भाई
you.
प्लीज करना।
Maybe hoping for a kill off the back of the trip. Instead, he goes walking out. I'm surprised by that. It looked like a retake setup instead. Damage being done onto the ult, but even still, they've got to be careful. And advantage still held.
अपन पर्सनल कॉल में है ना।
Make a move. Kreven's shot not connected and bypassed by his opponent, leaving Lovers Rock in an impossible scenario. An easy cleanup for 100 Thieves and maybe a gamble or two taken by Cryo. I was surprised by that swing, but even still disrupting the take of BBL and now taking the lead back for themselves.
I was looking at the minimap when he opened cam. Did you see if he saw them on site? Because I'm guessing he just...
I think so.
Oh, well, yeah. That's
I thought he saw them in the cam.
That's
Maybe
unhinged then. Is if he missed them, if they were behind the box, then that makes sense. You know, you just think, oh, I can get out on the site a little quicker before they get in. But
ये वो कितना हैंडसम दिख रहा है भाई तू तेरी स्ट्रीम पे।
Swung out with intentions and
हाँ भाई है तो
knocking for trying.
सुनना बस मेरा एक काम कर देगा।
With the lead, 9
मैं ना मैं वॉक करने जा रहा हूँ, मेरे को ना फोन कर देना क्या बोलते जब तेरा ना वो
could shape up okay depending on how this goes.
अच्छा PRX
Even if they do lose, grab a plant out of this situation. It won't be the end of the world. Few ultimates that are close by as well. But the reality is 100 Thieves, they have plenty of credits. They can keep rebuying. They also have ultimates that are coming online. The Hunter's Fury especially for Vora.
हाँ ठीक है ना कोई दिक्कत नहीं ब्रो कोई दिक्कत।
Little bit more momentum and they'll be across this line.
So well placed, but it's just whether or not he moves at the wrong time. Drone needs to be denied. Instead, they're going to try and catch him.
सुना हाँ भाई बहुत अच्छा है बहुत बढ़िया खेल तो बहुत खेलता तो बहुत अच्छा है
He's going to make it awkward, but instead Asta again. This is looking like a complete shutdown, and now they're almost tempted to get aggressive to clear out those remaining couple. Rifle retrieve for Loiter. It's the deadly duo that were
सप्तऋषि भाई कहाँ से हो?
But turning this round seems impossible. They are boxed in.
Yep, and now they know it. Timotino striking from behind with the operator, puts it down to just LaRock with 4 players on their way. And a very good idea of exactly where he can be. If he doesn't even get spammed behind that box, I'll be surprised. And now he certainly will. Asuna takes him down for double digits on 100 Thieves, and they do it in flawless fashion. If you thought their money was a problem before, it most definitely will be now. And for BBL, after a close, incredibly close first map, going to OT, and then a dominant second in their favor, seems like they might be running out of steam at the very last moment.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button. Jaldi se like kar do guys.
That first map started, it looked like there was an opportunity for 100 Thieves to run away with it. Then the same for BBL. Then map number 2, after 100 Thieves took the victory, I was going in saying, oh, they need to have a dominant half. Well, they had a dominant 13 rounds in a row. And now, this map has been anything but dominance. It's been back and forth all the way through. 3 rounds in a row is the most that any team has managed to garner in a streak. And well, after a few in a row, that's the moment that a pause comes through. Believe from the BBL coaching staff, a chance potentially for them to get some wise words from Key, but it's a scenario where, yeah, you fought tooth and nail. You've shown that maybe there's more depth to your map pool than you might have expected with Split, and obviously Haven being a little bit further down their pecking order. But if this is the first time we see 4 rounds in a row in this map, I wonder if it might be the trigger towards the end.
Guys, don't
Well,
forget to hit
this
the
is
like
the last stand of BBL. 100 Thieves are about to hit 11. It will have to be a gargantuan effort to get back into the game if they lose this one. And the full buy comes into play. No credits for the next spam from Asuna. He's put under pressure. Vora delivers, but the kills, at least for now, not picking a favorite. Trading back and forth. Kreven's done his work, but there is much more to be done. BBL calling the freeze for now, or perhaps the full-on retreat, leaving the A site, making their way. If it's towards those pings, I fear they may go C. Okay, into the window. I think they were saying be careful of the C push, and that's a good thing because now look at where Timotino is. The operators waiting on C, watching for Garage, watching for C long. But the B site, the easier fight. Still Bang to deal with. He's actually stepped away.
Antusturi could deny them. Look at the position of Vora. You don't play this spot for no reason. He's trying to get them, and he's caught Loiter, his third kill of the round already. Rose will get his own ultimate online from this plant, but it's finding a position where he's able to use it that's going to be far more of a problem. In fact, I think he's just going to have to commit to playing the site alongside his teammate, Larocque at the back. That's Bang spotted, but the other two are still unknown. There could be a player flanking through middle that they have to be aware of. The spam shot's not bad, but not quite the kill, and Bang leaves it now just to Rose. A nice first shot, but he's so desperately low, but he gets them all! 5 HP for Rose! But once again, he shows those thorns!
It seemed like it was BBL's darkest day, and Rose decides to bloom. A fantastic clutch from a man on 5 HP against players held in much higher regard than him. That is something else. It was an even trade situation to start this out, but it looked like the work was done. The game was over, and just like that.
I didn't believe for a second. Not 1 second, especially when I see Timotino jump across to bait for his teammate. It looked like the freest kill of all time, but somehow Rose has managed to land the shots. 3 rounds in a row, we mentioned it. Nobody has broken that trend throughout this map so far, and still nobody has broken that trend. It took a 1 versus 3 and 4. Lucky to be alive is Vora.
Joke's over. Oh, the run it back from Asuna right away. They heard players in mid, and he just wants to full pressure them. Still plenty of room left on that for him to find a battle, but not one that he wins. Rose dealing with that ultimate.
Take flight.
And BBL have plenty of their own in response to Hunter's Fury that had a lot of impact for 100 Thieves in the previous round. Now online for Rose thanks to his big clutch. The finger guns there. If Lover's Rock wants to up the pace and play pace even without that operator, might be the way to entry into Garage. And indeed it will be. Activated, fired in, and now this, with the stun, this becomes very dangerous, but that Molly has bought Asuna a lot of time. He's able to slip out, he's made it to long. He should have been dead to rights.
That paranoia also helped him. Bang slow them down, walking on the other side, but Larocque's won the fight. Spike now going back towards A. An aggressive push coming in, but the lurk of Kreven has been dealt with. Leaves things back into a 3v3 scenario. Now they know exactly where their opponents are sitting. The aggressive heaven spot was bait, but Rose has been dealt with immediately. Puts them back. For 2v3, another clutch scenario needed for BBL.
It was a big round for Larocque, and now Lloyd is joining him. 2 versus 2. Bang and Cryo to find. And they're split as well. They're coming from different sides. Time is against them now, ticking ever quicker is the spike. The timing for Bang perfect as he catches Lloyd, and now just Larocque left to deal with. Caught in the corner and taken out with plenty of time left. 100 Thieves. They managed to make it all the way to 11.
Hey, they definitely got a little bit spicy in the middle. And a good recovery towards the end of the round. The breakback's also going to cause massive issues for the economy of that BBL side. Bear in mind that only a singular player survived in the last round. They were having to utilize Guardians, etc. And with advantages found in this round, they weren't able to capitalize. Even the shots connected, it was just timing of that push through the smoke. And you can see what they've had. It's Larocque with a run it back and a rifle. Everybody else will be down to the pistols. They're going to need him to have a lights out round.
This, if ever, is his moment. All eyes on LaRock. The Phoenix with the ult online. And in fact, this push towards the seaside, it started well. They've actually managed to send Timatino backwards on 40 HP. Creven falls, unfortunately, but that rifle of LaRock is all we're worried about. How much can it get done? It's being caught by a trap. More time delayed, more time wasted. The op now fires, but it catches him as he's fading into the mist. Oh my goodness, the shorty came out for Timatino. Cryo rushed in for a big side swipe. And what looked to be a scary round with that run it back leading the charge with the op shots missed with the damage onto Timatino ends up as a flawless.
They are set up and ready to close out this map. The third and final in the series. They've had to fight tooth and nail to claw their way through their maps, with Split in the middle being a different story. However, if they make it into that playoff stage, I don't think they're going to give a damn how they got there. The main thing is making it there, having that extra preparation time for what will be coming up next week.
जीत गई भाई 100 Thieves, मेरे को लग ही रहा था.
BBL, they are a round away from having to try and fight versus EDG again. It's a faster pace, but Cryo again living for the moment. Caught the push up from Bang. It's going to be an interesting one, and he's found another victim. Leaves another disadvantage TP to the other side of the map with the spike, in fact, from Loiter. Mates are nowhere to be seen. They're waiting for the rotations to be pulled. I'd be able to get a plant that, I don't know, I feel like it would leave me confused, and I can see everything that's going on.
It's too risky as well. He has no idea if there's a player close to him in heaven. You plant, he kills you, nobody can stop the defuse. Have to wait for the rest of the team, but the problem is the longer that takes, and they don't know if short or long or clear, they have to take their time. But now 100 Thieves start to realize they're not going to keep 3 players outside C. They're going to push. They're going to go through mid, through garage, see that nobody's there. Eventually, you're going to have Asuna check C long. No one's there. And all the pieces start to add up and starts to make sense. 30 seconds on the clock, and as soon as they're spotted here, there's going to be a player on their back immediately. BBL should expect that. No noise across the map. Somebody must be contacting somewhere. But can they expect them to be this close? Bang, drawing their eye to start with, still has a paranoia, and that's going to be set up any moment now. They're waiting for it. In fact, there's the paranoia. Now the swing comes through, and he misses. It's a whiff from Timatino. A lifeline for a BBL that looked dead to rights moments ago. 3 players pulled from the same angle. A spray down could solve this, could give BBL another chance, but Loida has to do it all.
HP है, एक गोली पैर में लगने की देरी है. बस, जीत गए.
13-9 with a bounce back from the desolation of Split.
Up next match, PRX.
Planted their flag in playoffs.
Last year at EWC, they were placed into the group of death. Of course, a lot has changed since then. New players, new blood. I think Timatino has definitely been one of the most exciting to add into this roster. But the changes of coaching staff as well have brought them to a place they've not made it to before. The playoff stage is theirs. And for BBL, this means another fight needs to be had if they are going to make it into that playoffs bracket later in the tournament. It is a big step up from 100 Thieves and a victory well earned.
And I think you see exactly what I was talking about during that game as well. The shirt game from MBS, almost as beautiful as a 100 Thieves game on the server. It's great to see them living their best life down there on the stage. And I say down there, right behind us on the stage. There's a lot of energy from these boys, and I think it was so important looking back at some of the moments where they were trailing, where they were down, even on Split. They find a round, a flash in the pan, they're on their feet. They're getting excited. They didn't allow all of the death blows that they were dealt to take them out of this game. And in the end, they come through with a splendid final map to close out this series. For playoffs, this is definitely going to be a team to keep your eye on. And with a little bit of time to prepare now.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They get that little bit of additional days, I guess it is, to acclimatize and to get ready to be on point for the playoffs. Nonetheless, a man who's always on point is T-Gon.
I thought it was me.
Thank you very much, guys. And it was all the way there, 13-9 for 100 Thieves to finally put BBL to bed. but it was a fantastic match and hero moments throughout finally on that Haven. But 100 Thieves, they get it done and right the wrongs from last year's EWC qualification and make it through to the playoff stage. Our first team to do it here. Digon here alongside Kukuka, and big time to break that last one down. Feels good for 100 Thieves. Still something to build upon for BBL, because even BBL had their hero moments.
Yeah, I think that especially this last map for Lovers Rock was just too much to hone in. It was the same issue that he was having back in EMEA, the fact that they were not really sure how to act on this Haven. And I think that throughout the series, and for getting that second map, 100 Thieves was on top. Very good map from Bang as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it suited them really well. It suited their playstyle incredibly well. And just so much composure after getting absolutely backhanded on Split. They turn it around and show just how quality they've been all the way through the EWC quals. And then from that first match, they're so in form right now, and that's going to make them incredibly scary heading to playoffs.
Yeah, and that was the worrying big question, was now that not only did you lose for the first time here at EWC, you got bodied. It was not close. How are you going to respond? And at first it was, okay, you got 3 rounds, then the battle back, and all of a sudden it just became a dogfight in that final Haven map.
But that's what we are here to see, right? That's what we won for a last map. We won that nail-to-nail, that 9-9, and them giving their all. At the end, it was BBL that could not take the pressure.
Yeah, Timotino is standing by right now with Gennaro, getting that one set up for you in just a little bit. We'll get to hear from that duelist who had a fantastic series there.
EWC in general, like with the qualifiers as well against RRQ. I think that definitely another one of the names that we need to consider.
Yeah, I think he's been such a fantastic signing for this squad.
Yes.
I feel like you can feel his impact in the server, and I feel like it enables us sooner.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like they have a brilliant 1-2 punch there. So I really do love the direction this team is going, as well as the coaching staff, EMEA coaching staff.
We always win.
Represent.
We always win. You have a world champion. Eric won Copenhagen's.
Exactly.
All right, the interview is ready now. We got Timotino standing by with Gennaro.
Timotino, you got a lot of energy going, so I want to start off straight off the bat. That was a great performance team-wise. You guys have qualified now for that main stage. A little different than last year, so all in all, happy?
I'm very happy with our performance as a team, you know. Individually, the series, you could say had some issues, but I mean, I really enjoyed it, and I can't wait to playoffs.
That's the energy I like to see. Okay, you're like going for it, but BBL, I want to talk about that second map then, because you know what happened there?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we played super individually. I felt like we were kind of all in our heads about what was happening. There was very little comms between each other, and it made it really hard to play, like for all of us. So especially me, I had a rough time, did a couple of egregious mistakes, but you know, I'm very happy that my team got me map 3 and we got the win.
How'd you then go from kind of having a little bit of a lesser expected performance on that second map to resetting and jumping into that third map, which was also a close one, but maintaining, you know, that level-headed performance?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really good at like keeping my head in the game, even though like I make mistakes. Because as a duelist, you have to be able to reset for mistakes, because I feel like it's the most mistake-prone role. You kind of have to go in, do things on the fly. And so whenever a bad performance happens, I just make sure that I focus on my breathing. I focus on, you know, playing the same game and, you know, trust my teammates to win, because, you know, I needed it today.
And you got it, and you guys won and qualified. But in that lower bracket now, there's EDG going up against BBL. Do you have a prediction or like maybe a preferred team that you think is going to join you guys in that main stage?
I feel like if EDG had their full roster, they would destroy it, and they would probably, you know, chill BBL. But right now, with the form that they showed, I think BBL's got that win.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. That's it from us over here at the interview. We're going to be heading back over to the desk.
You gotta love that energy.
Yo, so nice. He's so nice. Nothing wishy-washy. No. I was focusing on my breathing. I was like, he knows exactly what he has to do. He acknowledged everything. Give all the kudos to his team. Impossible to dislike him.
Yeah, 6 and 16 on that split. He said it himself. Some egregious mistakes. Bounces back with 16 and 12 there on the final map. But that's what you want to see. Shooters keep shooting. On the Duelist, you have to have such great confidence in yourself despite going through a little bit of a drought here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a common talking point. You gotta have that goldfish memory. When you play as much as these players play, you will have bad games, you will have bad maps.
Many.
It's important to know that that doesn't make you a bad player, and you know you can bounce back and be useful for your team in the series no matter what happens.
Sometimes the entries are not going your way, but what Timotino is saying, like, you will make a lot of mistakes as a duelist because everything happens in a different velocity and you have to stay on top of things. Some days you will feel like Dambi and some days you will not. And I will not say the name I was thinking of out of respect.
Wow.
Because I am no better than that player, so I will not say it. But sometimes those things happen. The important thing is that you know you have your team on your back, that they have your back as well, and that sometimes even generating the space, generating the pressure will be enough for the rest of your team to capitalize onto that. And in terms of space and whatnot, I think that Cryo had an amazing series all throughout now.
Yeah, Cryo doing a solid job there, 49-47 on the series as a whole, but had some clutch moments hiding around the corner. But that guy getting the frags here for BBL is the one I want to talk about. LaRock has something to hang his hat on. He did frag out 66 kills, the highest in the server, 21 plus 21 in that last map in the split on the victory. And it's just so tough when you have an individual performance like that still fall short. But, you know, if you're a positive organization, positive environment, you can build upon that for your next series.
I was going to say, it does sting. It always will sting a little bit when you had, you know, a really great game, but the team doesn't manage to get it done. But, you know, I think in the same way that we were just talking about Timotimo, when you might have those bad games, you got to let it go. Equally, if you have those great games, you have to be able to let it go. You have to know that it's your job to be able to perform, and there will be times when you're up, there will be times when you're down. No blame, good culture, that's what they need, and I'm sure they have that with the way these guys are.
Positives for me on BBL this series, Rose had a few very, very key important rounds. We know that his individual performance sometimes it is affected by the way that he's been leading the team, but I need to see a BBL that works the maps a little bit more. Like, I know that we're seeing too many direct hits and they're not really trusting it, you know, like they second guess a lot, and it is difficult because even if it doesn't look like it, it is more difficult to control one place with 5 people than with just 2, because then what are your responsibilities? Where are you looking? Where are you this? Where are you that? You are slowing yourself down, and when you are BBL and you have the players that you have in the style that you have, that will not work in your favor most of the times.
Yeah, I want to go back to one of the players that you said from the start who needed one of those moments. When I think back on the series, I don't think had it the same way that Rose did, that LaRock did. It was Lover's Rock. He was there at the bottom of the server. It just little tough here, but we know if he's frying her off, you get somewhat of what LaRock got, and Rose showing up at the IGL role, this is going to be a fantastic team.
And the problem is that if other teams identify that as a weakness, they will go and hunt him for the next time, right? Like EDG is going to get their revenge against them because they did win against RRQ. So now they can be like, okay, if we take things in a map like Haven, for example, that is still very, very rocky for BBL.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's so good when he's hitting everything with that operator. But if you
need to get there.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't get that into his hands, he does seem to struggle. And you can't be missing when you do have that big, high-power weapon because it's so hard to stay alive. And if that falls apart, a huge part of the defense falls apart. You just see it crumble, snowball from there. So I really want to see him grow into that consistency to have this BBL roster continue forward towards playoffs.
Yeah, well, what this sets up is that 100 Thieves moves on to the playoffs and a rematch of our opening game here at EWC. It will be BBL and EDG yet again because EDG dispatched RRQ in dominant fashion. RRQ are out of EWC 2026 contention, and only one of those two, EDG and BBL, will make it on in while we are setting up the stage for our next game. Just a little bit of thoughts there in the rematch of BBL versus EDG.
Normally with these rematches, I like to favor the team that lost. For me, I feel like you can normally come out of those games with a little bit more learning and a little bit more hunger for that rematch. It does become very important, but I will say from watching that game, I felt BBL did play a lot better. They showed moments of it here today. It's all about, you know, who is bringing the good form into the next game, where EDG running hot off a dominant win. So I can see this going either way, but I kind of want to lean towards EDG here.
You lean towards EDG. I say that I want to really pay attention to see what happened against RRQ, because obviously we were watching this match that went the distance, and I want to see how much of that is on your region. No. How much of that is on RRQ? How much of that is on RRQ and how much it is on EDG? I expect great things from EDG, but it's also important to think about the mentality and the mental that they're coming in, right?
Yeah.
BBL is coming off of a match that they almost win, that they should be very proud of, especially because of that second map. And EDG is now coming in from a win. Like, even in with someone subbing in and Smoggy not being here, they are able to get wins. So really looking forward, and I have to take a look to see what they did.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. That match will happen in a couple days. Now we go from the qualification match of Group A to the elimination match of Group B. A bit of a surprise and sadness for one of these squads. It will be PRX versus Karmine Corp. We'll tee that match up for you after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Ginny here, and I'm joined with 100 Thieves. Today, we're going to be testing your knowledge for the Valorant voice lines.
I didn't know any Phoenix voice lines.
It's pretty simple. I'm gonna read out a couple of the voice lines, and then there will be a blank space in there. Ready to go?
Ready to go?
All right, first voice line. Relax, my friends. Blank. They're not what you think.
That seems like a complete sentence
Look at
already.
going there.
Yeah.
Hands down, everybody. Whiteboards out. Let's go. Low-key, chill out.
My creatures?
So
is that fade? Thinking sky, like her little like things. My creatures are not what you think.
I just put, I know what this looks like. I just put some random.
What did you say?
I know what this looks like.
They're not what you think.
They're not what you think.
Yeah.
Okay. The correct voice line is by Astra, and it says, "Relax, my friends. Time and space are not what you think."
-1 point if you play the agent, by the way.
You guys brought your earplugs, right? I'm just saying, blank will mess you up.
Bro, we don't play this agent, no? It has to be mixed, by the way.
I feel like that is a raised voice line.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it is.
She's wearing a headset.
She could have got you guys good.
No, she affirmed the mix.
Yeah,
I saw her
but
affirm.
Are
you getting us good?
It could have been a
I have
fake
no
out.
idea.
4, 3.
No, chill.
Oh, we're not good under pressure, huh?
No.
I'm sticking with the raised idea.
I did shockwave because like you know
I
like
put booms, my booms.
Oh wait, I'll add my beats.
Beats is actually good.
It was, you guys brought your earplugs, right? I'm just saying, tinnitus will mess you up.
Really? They say tinnitus?
He says that?
Well, we've never played this agent.
Do not worry, my radiant friends, I will.
It's two words?
It's 4 words.
I feel like I got the first 2 words.
I'm just writing bullshit.
All right, I'm ready.
It's chamber to enemy KO.
Chamber!
Chamber? Chamber? All right, 3, 2, 1.
So take down the bot.
School them or shoot them. What, bro?
Shoot them for you.
Shoot that darn robot.
Take care of them.
I will unplug their talking toaster.
Okay, I have heard that.
I have heard that.
I've never heard that in my life.
I'll unplug their talking
That's my
toaster.
agent. That's pretty good.
My grandmother always told me, blank.
This isn't really a good setup for a good joke.
Come on, guys. What would Babushka tell you?
Sean, you start.
Well, we can all
Stop being so dog shit.
eat my vegetables.
Give up.
Keep it in your pants.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
I'm not idea.
You tell me, bro.
Yeah, what was your grandma?
You tell me. What is yours?
Mine is your brain will rot away on the screen.
Not bad.
My grandma always told me, don't forget the spike.
Oh,
I've heard
That would have
that's
also
actually not
low-key been kind of funny. All right, well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
वाह एक राउंड तुम जीतो एक राउंड हम जीते एक राउंड तुम जीतो एक राउंड हम जीते गाइस प्लीज लाइक कर दो यार स्ट्रीम को हाँ भाई बोलना बोलना घी 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 एकदम थोड़ा सा घी डाल ले तेरे लिवर को बेनिफिट मिलेगा उससे आधा चम्मच घी होता है ना वो डाल उसमें तो EDG जीत गई ये चल रहा है बस मैच और BBL वाले में 100 थीव जीत गई EDG उसमें EDG हो जाएगा भाई मेरा भी रुक ही जाता है बीच बीच में गाइस जितने लोग भी देख रहे हो लाइक कर दो यार स्ट्रीम को ओहो क्या बोलूं पता है इन लोग का जब से ओवर टाइम चल रहा है एक वो जीत रहा है एक ये जीत रहा है एक वो जीत रहा है एक ये जीत रहा है बस यही चल रहा है दोनों का वो तो खत्म हो गया एनर्जी और वाइटैलिटी कर रहे हैं अभी ये काम वो BBL और वो कर रहे थे पहले, अब इन लोग भी कर रहे हैं यही काम।
So Battle of the Phoenix.
इन लोग का पहला मैप ही ओवरटाइम चला गया भाई।
Best believe he's about to hit that 30
और
as well.
दोनों अपना डिफेंस जीत जा रहे हैं, दोनों के दोनों।
Little cutesy tapsies on the orb there in main. Vitality, a rare opportunity once again in the lead. 30th round, by the way. This one has gone deep.
Yep, they're just setting up onto site again. Profek, alone on this A site, knows that he can delay for as long as possible, though, because Durka on this cat side with that operator might be able to catch one off guard. That Yampi drone is going to get some information, and Durka is about to have contact on cat.
Oh, this is a big one. Oh, and he doesn't land the shot, Ethan. A little bit quicker here. Frustrating situation from Durka. You thought he would have had that for sure. Now the stun coming on through. Sayonara, his position might just be caught out here. The hot hands will slow things down a little bit. Profit once again from the off angle. Drops that spike on the floor. A flash will force a TP away, and Profit goes double up. And Sayonara Chronicle now for more Martyr. The lone sim player from NRG has to do so much. He's going to go for the plant on to B.
1v3, it's so hard. No util online either for Mata. He's gonna have to do this raw.
Sayonara to yaad hai,
It's a bit of a weird plant. Don't know if Vitality have seen this too many times. But Mata has to get all of them. He'll get none.
दोनों अपना डिफेंस जीत जा रहे हैं.
30 rounds deep from a 0-7 deficit. Never say never. Vitality can map one.
What an insane matchup. That was everything
उस
that
राउंड
we
में
thought
भी
it would be
गलती
and
किसकी
more.
थी? NRG की ही गलती थी, इसलिए वो हार गए. नहीं तो दोनों का दोनों अपना डिफेंस जीत रहे थे. NRG छोटा सा मिस्टेक कर गई लास्ट में. वहाँ पे वो तेरा आपका जनरेटर के पास वो दिक्कत हो गया, उस वजह से हार गए. नहीं तो हर राउंड दोनों अपना वो डिफेंस जीत रहे थे परफेक्टली एकदम.
And Vitality playing for the advancement into the upper bracket of the playoffs, whereas on the bottom side of your bracket, as you see here, PRX and Karmine Corp playing for their tournament lives. Winner will play the loser of that opening bracket. And, you know, let's reset and set how the team's form was coming into this week, because, you know, Karmine Corp maybe hasn't been
मैं तो
working the
चाहता
way
हूँ
that they'd hoped, but then found
NRG
some,
जाए
like, safety
lower
here at
bracket
EWC.
खेलने.
I
Decider.
mean, you can call it safety. They were definitely in need of a revamp. Let's call it like that.
हाँ भाई,
For
बंद कर
KC,
लो.
the entirety of VCT has been hard, you know? Like I'm going to be honest, 2023, forget about it. Let's just like pretend that year for KC did not happen from the bottom of my
चैट
heart
भी
with
बंद
all
कर
my
दियो
love.
ना तेरी.
For
गाइस जितने लोग भी
2024,
देख रहे हो
they
प्लीज
started off
लाइक
so
एंड
strong.
सब्सक्राइब कर दो,
They
एंड बताओ यार
managed
गाइस
to,
थंबनेल कैसा
to
लगा
get into the
ये
first
बताओ.
event of the year. They win kickoff. They think it's amazing. You know, this new revamp is going to be a new era for KC. It looked like that for kickoff. The rest of the year, it just went down. Last year, it was more of the same. And of course, KC being such a big org with so many fans, you want and expect something better for them, especially when you have all the other French orgs like Gentlemaids also achieving that Vitality and their super teams. Like, they all have their thing. Yeah. But KC, they had a lot of losses. So, Eng is now out. Now he is in Fnatic. And then when we thought about this EWC qualifier, everybody thought, oh, there's going to be maybe testing things. Maybe they won't make it far. And they surprised everyone by making it here, by putting narrates into that duelist, moving Avis away from that. But when they get here, they find themselves into that group of death against that super team. And then after that, your opponent is PRX. It's just bad luck, mate.
A tough road,
तो
but a road
चालू हुआ
nonetheless
कि
here
नहीं
to
भाई
EWC,
मैच.
and we were able to chat with the squad on their journey to today.
अरे अभी भी चल रहा है भाई ये सब चीज इन लोग का.
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PRX who were top 2 in Masters and also Vitality top 4.
चालू होने वाला है इधर वाले में.
But if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1. And my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd. So they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence, and then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this, like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
तो पापा को चाय नहीं मिली करके
9th, 10th during kickoff, 11th, 12th during split 1. I think we got a very honest response there by Aves in his rookie season as the IGL here in KC. But then they go first, second, and knock out Fnatic from EWC qualification, which is just absolutely nuts.
It was crazy. I was watching for a moment. I could not believe it myself. You know, when they started winning matches and they won one, fell into the lower, and I was like, oh no, KC, not this feeling again of yes, you can do it, but you're just literally one step away from the door, but you just can't cross it. And it's good to see that from one side. You're saying that, and he's also speaking about his rookie split as an IGL. But also, we need to think about the fact that that is a role that is completely jinxed for the side of KC.
So.
That is bad news. And apparently, we have them at veto already.
Yeah, we see KC take out split. PRX banning Haven. They love to ban Haven there.
What?
And the Sunset pick.
First.
Man,
this makes
love
sense.
this. I love this so much from Common Core because PRX came straight from London, straight from the very final of it. They haven't had as much time to prep for this event at all. With Sunset coming into the pool, I can, I promise you, you can probably count the number of Sunset reps on one hand.
Oh, the fracture! We're going to get
one?
is our definitely on this. This is our first fracture. Yeah, PRX with Pearl out of the pool. Yeah, Haven is the next best option, especially if you're going up against a team that has succeeded a lot on a Haven. And I love that you're saying that about of course, PRX has not had time to prepare the Sunset. They did have a good Sunset though with the Vi on the stage. Please, I'm playing for that one. Please, the Vi on the stage. That will make me so happy. But at the same time, think about this. If you're KC, you know that you're the underdog. It is PRX. You've played against them twice. You didn't win. It is difficult. Everybody knows that. If this is the way that you go home, get some Sunset practice before you leave and do it against PRX. That's the best one.
Absolutely. Again, very much an underdog story here with PRX coming straight off of Masters in a opportunity to win it, falling short yet again, but still one of the most dominant teams at every single tournament, every single competition that they play in.
I mean, 2 second-place finishers internationally this year, and realistically, London, they were the heavy favorites going into the tournament. Everyone, myself included, was saying it's their tournament to lose, and they couldn't make it work in the final.
It's always the same, no?
Well, I will say, they love a lower bracket. I'm not surprised to see them fall down to the lowers in the groups. They don't like to win cleanly.
They like a track by track.
Exactly.
Yeah, but from the bottom.
You gotta have a little bit of adversity if you're PRX, so the lower bracket is exactly where they want to be. The question is really, can KC fight this David and Goliath story? PRX are huge names, but KC, they have that hometown advantage here.
Yeah, and Aves said it earlier when he played for KCX over at the venue against MCOY.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It was absolutely crazy, 30,000 people there, but there is none of that here. Right now, it's just pure Valorant. The crowd, the commodity, the shouting, and all of that support has to come by earning it here, and you have to earn it against probably the toughest team in the tournament.
In EWC, everything is earned. That is our motto here. And of course, the crowd is also a big part of that. For this Sunset, what do we expect in the compositions? Is there any angle that you would like to see KC going towards? Like, do we want to see that double duelist? Oh, we're just
we're straight into it. Well, let's find out. It looks like we saw a glimpse of it.
We're back.
Let's go. So, Lewin.
They can play in Harbor. Now, I know there's not going to be a stage. Something in Jin, something on the Whaley Jing, on the race. And Narek apparently is going to get the chamber. We're getting it and not getting it at the same time.
Yeah, I'd like to see Narek go on that chamber. I think that's a fun little angle here, especially into a double duelist. It's going to want to contact a lot of space before they burst. Lun on that Neon and Dust9 on that Omen. Man, I love this kid on the smoke show. I think he's fantastic at it. And the Omen has such an important job on Sunset, especially when we look towards A main. You're often left alone there, and he's going to have to fight the whole weight of PRX bearing down on him.
We know that obviously PRX are the favorites to win this match, but if I look at the highlights from the last match from KC, Levin was having a very good performance. To me, it is important that he reaches EMEA back in a very, very good form. The player that I actually have been missing for quite some time now, it's Suigetsu. I need him to go back into that Pharaoh mode, and I think that, you know, against PRX, it would be a brilliant time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's an excellent player, so storied throughout his career, but is he falling off? Can he reverse that narrative here against one of the toughest teams?
Well, a cheeky map pick here by KC, using the Sunset against PRX, who haven't practiced, come straight off of London. Let's see if they can steal a map away, or will the dominance continue by PRX despite a little bit of a stop down in the lower bracket. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin to get into our elimination match of Group B.
Thank you very much. In we go. Sunset, Forsaken, leaning into the harbor. Something back over on to the Waylay. The Sage, nowhere to be seen.
Sag. I'm very sad. I was really hoping for a little bit more creativity with the Sage Walls from Divide, but PRX wants to go in a very different direction in a lot of ways compared to what we're used to seeing from them on this map. You know, the Waylay in there, Forsaken on the harbor, something, you know, you and I were talking a lot about different ideas, different possibilities on Sunset for this PRX squad coming into this new meta, this new year, this new team. Well, slightly new team, one different player, but the harbor is something that I thought on this map could be good. I didn't think
Chalu ho gaya bhai match.
Igniter. Like, yeah, maybe Valence, something like that. Exactly. You know, players very known for playing that harbor, but it's going to be Forsaken. Obviously has played it in the past. Only a couple agents that he hasn't touched quite just yet. It's not Reyna. Well, Reyna actually in the mix there, but Envy's going to be able to find two off the rip. And the right both going to be taken out, but Sugetsu. Desk was talking about it. Kakuka in particular wanting to see Sugetsu hit his stride again, and he is. A second kill found as Forsaken will fall, and suddenly it's a player advantage into the hands of Carmine Corp.
That's a pause for PRX. A little bit of an exploration by Envy, though. He is getting rather deep into enemy lines. Just going to be a timing here.
Tucking back, but Sugetsu watching for this. Can he find the kill? No, he cannot. It's going to be Envy staying alive. But down to 22 health, something as well previously tagged.
कोई और boost कर रहा होगा ना, इसीलिए नहीं याद करते हमको.
Practice used, but it's not really going to be seeing much of anything here, so we'll have to continue just scaling forward. Saturate to the corner. Nothing to be found. Both players of KC playing here in main. Ready for the swing. The paranoia to fly does not connect, but it's going to be Dawson with the Sheriff to take down Envy. Now everything on something, and the time is just going to be gone. Finds the headshot. They know he doesn't have it held up to half. He'll get some distance. Cannot get the round win. KC take the opening pistol on Sunset.
This is incredible work. I mean, a good read early from PRX that there was going to want to be some kind of mid-exploration from the side of KC. They've got the stacked numbers there, but Sugetsu, one of the players who devastated PRX on that FPX team at Masters Copenhagen, and everybody's going to remember that breeze where he absolutely went crazy. He starts things off with a bang once again.
मेरे को पता नहीं था भाई कि मेरा माइक बंद है. माफ करो भाई, माफ करो. गुस्सा क्यों होते हो? वो सब तो ठीक है. आप ये बताओ पहले कि आप आदि क्या बोल रहा है ये सब पेट वेट वाला.
और नहीं तो क्या भाई?
कौन बूस्ट कर रहा है?
जब भी हमारे साथ खेलते देखना सबको बेट करेंगे तो 1-2 किल लगा के फिर उसके बाद धीरे स्टॉप रैक करते हैं.
क्या यार भाई, पर भाई ये क्या बोल रहा है? अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बोल रहा था कि आप बूस्ट करते हैं. मैं नहीं सहता भाई ये सब. मैं तो रो देता.
बूस्ट होते हैं, करते नहीं होते हैं.
हाँ हाँ, वही कह रहा हूँ कि बूस्ट होते हो. कहाँ से कौन कर रहा है भाई बूस्ट? हमें भी करो
भाई. बात तो है आपके अंदर वेट करने का स्किल है, वो मैं जानता हूँ.
लेकिन आजकल परीक्षित भाई आते नहीं भाई हमारे स्ट्रीम पे बात करने।
परीक्षित भाई तो है मास्टर बेटर।
Need at least 2 kills to really start getting any significant damage to the economy of KC. Push in, look at the try to just take down this Neon, but he's able to hold his own. The Paranoia as well, going for the assist, and DOS9 able to find Divide, so it's a flawless anti-eco for KC to start things off 2-0.
बहुत करते हैं।
For KC. They invested a ton.
गलत चीज बोल दिया था भाई। वो गलत वर्ड हो जाता है। बोल तो मैं बेट वाला ही रहा था, लेकिन वो गलत वर्ड हो जाता है, इसलिए रुक गया मैं।
Guardian or a Bulldog, but regardless, you carry that all over, and PRX did grab a
Master
few
in
pistol
baiting.
buy-ups into that, so
क्यों करते हो भाई?
भाई
अरे जलता है मजनू। हाँ बे आदि तू जलता है भाई।
सच चुभता है भाई, क्यों? क्योंकि सच में पॉइंट होता है। सही बात है। कम से कम वाइपर भाई एक चीज तो एक्सेप्ट किए कि कितना गलत करते हैं।
लेकिन यार परीक्षित भाई ये बस सब कुछ ठीक है, बट बूस्ट हो रहा हो ये मैं नहीं मान रहा भाई।
बूस्टेड तो है,
मतलब अगर मैं होता तो फिर मेरे को बुरा लग जाता भाई, बुरा मान जाता।
Ducks back, sees to be avoided. Smoke's not going to be set up. It's just going to be a matter of time, and there you go. Before he tries to go for a timing spray.
दरवाजा काहे नहीं बंद करते हैं इन लोग? मिड
तोड़ दिया है वो।
Be able to spot out a little bit here as Jing going to be the one under some pressure. Blast pack attempted, but cannot pull the trigger on that one fast enough. Sugetsu, however, will get out.
बंद नहीं है, देखना डोर का हैंडल कहाँ ब्लिंक कर रहा है।
आप खेले हो मेरे साथ, आपको क्या लगा? यार आप मेरे को कैरी करोगे तब मानूंगा।
वही तो।
देखो मैं रेगुलर नहीं खेल रहा हूँ, मतलब मेरा मॉनिटर टूटा है उसके बाद से मेरे को ऑलमोस्ट कितने दिन हो गए होंगे आदि? 20, 22, 25 दिन। 20 दिन तो हो गए होंगे मैं खेला नहीं हूँ।
1 महीना तो हो गया होगा,
है ना?
मुझे लग रहा है।
अगर आप आओ मेरे साथ खेल ले, अगर आप मेरे को आप तो कर लोगे, ऑब्वियस बात है, तब मानूंगा भाई।
ना 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 ये बोलिए स्किल गई है, एक्सेप्ट कर रहे। अच्छा स्किल चली गई आपकी, वो तो ठीक अब जो चली गई।
हाँ ठीक है भाई, ये तो भाई नहीं सहता मैं ना।
The regen armor, so back up to 25 on that front. Otherwise,
मरा।
HP is quite low, and Levin nearly with an opportunity to be
परीक्षित
able to
तू, मैं तेरे को गारंटी दे सकता हूँ, तू ना अगर परीक्षित भाई टॉप रैंक कर रहे हैं तो बस तू एक काम कर, परीक्षित भाई को आगे रखना चालू कर दे। कसम से बता रहा हूँ, उस राउंड से वो आदमी एक किल नहीं करेगा, देखना। फिर डोर बंद नहीं है, देख डोर टूटा नहीं है, डोर बंद ही नहीं है।
सामने में अभी वैलो नहीं खेला, मेका खेल रहा था, बस फीफा 26 लिया है, कंट्रोलर लिया, मस्त फ्री होगा। फिर तो ठीक है। परीक्षित भाई मेका खेलना है क्या?
बाबू के साथ खेलेंगे, वो तो हमारे साथ थोड़ी ना खेलेंगे।
अरे भैया बाबू के लिए तो वो कौन सा गेम था, बाबू के लिए कितना खेले थे भाई, ये आदमी तो उसमें वो बन गया था। क्या था वो? हाँ इतना खेले थे, बाप रे बाप। मतलब पीक में तो भाई वो बन गए थे, क्या बोलना चाहिए, गॉड लेवल बन गए थे परीक्षित भाई।
इतना पीक ले ले रहे थे, इतना पीक ले ले रहे थे
भाई, गॉड लेवल बन चुके थे परीक्षित भाई एक समय। खेल सकते हैं मेका, देख रहे हो क्या बोल रहे हैं, खेल सकते हैं मेका, वही दिलवाई है तो खेल लेते हैं, देख रहे हैं।
बोला था ना सिर्फ बाबू के साथ।
मैं मजाक नहीं, एक दिन ना मैं आपकी स्ट्रीम पे आके ना कसम से अति मचा दूंगा परीक्षित भाई, कसम से आप मेरे को बैन कर दोगे, कसम से स्ट्रीम पे आके ना आपके बाबू का और आपका ना मजे ले लूंगा पूरे। आप मेरे बैन ही करोगे फिर सीधा।
Push out. All right, immediately going to be dispatched. Paranoia now going to be sent. Double dash over to the side. And Forsaken scaling forward at alley. He's able to intercept against him. Now the Viper gone.
Ball back कर देगा.
Slam the door in the faces of KC. DOS9, however. Little headshot. Cheeky little scale forward, but something.
Oh, short with something.
Around the back. Quickly gets the scope through.
भाई लाइट चली गई.
As the spike stranded over towards the defender's side. Levin not too far away from being able to recover.
भाई बहुत गलत.
पीछे देख. अबे 4 सेकंड पीछे देख. पीछे देख.
Aves, if he swings out, would have a very easy kill, but instead we'll send the Prowler. That's the alert here that PRX needed.
That's kind of unfortunate for Aves.
भाई आदि स्ट्रीम के साथ कितना देर चल जाएगा?
No way to know.
क्या चीज?
They're in the moment.
स्ट्रीम के साथ? अबे स्ट्रीम के साथ तो आराम से आधा घंटा 35 मिनट चल जाएगा.
Headshot to the back of the skull.
Game में तेरे को
as well, striking. Arriving
backup
on the scene, the Haunt going to be sent out. Alves quick on the draw, is able to find the one.
क्यों है भाई ऐसा क्यों है?
That's all to draw the attention.
2v5 था और 2v1 पहुंच गया था.
आपको तो पता है मेरा नेचर में मना नहीं कर सकता ना किसी को. समझ रहा हूँ. बस हमें मना कर सकते हो, बाकी किसी को मना नहीं कर सकते.
वही तो.
बाबू भी खेल लो ना.
बाबू क्यों नहीं हो रहे बेकाबू ऐसे बोल रहे होंगे.
और क्या?
कौन है? अच्छा
बाबू चलो होते हैं दोनों मिलके बेकाबू.
A ton of ults as PRX. Same for KC.
Showstopper going to be sent off the rip, looking for that stun. Lobbing, but now the Rendezvous will take him out the safety, even though it's
मर गया रे, वो मर गया. चेंबर. पहले ही बोला था मर गया. उसको घेर लिए थे पूरा.
सुमथिंग को देखना कहाँ जाके बैठा है.
क्योंकि वो उधर वो होल्ड करके बैठा है ना एक जन रेज.
हाँ.
चिंगू भाई उधर होल्ड किया है. ये भी आगे आ गया. मारेगा और भाग जाएगा देखना एक को.
Scattered out by that Prowler. Quick little exit. Double dashes out towards safety.
मेरा ब्लूटूथ डिस्चार्ज हो गया रे.
Well, Jing.
अब डिले दे रहा है ऑडियो में.
He's not going to press the issue.
अब हेडफोन लगाना पड़ेगा.
Rare signs of restraint, but then we'll just get taken down through the wall.
Shot there.
Able to find him there. Salvez not quite going to be able to get the catch on the.
अरे कल से फ्री ही हूँ. जो खेलना बता देना, मैं आ जाऊँगा टाइम पे. डन भाई डन. मेरा मॉनिटर आने दो नया, फिर खेलते हैं. जो खेलना है आपको तब खेल लेंगे भाई. मोनू के साथ वो खेलना है क्या? री एनिमल. भाई लाइट इतने बार आई और गई है.
Weapon's going to be grabbed as well. Levin wants to try to utilize this as well. I've got an overdrive behind it, so I might as well go
को ना
for
थोड़ा
it.
सा रुकना था.
They go pushing in
Slide
this
in
angle.
हो देना था.
They are sprinting. He's going to be able to have the read here. Slow things down. Levin should absolutely be favored. Just holding on this corner. No way to try to break that aim. And it will be Devi taken down. Envy now to try to clutch it, but as he swoops in, Levin with the recovery.
बहुत अच्छी ऑप चलाया भाई.
भाई इतना स्लो पीक लोगे तो बिल्कुल ऑफ से कैसे बचोगे? आपको तो वाइड पीक लेना पड़ेगा ना.
बस वो बाबा बेटर को बोलना स्किल लेके आया थोड़ा अपनी. देख क्या बोल रहे हैं भाई. आदि तेरे को बोल रहे हैं भाई बाबा.
बोलने दे. लेकिन सच जो है वो छुपता नहीं.
कि बूस्ट होते हैं. बूस्ट होते हैं या बेटर है? ये क्या 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 कौन सा सच? वो भी तो बता.
बूस्ट होते हैं और बेटर भी हैं. ये दो सच कभी छुप नहीं सकता उनका.
Oh my God! Right into this and NB lucky. Able to skirt back away from that one. Had he committed in with a drone, almost certainly would have died, but he also did have something there for the covering fire, so manages to find the punish, get the early start here for PRX in the round and divide.
अच्छा तू मेरे को एक बात बता भाई. तू असेंडेंट है तो तू असेंडेंट ही रहेगा ना, है ना? या डायमंड रहेगा, इमॉर्टल रह सकता है ना? लेकिन तेरी रैंक तो छुपा नहीं सकते ना किसी भी हद उससे. वैसी वाइपर भाई की एक अलग से रैंक है.
Catch somebody from PRX making a mistake. Forsaken though does get the reconfirm. They're still in market.
Boosting Viper.
Now the door to be shot.
Sorry, boosted
Swing to
Viper.
come through and something to have the shot off is going to be taken down.
समझ रहे हो?
DOS9.
Better Viper, boosted Viper.
So something knows as a second player, but still just can't quite get on the angle. But Devi absolutely does.
पूरा लगा भाई.
Down on the floor. Narrate
परीक्षित भाई
would be able to buy another operator into the next round, but in all likelihood we'll have to just
अगर
try to
कभी
save
रैंक
this
बनाया
one,
ना वैलोरेंट ने
pass
ऐसा
another weapon
नया,
over to his teammates.
तो एकलौता पूरे दुनिया में जो होगा बंदा जिसको ये रैंक मिलेगा और हो गया वाइपर भाई.
बुस्टम बुस्टे बुस्टानी ऐसा बोलने दे दुख हुआ है उसको.
दुख क्या है? सच बोलने में दुख थोड़ी ना होता है.
पर तू उनको बूस्टेड क्यों बोलता है पहले ये तो बता.
You know, they don't try to get over aggressive. They're not trying to push a bunch of
अब
space.
मेरे को एक बात बता, बूस्टेड इसलिए बोलता हूँ जो आदमी अचानक से ठीक है ब्रॉन्ज पे था फिर सिल्वर आया, ठीक है सिल्वर आ गया डायरेक्ट फ्लैट पहुंच गया, लेकिन उसके साथ जब खेलो तब उसका गेम ना तो ब्रॉन्ज पे है ना सिल्वर पे, तो किस हिसाब से वो फ्लैट पहुंच गया भाई.
बात तो है, बात तो है.
नो डाउट मैं नहीं बोलता कि वो चेम्बर अच्छा नहीं खेलते. हाँ एक एजेंट है वो जो बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, वो है चेम्बर. बस नाम है वाइपर, खेलते चेम्बर. समझ रहे हो? तो अब ऐसे पोजीशन पे
भाई जिंग तो क्रेजी हो जा रहा है भाई.
स्नेक बाइट से मर गया बेचारा.
थूक दिया उसके ऊपर, बोला जुबा केसरी हो गया.
Using that toxic screen so nicely,
कार्माइन को तो नहीं जीत सकती ब्रो. पेपर एक्स से इतनी बड़ी टीम नहीं हुई है कार्माइन को.
यही खासियत है वीसीटी प्लेयर की कि आप नहीं जान पाओगे. क्या बोल रहे हैं ये? हेलो
कौन से वीसीटी? धारावी का वीसीटी
नहीं, ये मीशो के हैं, डीमार्ट के वीसीटी प्लेयर है.
अच्छा मीशो के वीसीटी प्लेयर.
डीमार्ट के वीसीटी प्लेयर है हमारे परीक्षित भाई.
You know, something that we haven't seen too much from him since stage 1, since London. I mean, he was incredible. You talk about
मतलब अपने आप को एसके रॉसी समझने की कोशिश कर रहा, पर एक्चुअल में क्या है? वाइपर मोसी.
That's tough when you put so many of your chips into that basket. You know, like so good at times. So if they get him fired up as well, something
सोचा था एसके रॉसी निकल गया वाइपर मोसी ऐसा.
That other duelist role, and this should be pretty easy sledding for Paper X.
Yeah, and while it's not something that we see too often from something, obviously he's got plenty of experience playing the Waylay as well at this point.
Yeah.
Was his main duelist selection when Corrode was in the
भाई
map pool.
अगर ईमानदारी से देखें तो भाई मजनू जलता नहीं था.
ये तो मानते हो ना कि चेम्बर मेन तो हूँ.
I was curious what Paper X were kind of gonna, you know, look to slot in.
हाँ तो भाई चेम्बर मेन हो, लेकिन मेन तब बनो ना जब वेट करना बंद करो.
Likely to find the you know, the same value.
लेकिन चेम्बर मेन हो, नाम वाइपर क्यों है?
A little bit bigger compared to something like a Scent where
नाम भी चेम्बर रख लो.
Meanwhile though,
अब इग्नाइटर
हाँ बोलो.
मैं भी इमो रहूंगा ब्रॉन्ज में. अरे भाई मैं तो चाहता हूँ सब इमोर्टल साला रेडिएंट पहुंच जाओ तो पहले.
Paper X is expecting this to
मेरे को अपने रैंक से प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है.
an attempt to clear Devi's pit. So
मेरे को पता है मैं किस रैंक का हूँ.
They might have to give that a reconsideration.
प्रॉब्लम ये है.
A leg shot though. Alana Avas not able to find that elimination.
आप लोग नहीं जानते अपना रैंक.
Puts him down to 5 HP.
परीक्षित भाई गुस्सा हो रहे लग रहा है.
मैं तो हुई गंदा प्लेयर, मेरे को पता है.
परीक्षित भाई गुस्सा हो रहे हैं भाई.
It is going to dodge that drone, but
गुस्सा हो गए.
in the back of Envy's mind that that's possible.
कोई बात नहीं.
Going to hold the elbow
watching for it.
Yeah.
Great, reading the angle.
ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को. तू परीक्षित भाई को ट्रिगर कर रहा है बार-बार बोल के.
Which direction the flood's going to be coming through, but he sends out that reckoning.
परीक्षित भाई के अंदर का गोकू जाग जाएगा फिर.
Just tucked away here in the back. Forsaken, however, fiercely just goes pushing forward because of course he does. He's able to find the enemy omen after all.
Welcome to my world.
Something finishing the job that he had started, is able to find that elimination, but Levin gets rid of Forsaken at the same time.
Lewandowski.
Their own pit now placed, fanning out towards the back of site as well as absorbing some of Alley.
भाई ब्रिमस्टोन होता तो अभी वाइपर प्लांट ही नहीं कर पाती, या तो करते करते मर जाती। और ये कैसा लगा? डिटेक्ट ही नहीं कर पाया।
Angel going to be sent, but no swing wide enough to actually get the spot out there. It's a bound around the corner out towards safety. Divine out, arriving. The rendezvous placed. The leg spotted. Narrate just showing a bit too much. But Levin re-arrives over on the street side, cleans up Jing, gets it back into a 2v2, and the time is starting to bleed away.
Flick मार दिया भाई.
This diffuse, the slide in, the turnaround, and Levin gets the clutch, gets the 4K.
वाइपर तो वाइपर खेलती है, वाइपर तो आपसे खेल रही है भाई, भूल गए हो क्या? समझ रहे हो? आपने एक बंगाली वाइपर रखा हुआ है, पता है ना?
Forsaken and something left to their own devices to try to lock this out. The pit almost doesn't work.
भाई क्या फ्लिक मारा था भाई, लेकिन
11 has another brilliant round. Just like we saw earlier, 10 kills for the Neon.
Looking for the stun on the narrate, but
समथिंग बहुत ज्यादा ओवर पीक कर रहा है.
Dialed in on the angle.
अबे ब्लाइंड मार के चला गया भाई गलती से.
Big early punish is Envy as well. Now will fall Forsaken, having to backpedal away. Eats a little bit of damage to jump forward though, right through the poison orb, and narrate will be.
ये तो पेपर एक्स की पुरानी आदत है.
थ्रो करना तो मतलब उनके जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है.
एक राउंड थ्रो नहीं होगा मजा नहीं आता.
एक दो.
They look shaken. Operator not to be recovered. Jing
जब तक वो ओवर पीक नहीं करेंगे वो ना माने.
KC can just fan out over towards that defender side and keep all 5 players alive.
At this time, I wonder if maybe that push from something was ahead of the dart, or the dart landed just a little late. Feels like a little bit of a timing.
आज मौसी का मैच है भाई, मौसी सॉरी हो गया मौसी का मैच.
Before the rest of PRX could do anything about it.
भाई लेकिन कुछ भी कहो भाई, मौसी चीटर आदमी तो भयंकर है.
To be leading the charge with that operator like that, not an easy task.
पता है तेरे को आदि? एक केपो वर्दे करके एक टीम है.
भाई कैसे मर गया बे?
I think it's time for a timeout on the PRX camp.
He's done it again.
ठीक है.
Yeah, that's
उस कंट्री की पॉपुलेशन 5 लाख है, समझना. हाँ, उनका जो गोलकीपर है वो 40 साल का है. 40 है 38 साल का है शायद वो. ठीक है. कल इतना चीटिंग किए हैं ये साले लोग, बिके हुए हैं पूरा अर्जेंटीना के लिए.
अबे वो वर्ड यूज मत कर, बीके वाला, बाकी ठीक.
अरे तो मौसी बोला है मैंने. मौसी क्यों बोल रहा हूँ इतने देर से?
नहीं, देश का नाम ले रहा है ना, देश का नाम ले रहा है.
अरे तो मौसी बोल रहा हूँ. अबे तो
हाँ हाँ
जिसको गरिया रहा हूँ उसका नाम ही नहीं ले रहा, मौसी बोल रहा हूँ, समझ रहा है? तो भाई मतलब क्या बोलूं भाई, वो इतने छोटी टीम से भी चीटिंग करना पड़ गया भाई पब्लिक को. भाई ये तो इन्वर्टर जोर जोर से बजने लगा. क्या करूं? बंद होने वाला है क्या?
यूपीएस
हाँ
जोर जोर से बज रहा है.
हाँ
ठीक है ना, जब बंद होगा तब बंद होगा, देखा जाएगा. अभी चला
और मरता भी रहेगा उसके लिए, लेकिन भाव भी खाता रहेगा ना कि
doesn't feel comfortable, and I can't blame him, even though it is a weaker buy. Getsu again has that outlaw. Jing, the only one tap to it. Something knows narrate is there. Ask for Forsaken to make
देख ले भाई कैसा है.
What a shot. What a face forward from Levin.
उसको बताएंगे ही नहीं, हम तो जा रहे कल तो इंचेस मिलने, यही बोलूंगा मैं.
Triple push now coming through, trying to capitalize and collapse in onto the enemy. Brimstone, DOS9 is lingering here within the smoke, and Jing eliminated, denied any value from that showstopper, and it's just this one sky smoke keeping them contained. He will be able to find him in the end. Gets us back into a 3v3. The spike being ushered across, but Forsaken finds a backstep on a Sugetsu. So now player advantage going to be established. Levin, however, at the ready. Pushes the door. Finds Devi. 2v2, the heal's going to be coming through. His Indy will have to try to pace forward, but Levin shuts him down. A monstrous 4K. Casey again, just do not allow for PRX to tie this up.
No, they're just too sharp. This turn, it's Levin's time to shine. This shot initially, absolutely ridiculous to take something out of the equation. And then there's a hope here for PRX. They've got a numbers advantage, but the timing, Devi just not even really considering that he could have been there already. Gets caught looking the wrong way, and Levin's in a much more prime position to take that fight.
Showstopper immediately going to be sent off the rip. Levin looking for a target around Sands. Jing, however, late lurking, but does get punished. Just doesn't pull the trigger fast enough, and DOS9 is able to find him. Minor damage going to be suffered. Starting to get chaotic now as players get lost within the smokes and the flashes. Paint shell to be lobbed in, trying to desperately clear out this lockdown, and there it is. It has been destroyed. The molly as well on top, just to ensure that it cannot survive. Pete going through, but Envy unable to find DOS9. Stays alive despite the cage being there, despite them having the advantages.
Now we're cooking.
It's something now would have to get the ace clutch to stop them from advancing up to map point. And given the money, the lack thereof, no other choice but to just simply back away, try to play for overtime. This Vandal has to be retained. KC, 12-9, Lotus, just there on the horizon.
This is so incredible. What a couple rounds here from KC. They're right back in the driver's seat. So many moments where they have just been sharper. And now 3 in a row required here just to take it to OT for PRX. Should be rather difficult given the economic situation we just saw. A couple players on 0. So going forward, it is going to be very precarious with the bye. Loss streak bonus gives you a little bit of an extra boost, but it's not great.
No, certainly not. Spectre, Guardian, Sheriff, Stinger, half armors. Very commonplace here. Forsaken, forced away. Lucky to stay alive for now, but for how long is the question? Flash forward into Narrate's face. Buying some time as a run it back. Ready to expire. Also the volley forward here into tower, and Levin taking a position, staring in towards Canteen. Drops down and finds Envy as well. And that should just be it. As Levin is tearing them limb from limb. Another paint shell chucked forward. It's keeping them zoned away. Levin on the hunt. Here's Devi on the retreat. He tries to rewrap to join in. And while an ace might not be on the cards, map 3 absolutely is. Jing, not a way to do a damn thing. 13-9, KC in flawless fashion will close out Fracture and push us the distance.
Finally, somebody has stopped PRX's reign of terror on Fracture this year. And it's Carmine Corp, the unexpected heroes, going to force that final map, and just from start to finish had great reads, really understood how to work the map, how to keep PRX pinned in, won a bunch of crucial 1v1s. Narrate and Levin, the double duelists, beyond brilliant. That combination that they were able to string together there, I mean, Narrate's so solid in the middle of that. Levin at the end really shut that out.
An incredible performance from them, but let's go ahead and send things back over to Degon, to Big Time, and to Kakuka, who's going to be feeling very smug.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, it is Carmine Corp doing what most people thought wasn't possible on PaperX's signature map pick of Fracture. They come up 13-9 and now put PaperX on the brink of elimination, almost pull them back down with Carmine Corp, and it's one map separating these two squads for the rest of their EWC lives. Let's welcome back the desk, Kakuka and Big Time. Go ahead, Kakuka.
Okay.
Ah, stop it. Stop it. The thing about this is, we're like, I'm not coming out of nowhere when I say PaperX are an amazing Fracture team. Their record since swapping to this comp has been immaculate. They've dropped it once, maybe twice, I think, but that's it. They've been so flawless. So when I'm saying this is a big hill for Casey to climb, I mean it. But you have to give the credit to the guys. You have to hold my hands up and go, I was wrong. Casey bested them on Fracture. It was a thoroughly deserved victory. You can now gloat away, please.
I love that. Thank you very much for admitting what just happened. Honestly, when I first saw this and I saw that PaperX was picking Fracture, it's like, oh, you really care about staying in the event and going the distance, maybe even as a response to being the sunset, being like, oh, we're gonna be cheeky like this. Fracture's gonna go out of the map pool, but we're good, we're comfortable here, and we know we can take you down. And luckily, KC came out on top. The individuals were so well drilled.
Yeah.
11 coming alive in the second half. In the first half, I was thinking to myself, if Levin keeps playing like this, I don't think that they can make enough space, put enough pressure in a PaperX that is never going to second guess themselves. And for many of the rounds we had that, Casey made a lot of mistakes, do not get me wrong, but they also had absolutely brilliant rounds. I also wanted to see a good Suigetsu, and I feel like on the first half, I did get it. And throughout this entire tournament, since EWC started, since the role swap, the narrate that Casey is getting is the narrate that they had in 2024.
For sure. He's the one for me on this Phoenix. I feel like he took the game to PaperX. It felt like every time I looked, he had that run it back available. Right? He's chaining them. He's really showing the power of Phoenix on this map, which is something PaperX choose to neglect. They go for a more traditional double initiator style, but it didn't feel like they were able to dominate the map in the same way. Their defensive pushes often dealt with. Casey so well prepared here and very, very deserving of this map win.
All the utility as well, like the work that Avis is doing today, but I love that you highlight the importance of the Phoenix, because on the other side, you have Jing, right? And I love to see that every single time that he had that narrate had that ultimate available and he heard the showstopper going out, he did not doubt in trying to shut down Jing. Worst case scenario, ult for ult, and that is the perfect outcome that you want, especially when your ult is only six orbs.
23-13, 307 ACS. Narrate definitely popped off right here.
Tigana, you know the best part?
What's the best part?
We're gonna go to the third map. Vitality has just bested NRG and they have made it out of the group already. And wouldn't it just be a beautiful day to follow up? On day one for this team, for this group, sorry, we had Vitality versus KC. And wouldn't it be lovely to just have all the French teams making it through today?
We got the replay happening right now, but you can't see Big Time's face.
Look, it could be a great day for France. Could be a great day for France, a terrible day for me, which is more important, some might say. So
I would say so.
I think the scary thing is when we're moving through to Lotus, this is also a map PaperX have been historically good on, but that doesn't seem to matter. No one seems to care. And also recently, it's been quite the opposite.
Yeah, it felt like there were multiple rounds there, especially in the second half, where PaperX were just taking peak battles that they didn't need to take after getting opening kills, maybe a little bit of disrespect, but also it's kind of how they play, right? They play on that edge, but the edge did not go their way.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't want to take anything away from the win for KC. I think they earned it and they played brilliantly. But I will say this was an underperformance from PaperX. I don't think from PaperX. I don't think the fundamentals were anywhere near as solid as what we're used to seeing. I don't think the aim was as consistent as we're used to seeing. We saw something hover down the bottom of that scoreboard for a long time, which isn't something that we're used to. But they have no more lifelines left now. They have to turn it around. They are on the brink of elimination from EWC here. One map away from being sent home in the group stage.
I want to double down on Levin. When I was having that interview with Avis during the media day, I was asking him, hey, how is Levin doing? Because again, it has not been easy for him. A lot of ups and downs depending on the duelist that he has been playing. And what he told me is that he does not care what other people say and what other people think. He just needs Casey to be on his back, and that is all that he needs, and he proved it today, because I wouldn't be able to do that. I can tell you that.
Well, the guys are in the back getting those team talks, and their tournament lives will be on the line when we come back. That decisive map number 3. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
बोबड़ो भाई सेकंड मैप तो हार गई भाई. क्या बोले भाई, कर दिए.
Play is in our DNA.
मैं तो देख नहीं रहा था, मैं तो अभी आया हूँ तो देखा.
Whenever we let it
एक मिनट आया वॉशरूम से.
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A full 6-game day here for Valorant as we welcome you back to EWC 2026. This final series will go all 3 maps. PRX and KC fighting for their tournament lives and for their share of the $2 million prize pool. And surprisingly, one of these teams will be going home.
Yeah, one of them will be going home. As we said, for KC, a very short flight, but with the form that they are showing today and the resilience that they're putting into every single round, they managed to take us to this map number 3 for PRX, both in their court. Lotus is for them to lose. It has not been a good map for KC all year around. I believe they've only won it once. So for PRX, and of course with if we speak about experience, it's not even a fair fight.
I mean, historically, Lotus...
It'd be kind of bad if you lose, I'm just saying.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, look, I think Lotus has always been an amazing map for PRX. We talk about it being really that comfort zone. Everybody's on an agent they're incredibly familiar with. But I will say that has seemed to fall apart a little bit. Their last 2 Lotus games, one is that map 5 of the London Grand Final. They lose it 13-5. And then against NRG, just yesterday, day before, whenever it was, that was a 13-5 loss as well. So it does feel like maybe they need to figure something out here on this Lotus. And what scares me is that the story that we're setting up right now is very similar to what we said before Fracture of, oh, it's not great for KC, oh, it's great for PRX, and look what just happened.
But the real thing that we did set up is that the history doesn't matter. All that matters is who shows up in the day. People showing up today definitely narrate 11. Let's see if KC is going to change their composition or take a different approach. They were playing with the Chamber and with the Neon. I would actually like to keep seeing this playing like this, or maybe even give some more mobility to narrate. I would be super down for that. At the same time, you're mentioning the match that they played against NRG. Forsaken won 0-9 in first duels.
Yeah.
I have never in my life seen that from Forsaken. I mean,
for sure.
So it's scary, but you know, that just happens once, right? Like having that kind of performance doesn't happen twice.
Yeah, you know, and going back to something you said earlier here, Envy on the breach, one of the best in the world, had a very difficult game, that last one.
Yeah.
Maybe that's someone who needs to step up here for PRX.
I mean, that can be what happens when you play breach. I don't think breach is amazing by any means. I was supporting that comp because it was winning, and then I think when it's not winning, it is.
I think there was one of the analysts here on the desk that didn't support the comp, and the casters also were trying to throw shade at them. I wonder who that could have been.
Yeah.
I guess we'll never know. Let's move on to the stage.
Me too. It's okay, you know. Everybody's just gonna push us under the rug because Fracture is coming out of the map, but you know, not just yet. For this entire tournament, we are going to have it, and it's not just PRX and KC. It's available for absolutely everybody. Definitely an asset to use. We speak about the mental coming into this. For PRX, it's about bouncing back, just putting the Fracture behind them and focusing on Lotus. So you say we don't expect a lot of changes.
Yeah.
So it's mostly about the vibes and about being able to play for yourself. I think that KC are doing a very good job in opening angles that for some reason PRX, even being PRX, are not used to peeking.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, this is a story of pressure now. Everybody knows PRX are the favorites, and it felt like that got to them a little bit there in the map too. They really have to close this out to keep everybody's expectations really much aligned, but will we see that? I think for KC, we heard Aves talk, and he said, if we make it out of this group, we will win the whole tournament. They're one map away from eliminating arguably the favorites for the tournament, progressing through this bracket and giving them the best chance to ultimately lift this trophy.
Yeah, as you can see on your screen, the chants have been done by KC, and PRX, no chance needed. They made it on out real quiet, real smooth, real focused.
Yeah.
However, it is 1-1, and it doesn't matter. You can't run from what fate is going to bring in this one as we get into Agent Select.
Yeah, so taking a look for PRX, this is the comp that we've seen them use time and time again, but I will say there was a difference. When we saw them play against NRG, they had that fade instead of the sky. They've swapped back to that sky now, so clearly feeling like something didn't work previously in that NRG game.
I mean, with all the walls, also knowing that KC is going to be playing most likely with that Viper on Suigetsu. If you add on to Levin, having the Sky actually gives you a lot of tools. The ultimate becomes more strong. The dog, of course, is incredibly strong. I think that every single piece is going to bring so much value. At this moment in time, I am looking at, I will say it, my favorite player in PRX, Something. I need him to get out that operator and start shutting them down. I need some form of control over Narrate and Levin.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the way that Narrate has been playing, the operator duel here between him and Something could be absolutely tournament deciding.
PRX lover, if you're know how you feel at home, if you're a PRX lover, if you're a Karmine Corp lover, this is why we watch EWC. The tournament is so grueling and so crushing despite the favorites coming on into it. Karmine Corp has turned on up, and PRX will with their backs against the wall.
मास्टर्स के चैंपियंस को क्यों नहीं दिए स्लॉट इन लोग?
Against NRG, if you win, if you lose, it's on the plane ticket home. Let's send it on over to the casters to the final round here. It is PRX and Karmine Corp. It's Achilleos and Paperthin.
Once again into the breach we go. Here, Lotus to decide it all. PRX to try to eliminate Karmine Corp, deny them the opportunity to play in front of a home crowd, keep themselves afloat here at EWC. Karmine Corp, the momentum very much on their side. A very narrow loss on their pick of Sunset into a very concise win.
फिर क्या होगा पता है? तो इनको स्पेनिश भी रखना पड़ेगा, फिर सारे लैंग्वेज रखने पड़ जाएंगे.
Towards Mound, but KC not really having any of this.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go towards
वो problem हो
this
जाएगी.
map. It's been so damn good today. On top of being impactful with the guns, been doing it with the brains. Absorbing showstoppers time and time again so they don't find value. That's going to be key here again on Lotus. Paranoia at the ready for Forsaken. Looking for contact, but it might come in a way they don't expect. Levin's gone all the way over to the door, and here they go.
Looking to try to draw some of that tension back, peel some pressure for Suigetsu, and so far it is working a decent treat. Jump to the corner, though. But his life on the line is Forsaken. Jing will be able to find that kill. Devi popping the flash, pushing forward, is able to find out Aves, but Narrate trades it back.
Usually he gets one there, even. That was a very big kill because it gives that extra man advantage. Levin continues to scale back towards defender's spawn. DOS9 ready with the paranoia, and Narrate's right there to claim a life.
They're collecting one. DOS9 collects one as well. Jing now going to be taken down, and suddenly the player advantage is in the hands of KC. Forsaken having to just push out of the smoke, and DOS9 has him dead, and now it is all down to something completely corralled and Narrate. Headhunter Sheriff, doesn't matter. This man is dialed in. Gets the 3K. And KC get another pistol.
The story's been him today. That is just devastating what he's able to do with that chamber. A nice tee up from DOS9 too. Looked like this was gonna go pretty well for PRX. They read the tucked in position of Sugetsu. You know, Divai at least able to find one with a cheeky little reposition around the smoke, but no. The better play on site for Carmine Corp, and really they have had PRX's number in a lot of the bigger picture sense. See what the buy-up looks like here for PRX. Just one bandit, and well, okay.
They're fully ready for this. It's just a firing squad. A paint shell to no avail as DOS9 will collect 3 for himself. And now just something to try to see if he can stop it from being a flawless, and he cannot. All right, we'll shut him down. We very quickly go.
भाई राखी सावंत क्या आइटम है भाई?
Red alert now for PRX.
कोई सीरियल है अलायंस करके चल रहा है पता नहीं किस पे, उसमें कोई लड़की आई है श्रेया नाम की, उसके लिए राखी सावंत देख क्या की है, एक बार देख पूरा वीडियो देखना जो भेजा हूं तेरे को.
Start for him 4-0 for Narrate. Into the buy round even again because PRX likes to try to sneak in those extra pistols. It's only going to be a couple Guardians for Divai and Envy. Great. Still on that Marshall. Everybody else, Bulldogs and Vandals. Something very aggressive angle. Bunch of footstep noise being made over here. Maybe just try to bait a little bit for something, but KC waiting for this push out.
Oh, Chavez does get taken down, but DOS9 still there, ever present. Cleans up kill on a Forsaken. Now he's immediately going to go TPing with that spike over to the A site. Levin has just about cleared. Quick pivots necessary here for PRX. As KC certainly upping the pace with that ult play.
Love the creativity.
Clear of the arc rows. Levin now to try to scale forward. Tailwind will get the spot out and something able to find him with that kill. Blinded up, however, and DOS9 collecting one Divai. Going to be taken down now at 2v3 to stop this bonus conversion. Jing just trying to tap through, trying to fish for anything. He comes up empty-handed. DOS9 standing tall. Another 3K and another round in the hands of Carmine Corp.
DOS9 made his Tier 1 debut in Pacific, so he's pretty aware of how PRX likes to operate.
मेरे को तो legit लग रहा है कि वो छोड़ छाड़ दिएंगे.
Really nice round. He's able to get that ult.
What, 8-0?
Yep. Hit another nice paranoia.
जैसी मैं वो खोलता हूँ ना, तो OBS बंद हो जाता है क्योंकि मैं दूसरा उसमें हूँ. भेज दूँगा तेरे को.
Looking like gods so far. Attempted fight over here by Rubble. Sugetsu will just shrug off a bit of damage from that pain shell. Drop back. Out towards relative safety. PRX come up empty-handed once again.
Yeah, they're just trying to turn up the tempo, trying to play their game. Will catch DOS9. Finally, he dies.
A little bit of an oopsie there to give away the first death. Quick check out from B main. Nothing going to be spotted. And PRX starting to assess that this is going to be an A hit again as Pickle peeks out from Forsaken. The fast lane going to be set up. It's a slow scale forward, but all of this a bit of a ruse now. They want to try to pivot. Spike again being taken over. There's Narrate. Pop this vice wall. Just playing around with information. As there's the jump and Forsaken will fall. And will be able to get on top of him. Finds the headshot. A weapon to be collected. Still an opportunity for PRX to try to make this a thrifty.
दो गन मिल गई उनको.
Have Narrate in a post.
जिंगा समथिंग के पास है. जिंगा भाई के पास. जिंगू लाला
You've got one flash. You got Jing satchels.
ये मरा.
Sliding along the side of this one here is Divide. Now going to be spotted and dealt with. Sugetsu able to find that, bringing it back into a 3v3. The jump up over the top of the Narrate. Just enough time to be able to find the shot. Jing going to be taken down. Envy now eliminated. It's all on something. try to stop this from going 4-0. The cash, not really a concern at all. KC have got buckets of it at this point. They will deny him any further damage.
Well, might be seeing another early timeout from the PaperX camp. This is already spiraling out of control. And, you know, PaperX has moments here where you think, okay, they can get this done, but again, divide.
और इनको ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि साले बाहर हो जाएंगे बदतमीज लोग.
Good for it. Narita's been just immaculate. I mean, there is no room to criticize him today, the way he's been playing. He's been hitting some incredible shots along the way.
Showstopper to be invested, lobs it into the corner, does not find that kill, and Dust9 gets on top of it and finds Jing as well. Something with the operator, only going to be good for the one. Meanwhile, Narrate just re-swings around Rubble, finds Forsaken. Tap at the door, a pivot to the C site. Both players completely surrounded, Divide making noise. Levin looking for the kill. And he makes it look casual. Narrate has the backstab, and KC have full reign, full control.
They're just so smart, taking those little advantages, matching some of this aggression of PaperX. And this Showstopper, don't know how it doesn't kill Dust9, doesn't matter, because he makes the most of it. Oh, Levin. Sick shot there. And there's that timeout, because things already absolutely crumbling, and you're not even into something's Blade Storm yet. Going into round 6. So you don't have that to rely on here in this eco. You tried the Showstopper again. Jing just hasn't been himself, and I mean, again, you could give a lot of credit to Narrate with the way he's been playing the Chamber and the Phoenix to absorb it, but this round here, they know that Dust9 is there. They just can't get it to go. The little things make those rounds spiral out of control quickly, because KC definitely sense the weakness in PaperX right now. They're going to pounce on every opportunity.
That's a whole lot of nothing. Something with a classic, just gonna try to play to get this orb, so nade out, clear some space, stop Sugetsu from scaling. The Blade Storm online. So far, the plan working out. Question becomes, can you now get value off of this ultimate? Can you find a Thrifty? KC already getting up to 6.
Yeah, that smoke is
much a death sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. But that smoke right there, just they know right away. Nope. PaperX is gearing up for a fight.
Something able to find one, should have gotten the shoulder spot as well. Getsu going to be known for now. So it's a kill found, but not a weapon recovered. While another TP forward onto the side, Dust9 just clearing things out. Spike will be held back for the moment by the Vice Wall. Divide. First one on the scene, something ready to tap this door.
They're really going to try to spread Arming Corp thin, waiting for the reinforcements. They've got them boxed in on the site. A lot of flashes to work with here.
Broke off Dust9's position for now. Something trying to work his way out on the mound, is able to do so now, joining in alongside 2 of his teammates. Still 5 players strong. Jing did manage to grab that panel, but he's going to be the first to fall as Narrate is able to find one. Envy with the Sheriff shot takes down Levin. Divide getting a piece of the action. The blades will connect. The timeout call works a tree operator as well. A nice little bonus gift here for PaperX, as they will be able to find the Thrifty and get themselves on the board in round 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think just a little bit of, hey, let's make sure we're not giving up that A-Rubble fight too easily early in the round. That's caused some problems where players have been able to gain space either towards Rubble or towards that A-Orb and cause a lot of players to go down early for PaperX this time. They fight for it, and it has a double effect of getting the Blade Storm into something's hands. He's able to make damn good use of it. That is a huge round there for PaperX. They're going to scoop up that operator. Have a couple ults there for Divide and Envy. The narrate alt gonna have that tour de force to challenge.
Let's play. We're now watching. Around B main, no one to clear this Prowler, but Jing, quick scaling of space. Up outside of A main, finds Sugetsu. Potential flanker, now going to be dealt with. Of course, could still have Narrate as a concern, but it's going to be a very fast push forward onto the C site. AC position. Try to get this spike planted from now, but PRX are very close by. Shorty at the ready. Levin, shoulder to shoulder. The push forward and something going to be caught. Jing is there for the trade up, but it's going to be the operator and the Jet now out of the equation. As Steel Garden will get invested.
भाई वो तो C भाग A भाग गए.
Letting him know that A is pretty much wide open. He's going to get on a damn deep angle.
That means nobody's going to be able to carry that hop over necessarily. Should be enough money to buy if they can win it cleanly.
There's a secret, but of course has this tour de force as a backup. She'll peek out. First shot rings through. And Flash fully will connect, but there's no fast scaling to be found. They try to find that punish, so he's able to just backpedal away. Still a difficult position to try to retake from. Shell be chucked out. Jing to fall for second on the swing, is able to find one, but Toss9 just pushes the smoke.
भाई उन लोग बहुत आउटप्ले कर रहे हैं इन लोगों को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है क्या करना है.
They take the op out of their hands. They take their hope. They shatter it again.
बोबो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है भाई.
Some really good at calls here and doing something that I've been thinking about. A lot of teams with the success they're able to find against PRX kind of goes back to Leviathan and what they were able to do. With that's if you identify where that operator is early for PRX, just put pressure on it because he's often alone. Something is often on his own with that operator, so you can make him really uncomfortable, and they do just that. Now, he has enough for another one, but that means Envy isn't going to be able to have a gun. Jing can only have a Guardian. This has to find value for PRX.
Trying to determine which angle he wants to check for.
परेशान हो गया होगा ना इतना फोन आया होगा.
Ready to come in. Narrate going to be blinded up. Forsaken able to find the kill, but Toss9 is able to peel back some of that pressure, making sure that nothing goes over for free. Something, a shot to the rear onto Levin, dodges out the Nightfall. Quickly repositioned. Spike's still going to be held back over by Tree. Has to retap the door to try to bring this one forward. Arrived at drop. Has the shot. Av is dead. Spike now resting on the ground. Toss9 going to be taken down to Sugetsu in a 1v4. The pass has been so very good for rounds like this, but something not going to give him the opportunity. It's going to be a second round win in the hands of PRX. And like you said, they needed that one to get off the ground, and it has.
Yeah, and I think I saw a sigh of relief there from Forsaken after that one was done.
Sure.
It was still, it doesn't feel comfortable with the way Carmine Corp is playing right now. Nice little setup there to deal with Narrate, get his operator out of the round. I mean, Toss9 as well has picked up the pace here on Lotus, so Carmine Corp has had a couple different players step up to the plate today. Saw 11 on Fracture. We've seen Narrate the whole day. Now it's Toss9's turn. Let's see what they can do.
Still three players. I mean, there's no
अरे
side, but three players
बचा लिया Envy उसको.
doing his damnedest to keep something alive. Manages to find Toss9. Will be able to survive with 24 health. Looking for the shot on that jump peak. Levin able to avoid it, and something cannot escape this time around. Sugetsu able to find that kill. Now the pit immediately going to be invested. The plant just below the crossfire, and it's going to be
मार दिया.
astray as Forsaken's able to find the first.
नहीं मरा तो ना लेकिन.
They know that it's just going to be the two players here within this pit now. Trailblazer looking for the scout, will be behind Levin, but Levin shuts down Jing. Suddenly now a 3v3 Forsaken. Trying to reload, but he's swinging out before it's completed. The push forward into the pit, and Levin has Envy dead as well. Devar now in the 1v2, but the time widely is gone. Would have to get onto the spike pretty much right here, right now. Finds the headshot, but has to know that this round is over.
I'm out of here.
Up. To be collected, to be juggled away. Levin can't try to really save this one here for his teammates. He will go down to the spike.
कम से कम 5 करना पड़ेगा ये 5-7.
7-2.
I mean, they just, again, they do the same thing.
नहीं तो दिक्कत हो जाएगी इनको बहुत ज़्यादा.
Kind of, I think, obviously incorrectly, assumes that KC is going to pivot into B through the baby door, but they never do. They're just like, oh, we lit up that operator. He's in dire straits. We've got a pit. We get that down. We've got the A site pretty well defended. And then Levin
आदि मेरी स्ट्रीम किसी को रिकमेंड नहीं हो रही है क्या किसी को भी?
Beautiful stuff from him, and PRX players just making some individual mistakes along the way.
Some up and over here, Jing. This Sugetsu's going to be widely boxed into this corner. There are more players coming in to try to peel back this pressure. He turns the flash and he's able to...
बाप रे, फ्लैश में मुंह फेर के 2 मार दिए उसने.
That's a backbreaker.
Memories. Tournaments long since past of Copenhagen, that final resonating through the minds of PRX's Sugetsu. Absolutely destroys them.
भाई केसी ना बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है भाई. PRX उसको संभाल ही नहीं पा रही है. नहीं होल्ड कर पा रही है PRX उसके आगे.
An 8th round for Carmine Corp. And if you're Alex, do you call it? You send the other time out. You might just have to. This is a flawless round win.
And we've talked about it a bit this year where, believe it or not, PRX usually is really sturdy on their defender side of Lotus. It is often where they are a little more efficient in their round conversion rate, but it's been, you know, this streak they've had on Lotus where they just can't seem to get these wins. They seem to be completely befuddled, and so they tried to make a little bit of a change to go to the fade. That didn't really work at all, so back to the sky. And now it just seems like nothing is there for PRX. A lot of the decisions they make are just being outplayed by KC. Outread. I mean, even if that flash connects onto Sugetsu and maybe you get him there, Narrate's right around that corner. He's probably taken at least one with him, so it's at best a trade. I mean, PRX wants to try to play their game, wants to be aggressive, wants to turn up that tempo. KC is so aware, so ready, and all the players are so locked in. I mean, everything seems to just fall underneath their scopes, underneath their crosshairs, because they are so tuned into this game.
Glass cannon operator. To try to keep this one in play for something.
Being showstopper again. This time they're trying to be a little bit cheeky with it. Looking to play off a little bit of contact over at B. Gonna put the vice wall way far forward here at C. That looks like just try to force them over into the showstopper maybe. But they've been given so much space over at A. You know, is Jing then going to have that plan to pivot over? Is he going to be able to get value?
Sugetsu just playing that quietly. Probably live for that grab and narrate. Still swings that angle. Ends up losing his life, so critical early kill here for PRX. Flash getting pinned against the wall. Sugetsu will be able to find the one, but then gets traded out. As Showstopper looking for him, and yep, Levin taking enough damage. Showstopper will be able to collect the kill.
भी पूरा ओपन छोड़ दिए हैं. अब ये मारेगा देखना. वो जेट मरा. वो देखो जेट मरा. समथिंग हो गया उसका.
Look out towards upper. Damn, I don't think he did. I think both players narrowly missing.
अब अगर जेट बच गया तो वो मरे.
They're just willing to explore the map.
Shell out. As backpedaling. Forsaken considering that TP forward. Holds it for now. The jump in. Aves able to find two. Forsaken still contained, still low on HP. The rewrap though from something, able to find the one, looking for that second. Jumps up the right click, takes him to 50. Dialed in with the op, and something will keep them afloat. It's the 3K, gets the round win.
I mean, you could just see the confidence from KC. They know they could just hold that angle. And PRX is trying to use some of those jump peaks to see if they can.
PRX इतना खराब खेल कैसे रही है मेरे को ये नहीं समझ में आ रहा अचानक से.
Aves almost gets it done. Then Forsaken able to buy enough time for something to get into place. Has to use the Blade Storm even there though. Last round of the half. Gonna have Avez's Nightfall. DOS9's ult has been so impactful in a lot of these rounds to find the open space, usher the spike to open space.
Got absolutely nothing ult-wise if you're PaperX.
Yep. You'll have less Divide goes crazy or Envy does.
Losing your opportunity on this door, and what a spray! Levin just able to
भाई
find
वो random shot मारा है.
it feels like luck is just not on PaperX's side. One hell of a kill we found.
वो random मारा है.
Hero of the previous round now out of the picture. PaperX with that death start collecting their forces on the A side of the map. But KC go for the pivot.
Times you just gotta check everything, check every angle. You know, again, the homework being done. Maybe assuming that a player had been tucked in there. Saken's here.
Trying to puff out his chest a bit.
Oh,
the Nightfall going to be leading him right to him, and the shots are not connecting. It's a bold attempt, but that falls completely flat. Patience now to come in. Thorn sent on the timing.
बहुत अच्छा ये hold करके बैठा है Envy.
Alone on this site. Has the first player dead, but now B opened up.
भी जाएंगे वो.
Fly quick on the scene. Sugetsu stays tucked away here at stairs. A kill gonna be found, but Jing, he never looks back. He never checks that position.
PaperX बहुत clueless खेल रही है, बहुत clueless.
Dominated by Carmine Corp.
They're just ahead of the curve in every respect. That is a
बहुत clueless खेल रही है.
3 players into double digits already for Carmine Corp. No doubt they're the better team right now in this server. It's going to have to be, again, another.
ये पिस्टल अगर PaperX हार गई तो गेम खत्म है दोस्त. उम्मीद है कि अगर पिस्टल जीत गई तो 5-9 कर लेगी. 3 राउंड का डेफिसिट बहुत बड़ा चीज नहीं होता, लेकिन 6 राउंड का डेफिसिट बहुत होता है.
They can use that to find space, find moments where they can counterpunch. And they land so often. Really just a couple big rounds from something. Being a difference maker, he's the only one who's in double digits for PaperX. And DOS9, absolutely instrumental to get this snowball rolling downhill for KC. Started off so hot, maintained some good pressure along the way. Levin had a big round. KC playing on home soil here in Paris. Want to stick around, want to get further. Want to have another opportunity, get into that playoffs and play in front of the home crowd.
This needs to be a monstrous comeback here from PaperX, and all, of course, has to start from the pistol. It just feels so unlikely. KC, they've had the run of this map. They've had pretty much every correct read, and they've just been out-aiming PaperX.
Yes, straight up. You're absolutely right. I mean, I've been thinking it the whole way. They're just sharper. The aim is just better. Narrate in particular, so clean. You know, Levin, he has these rounds where it just feels like he can't miss. He'll hit, and he'll win you one. He might go a little quiet for a few other rounds, but you'll take those every time because they're often impactful ones where it's because KC is already dominating so many of the other rounds that he hits those ones, and it's like, oh, now PaperX's economy is back in the dumpster. Like, it's just so impressive.
पिस्टल तो कंपलसरी है. पिस्टल नहीं जीती तो वो तो 11 पहुंच गई. फिर तो पूरा खत्म है, गेम ही खत्म है. बंद करो, सो जाओ. फिर कुछ नहीं रखा इस गेम में. जाओ बढ़िया खाना वाना खाओ, तकिया लगाओ.
Actively on a flank at the moment.
मेरे को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि कल ये पैकेज मेरे को मिल जाएगा. 4 तारीख है ना? 4 है ना? 12 नहीं बजा ना, 5 होगा तब 12 बज जाएगा, है ना? करता होगा भाई. भी याद करने वाली चीज थोड़ी।
Paint shell going to be lobbed up, but something going to be caught, trying to ride that rope, and Forsaken, risking it all, try to flush him out. Envy the one that pushed forward, the Haunt going through. Drops back down, Jing slotting just at the bottom of drop. The spike will get planted. Player disadvantage for Paper X. Absolutely need this round. Flash spotting nothing from behind. They have to know these players are scaled forward, but Forsaken just jump at the corners.
ये ऊपर push कर गया ना।
Now refaces forward, finding Aves with that recovered bandit and Paper Rex. Looking like there's still yet a bit of
भाई ये लोग ऐसे हैं, ये भी थ्रो कर सकते हैं, कुछ भी हो सकता है इधर। ये तो महान लोग हैं, ये देख खुजली है इन लोग। वो देख कैसे आ रहे हैं, देख 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 रहा है ये देख ये पिछले बार क्या हुआ था कि मान ले जैसे आज 3 तारीख है तो 3 तारीख को दिखाया था कि सुबह सुबह भोपाल से वो पार्सल निकला है और 4 तारीख को मेरे को डिलीवर हो गया। ठीक
does not seem to miss today.
ये भी करते होंगे,
करते होंगे। Little edges that could cost Paper X this map, even if they start stringing rounds together, even if they go on a tear of their own. Narrate was up on the box, but dropped down. Something was already checking it.
It's got the rendezvous to take him to the opposite side. With a paint shell or something to that.
अरे क्यों भाई?
Said we'll just swing out and cannot evacuate fast enough. Something just a little bit too fast on the draw.
अरे मेरे को लगा नहीं, मेरे को लगा फ्लैश अपनी टीम को मार दिया, मैं पीछे था, ऊपर बैठा हुआ था ना, मैं पीछे हूँ।
Sliding down a drop, swings forward and Forsaken a little asleep at the wheel, but eventually is able to find that kill. There's DOS9 getting the headshot, getting the elimination. Will end up getting taken down the shorty. The barrel stuff there from Sugetsu finds another kill. He'll has to be pushed over to Forsaken, but this is already decent.
मार्शल वाला गन बदलेगा अपना।
Absolutely play this one out.
अरे भैया ये वो भी बंद आधा एचपी बचे हैं दोनों।
He's down to 44. Paranoia going to be lobbed in, and Sugetsu absolutely destroys them.
खत्म भाई, चलो जीजी है भाई आदि।
Gets the defuse, gets the vandal, gets KC up to double digits.
That is absolutely unbelievable. He's done it again. He has done it again. Oh my. He is the demon that haunts Paper X. The specter of the past is now the vision of the future. That may be a plane ride back to South Korea, back to Pacific for Paper X.
It is a 4v5 thrifty conversion, now forcing the buy out of Paper X. This is the all-in.
भाई लोग के किल्स देख रहा तो 6-7 क्या किल किए हैं इन लोग।
An outlaw in hand. All players half armor or none. And he absolutely has destroyed something again.
यार जब ना आदमी जीत के कगार में खड़ा होता है ना तो वो कुछ भी मारता तो कुछ भी लगता है।
He is spectacular today. That's when you're just feeling it, when you know that you can just look up and you know where that landing spot is going to be. Here we go.
11 able to find one. Jing just strafing across with that judge, but Will falls in a raid, finds another. Divine, a kill back in reply, but it's a casual shot from DOS9 as Envy goes forward into the smoke to his death. Divine out. The last one standing. Caught by the seas. Decayed to 1. Little health he does have, will recover. 35 seconds, he's going to try to go on a pivot.
Does he have enough time here to go anywhere else?
He's just a cursory check around the back, but yeah, he is running out of time, and this would be one hell of a way to lose the round.
पहुंच ही नहीं पाएगा अगर वो।
He's got to be knife out.
Yeah.
Full send it from here, and even then, it's going to be damn close.
And I mean,
नहीं पहुंच जाएगा, प्लांट हो जाएगा।
Aves is going to have a shot at this, I think.
Jumps across the way, but yeah, he'll actually give him the alert, but he's trying to just stick this plant, and the time just is not there. No clutch to be found. No hope to be found. KC continuing to beat them back at every twist and turn.
Dominance, pure dominance. I mean,
ऐसे ही कोलैप्स हुई थी वहां लेविटन के सामने और यहाँ भी कोलैप्स हो गई.
I mean, it's like every idea that PaperX thinks they have about where KC is going to be, how they're going to be playing, they're wrong. Coming into this, stingers. I mean, PaperX is just throwing everything. They're investing whatever.
Impossible था भाई, impossible, possible नहीं, impossible.
Narrate has the outlaw.
Canada, Morocco.
Nobody except for Jing has the armor to withstand it.
The two of them have no armor at all.
Yeah.
Double Vandal, glass cannon. Low creep up. Hop flash on the corner, but the relay bolt and the prowler will hold them back. Levin, he is out for blood. He wants that kill. He's not going to be able to find it, but Sugetsu and Dawson.
वो दो मर गए उधर उधर खत्म.
Taken down. It's just Abez caught up. Player advantage still there. One of the Vandals left on the floor. Narrate, hold position. The tailwind passed. God, that's well and good for something. He's able to avoid it, finds a kill, but the rest of the team still needing to try to get past as Narrate is able to find the no-scope. Jing dead. Sugetsu arriving. Envy not going to be fast enough as Narrate closes out another kill. Another shutdown on something, denying him heroics at every twist and turn. Carmine Corp are up to match point.
Took the words out of my mouth. Every round they've got the read. You know, there's 4 players coming up the front of B at the beginning of this. They know exactly how PaperX thinks. It's starting to feel a little bit like how I felt watching Leviathan play PaperX, where they just knew what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it. PaperX here throws the flash out, cleared right away. He's not messing around with any of that. Trying to go back into B.
Forsaken in the spawn. Now he's going to be surrounded. Meanwhile, something dead on the B side. Forsaken desperately trying to find that kill, but Abez is able to hold his own. Just some damage onto the fade. A kill onto Levin, but 2 players now lost. Site primed for the plant, but PaperX aren't leaning into B. They're trying to get grouped together. Back over here at A.
भाई 4-12 से जीतना तो next to impossible है भाई.
Maybe B actually was the play.
Being backpedaling, if he had held this angle with that judge, he might have been able to tear them asunder, but instead shifts his position, is going to try to play the top of rope. Exactly where he doesn't need to be. He's 1 kill away from having a showstopper. But from this position, I just don't know how he's going to be able to get it.
भाई तू वहां बैक ऑफ साइड क्यों देख रहा है? ऊपर जब तेरा बंदा बैठा वहां से उतरेगा थोड़ी कोई. अरे क्या बुद्धि है भाई इन लोगों का.
Eyes trained in that position. The pit forward now to try to scale in. A flash out. The slot forward, swinging around closer and closer. Stavai, the spray and pray, will be able to find one. The paint shell going to be lobbed in, but Dawson is able to take down Jing Davai. Able to find himself a third. Steel guarded immediately going to be invested. Spots him, kills him, a 4K clutch. PaperX. Oh, they hold on by a thread. I need 7 in a row just to take this into overtime.
Well, they get there, but
नहीं कुछ है जो
it would be an unreal comeback if they can do it. It looked like for a second there, DOS9 had ended the round, but able to avoid that.
इस राउंड में तो मेरे को तो लगता है इस राउंड में खत्म.
And again, PaperX just positional, I think, mistakes.
चलो भाई जल्दी खत्म करो, खाना खाने जाए. कल भी.
I'm going to hold my thought.
Caterpillar jet smokes forward. Into the side goes Jing. No one to be spotted yet. Narrate still trying to hold the door. Has to make his exit with that rendezvous, and his Envy is able to greet DOS9. Finding that elimination. Davai swinging the corner. Ava's going to be taken down. It's a 2-player advantage now for PaperX as they pivot back across towards A. Levin, however,
तो यहाँ से PaperX जीत गई तो मैं मान जाऊंगा मैसी ही गॉड है. जीवन में रोनाल्डो को फॉलो नहीं करूंगा. जीवन में कभी रोनाल्डो को फॉलो नहीं करूंगा, कभी भी नहीं. अनफॉलो कर दूंगा अभी.
money widely available for the rest of the team as well. I'll try to make a go of this. Don't peek though, the spot out, the paint shell now to be let loose. Forces Jing out into the open though. Not wanting to stick around, it drops, and Arraid is able to find the first of 4 necessary kills. The follow-up shot ends up going wide. Tries to scale forward, they just can't quite make it happen. Envy and Divide get their targets, and PRX get up to 6.
Well, okay. But it's taking a lot of ultimates just to get to this point. Going to be able to get into the buy, but the ult economy look like? I mean, now they're getting a little bit sharp. You would imagine it's too little too late for PRX. You would imagine.
It's best to not start believing quite just yet, but this will be enough to force a timeout out of KC.
I mean, you've got the overdrive here. You're 1 away from a nightfall. So for this round, I think a couple players have enough to buy, so probably want to talk about a little bit, most of the players do actually, how they want to run this. Maybe you save the overdrive for the next round if they do lose this one. DOS9 has his ult. You could talk about how you want to work that a little bit. It's going to be 1 away from Avez's Nightfall, so maybe how you want to contain one of those orbs, make sure you get that into your hands. How you can just settle down, close this out comfortably, get yourself situated to play NRG next. Found out Vitality was able to take that series.
It was going to be a difficult opponent no matter what. Certainly won't get easier from here, but looks like there is going to be a decently hefty investment from KC. They want to bring this to an end right here, right now. Operator, of course, in the hands of something. As Jing bounding forward to Mound. Flash is going to be going through, but DOS9, his presence now going to be red, but not before he's able to claim 2. Judge from Levin intercepts the eye, immediately upgrades the weaponry.
चल भाई खत्म हो गया last है.
Blink of an eye, it's just the 2 players left. Levin jiggling on this corner, spotted out, will back away before the operator can get dialed in.
Oh, look at Narrate.
Quickly scaling in behind them. And with Devi's death, that wall means absolutely nothing. No alert system. Envy has to be the one to have his head on a swivel, watching from behind, but if he loses out on this one, that's going to be the spike on the floor. And just something alone eventually is able to get it dialed in. The Seeker's immediately going to be sent out. Scouting out both players' positions. That's going to have them rerouting, pivoting back over to C. Something needs to hit this shot. Gonna pull off the angle as well, expecting this rewrap. Probably behind. Oh, it somehow manages to connect that. What a hit. Levin dead. Havez now the one to try to play this one through.
Find you.
Tossed into the back, but Envy propped up on top of the box will be able to find the kill, and PRX continue to try to make a go of this. 5 more rounds.
So the next one, looking like an eco for Carmine Corp. Do have that overdrive there, though. It looked like this might have been the end of the round. I mean, DOS9 sitting in his own, sitting in the smoke there, just making life miserable. Some of the PRX players, but they're able to barely battle through. Envy, 3K. Little bit of fire still in the PRX camp. Shot early from something.
DOS9 still scaling. He's just going.
वो उसके जैसे सौरभ गांगुली जैसे.
PRX at the moment. He's got no eyes on.
अरे यार something भाई.
Well, 2-tap. Still is able to find something at the end of it all.
अरे यार.
Advantage. That operator just to be left stranded on the floor.
It's just that lack of respect that PRX placed that. Oh my goodness, Narrate.
This could just about be at the beginning of the end here. Forsaken will be able to find one. But the overdrive pop, Levin fishing for anything that he can get through that fast lane. Looks away around the corner. Jing, does he have any kind of read? That Sugetsu is laying here behind that box. Here's the Neon, take the rope. It's just gonna stay statuesque in this position. Try to intercept these flanks, but no, he's starting to scale forward.
ये भी मारा. बच गया.
Turns back, eats some damage, but still is able to find the kill.
एक बी लिंक है
That might just be enough for PRX
और
to
एक
still
ए स्टेयर्स
deny this
है और एक
trophy.
सी है.
Deny the end of this series to Carmine Corp. And be going for the plant on the corner. This is not being watched for. He has the headshot in time. It's starting to bleed dry. The drop down herd. Forsaken. Able to find that elimination. But has to get this spike planted. Paranoia going to be sent through. DOS9. And now Levin on the approach here from the back. Comes away with it, and Jing has to do it all. And he cannot! Levin dead from the paint shell. But still a player alive.
ओके, मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ, नहीं तो मेरा मूड खराब हो जाएगा. मूड खराब हो गया भाई, 3 दिन से मेरा मूड खराब